Hello and welcome to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. It's Lobster Pot, day 2, it's Sunday. We've got a really awesome slate of games today here. The weather is gorgeous. My name is Tom with my partner Mike. Mike, how you doing this morning?
It's a glorious day. My hips and back and everything a little sore from standing all day yesterday, but we weren't even playing.
I know, exactly.
So I can imagine that even though they're much younger than us, the players are going to be a little sore coming out. Got to try and get loose. But it's a gorgeous day. As you mentioned, day 2 of probably the premier event of Maine Ultimate, the Lobster Pot, with almost 90 teams, and we are slowly whittling it down to the eventual championship rounds in a couple of hours. But this is bracket play between UVM and the Dark.
No, it's not bracket play. We're in quarters.
Oh, we're in quarters.
We're in quarters. Quarterfinal game right now.
Quarterfinal game between UVM in the Dark and Syracuse in the White.
Yeah, quarterfinals. Yeah, so as we get this point started, quarterfinals in the men's upper bracket, we've got this matchup, UVM and Syracuse. We got Brown and Tufts. They're playing behind us. We got Rhode Island and Rutgers, and Northeastern and SUNY Binghamton are all in quarterfinals games. We're going on right now as Syracuse works it down the field in a horizontal stack.
Near sideline, still near sideline.
It's like they're
trying to get in an end zone set. Oh, almost
into
faked out. That is a sweet throw, but into danger.
Way to stick with it by 26 there of Syracuse.
At the front line, looking for help. Looking for help. Oh, good fake. Still on the end line. Waiting. Good patience by Syracuse here, not trying to just jam it in and score immediately, but spots the person at the high stall count in the back of the end zone for a point. Syracuse goes up 1-0.
Syracuse offense holding on that one, and that's really though, UVM defense right there, especially on that last look there, they shut down the dump, they shut down the second option. There was nowhere for him to go, and got bailed out by a hope and a prayer into the back of the end zone there.
I will say, if the thrower had stayed on his reset, the reset did get open.
It did.
It took him. It was still a high stall count, but that you can't argue with a high stall count punt and hopefully something good happens.
No, and the mark by UVM was really aggressive, and so as the Syracuse player moved to make that dump throw, the mark was moving with him. So the cut might have been open, but that mark was going to make that throw hard. So as you can tell from the speed of that point, these are two really talented programs. Because we have some of the high school students that Mike has coached, we're a little more familiar with the playing style and some of the players on the UVM side as opposed to the Syracuse side. But Syracuse, that offense looked really crisp, really sharp. They're really athletic and really fast. So this is going to be a fun matchup, I think.
I just liked their patience. I mean, that was a really patient look by Syracuse. They didn't try and force anything. They took what the defense was giving them, which wasn't much.
Yeah.
So now Syracuse, and from the Lobster Pot end zone, will be pulling. And the pull is up. Nice pull, going to be about middle of the field in the end zone.
UVM setting up horizontal stack as well on offense, initiating from the outside.
I like it.
Looking for the deep throw.
Shot. Little bit floaty. Oh, good effort.
Foul called.
Oh, we have a foul call from UVM.
And that he hit his hand at the top of the jump there. Good effort by both players here, and we'll see how this gets resolved. But UVM taking a shot right away. I'm sure that the thrower, if you ask him on the sideline after, he'll say that he did not want that to hang that much, because his player beat him deep. He was there, you know, if it doesn't float. All right, looks like we're going a no contested foul call here, so UVM will retain possession right there as they discuss getting into an end zone set.
And disc is back in play.
There you go,
Near
kind of
side
getting
of the
organized.
field. Oh, nice availability there. Swing to Hemion for the score. And of course, he acts like it's the championship point of the entire college season because that's Max.
Mm-hmm. Getting the teammates amped up and fired up in this first game of the day. Both offenses looking smooth. Tied up at 1 here.
Yeah, so one of the nice things about this particular sport is that it is self-officiated, and when there is a dispute, or when there is a foul call on the field, it is called by the player who got fouled. And if the player who committed the foul doesn't think, they're allowed to contest, and if they can't come to an agreement discussing it, it goes back to the thrower.
Like
or in that case, they came to the agreement, okay, yeah, I fouled you. You get to take the disc right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a cool way, you know, it's a unique thing in this sport to have that. As a lot of these players who play at a high level can attest to, it's a good aspect of the sport, but it is something that can be taken advantage of, and is taken advantage of at high levels. And it's unfortunate, but because, you know.
Yeah, I see a lot of, especially high level, a lot of contact calls on the mark where the thrower actually leans into the mark and then calls a foul. That's Bush League.
Yeah. All right, Syracuse starting on offense here again. Both teams using a horizontal stack. Syracuse really kind of clearing up that far side and coming back into play again, but active cutters downfield. Look at them. They are moving real quick.
UVM doing a good job switching when necessary. Taking a little bit of a poach the lane, then get back into position. That's excellent work. Oh, but that is trailing, and he just overthrew him.
Ooh.
Or he didn't.
Okay, now we have a disputed call here on the line. The UVM defender, knowing he was beat, ran down and put himself almost on the sideline to make as accurate of a call as possible.
I wish we had instant replay to show them to see whether or not he was in fact out. It was certainly close because it was fading away just slightly towards the near out of bounds.
I thought they're going to send it back because I can't agree, but I thought that the UVM player was correct, only because I thought the first point of contact was actually the Syracuse's player's right knee, which was on the line.
Okay.
But I'm not entirely sure. I would love to look back at it later, because I'm sure our awesome videographer,
but again,
Max,
that was an error by Syracuse. Jimmy throwing it deep, because that's what he does. Oh, wow. There's some wheels back there.
There's some wheels back there, absolutely. That Syracuse defender who just threw the disc here really came out of nowhere to make up the ground.
Another deep shot.
Oh, bad read by 22.
Yeah.
He attacked it when he didn't need to.
That was a good undercut. I think maybe he was worried about the height
defender
and athleticism of his defender and wanted to try and high point it.
Exactly. He was worried about long blue pants here of coming under him, yeah. And 22 is also a tall drink of water with some mad ups, I think. So he can. It wasn't out of his reach per se.
Another deep shot. That ought to be either a point or close to it.
I thought he was in. They called him out, but I thought he was in. Didn't matter.
He's in now.
Oh, the punt spike from UVM. Punt the disc. That makes it 2-1. And that is a break, right?
Yeah.
That's a break by UVM.
Yeah, because, and that was a shame because that deep throw into that corner that was called out, he was wide open.
Yeah.
Wide open. It's a tough throw because you're racing up the same sideline where the disc is on.
Right. But again, like we had mentioned this yesterday about the whole field in thirds. When you have the entire field to throw to, the one place you don't want that disc to end up is where it did. You don't want it fading out of bounds. You know, if it comes back in play and UVM comes out of nowhere and makes a play defensively, hats off to them, but at least your person has a play on it.
Correct.
That throw just kind of took his own receiver off the field, which is unfortunate. And we have, it looks like, a timeout by Syracuse here. Just want to maybe take some energy down, get themselves back into their game. It did really quickly, that last point turned into huck downfield, huck downfield. And I don't think, just based on what we've seen so far, it's early, I don't think that's how Syracuse wants to play. I think that's how UVM wants to play. I don't think that's how Syracuse wants to play. So this is a get back to our identity timeout, work the disc down the field. We can do this if we just stick to our game plan.
And I do think that early on, it's looking like the UVM defense is a little bit tighter than the Syracuse defense, which is interesting because there doesn't seem to be such a huge speed disparity that should be the case. But you only need a step in a lot of cases, and maybe even half a step.
Yeah. As these teams are still discussing their strategies on timeouts, you know, a couple of other things happening so far today in men's middle bracket. Quarterfinal action, Bryant versus Bowdoin, Maine versus Rochester, Wesleyan versus Boston College B, and Vermont B versus Tufts.
Oh, interesting.
B. So a lot of quarterfinals actions going on, and Mike has a message from one of our sponsors.
Looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender fluid people through high-quality competition and leadership experiences. If you are interested in partnering with Portland Rising or playing for Portland Rising or doing a promotion with Portland Rising, go to www.portlandrising.me for more.
And if you're watching this live stream and wondering what else is going on here too, behind us on our alternate live stream on field 24 is Brown versus Tufts, a men's quarterfinals game as well. As Syracuse takes over from their own end zone, horizontal stack, trying to retie this game. Good mark, good defense by the UVM player here on that handler reset.
Oh, looking deep. Has the deep shot available, hangs up a little bit, and
that's unfortunate. 10 was there, 10 had it.
Yeah, every time you say Brown versus, my mind immediately goes to Board of Education.
Yeah, you can see Syracuse number 10 saying my bad on the way back up at the field. He knows he's got to have that.
Nice under there. Oh, good mark, good way to take away that deep shot. UVM with the disc, far side of the field.
UVM goes to
go to the verse stack.
Transitions to vert here as they get closer to the end zone.
And look, nice angle, but just a little too much.
Too much sauce.
Yeah, just a little too much effort on that one.
Yeah. A little too amped up, a little too much of a laser. Syracuse takes over. Calling out a set here maybe to get things rolling off kind of the far side of the field.
Good mark against the sideline. Oh, better defense there.
Force that one. That's not the throw. That cut happens, and then the next dump's going to happen from 33.
Yep.
So you got to wait for that one because that one's going to be open.
Yep. Again, UVM with a really aggressive defense, now transitioning to offense. Oh, good switch on the defense for Syracuse there. Deep stack, trying to let the handlers get some work in.
Yep, they're going from the handlers in the front of the stack. It's involved if necessary, but creating a lot of room to go in either direction.
Nice strike cut to the corner of the end zone.
There it is. And even you saw Syracuse number 10 coming from the stack to influence the play, but that's why you set it so deep, is they have too far to run. And that makes it, that's 3-1 now.
3-1 in favor of
UVM. So that's another break. That's back-to-back breaks by UVM.
Yeah, so UVM is coming off actually quite an interesting season last spring, where they were essentially had to win out to make nationals from the region. They had a poor first day, and they did. They won out and managed to go to nationals because of it.
Wow.
So it's still a good squad, despite graduating some guys, as well as not their entire team being here, and a couple players dinged up, so sitting out because they've got a big tournament coming up in a couple weeks.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But they're a really, really good squad, upper level, and really, really well coached, as you can see by how they play that aggressive defense. Now, it hasn't burned them yet. It'll be interesting to see what happens if they get a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
And Syracuse takes over in their own end. Horizontal stack again. Handlers moving. Ooh, tight defense again from UVM. Got to clear out. Good patience by the thrower, not panicking. Gets the around away. Now, middle of the field, Syracuse working the disc. Near sideline. Looking for help. Oh, two players cutting to the same spot. Oh, that was good shoulder work by 26 to get open there. Just leaning on the defender to get him in one direction and going in the other. That was excellent work. Syracuse really has to continue to be patient and not try and force anything.
Good defense.
So UVM will take over on the near sideline, right around the 12 or 15. Swings it towards the middle. Now far sideline. Oh, great cut, and that's going to be a point. Yeah, I think Syracuse really needs to, on the handler marks, just say, you know what, we're taking the strike cut away.
Yep.
You can get the around. We're going to take that strike cut away, because that's twice in a row that UVM scored on that.
You have to make them work a little harder.
Yeah.
Because the strike cut opens up the offense for UVM. It's just too easy.
Yep.
Now it's 4-1. Yeah, UVM is firmly in control right now. And the Syracuse was very amped to begin the game, and now you can, looking at some body language, there's a little bit of dejection here. They've already used their timeout in this half to try and kind of reset things, and they're kind of grasping for answers right now.
And that's the thing, UVM's defense is so aggressive that they can't get, Syracuse can't get impatient and say, oh, well, we've made 4 throws to gain like 5 yards. We need to do more. No, you need to just make your completions, get your resets. Something will open up. Just be patient. Yeah,
they've gotten caught the last 2 points with, or not the last 2 points, but twice now. This last one here, and then down on the far side of the field, over on the end zone line over there, with just like choosing to make a throw that is just that's too tight.
Yep.
And the UVM defenders, they're really good, and the window looks like it's there, and then as soon as they throw it, the window closes. The UVM person goes there, so you need to adjust your decision making, where the amount of room that you're used to having, you need a little bit more to pull the trigger, because these guys are real quick. they're still a horizontal, but they're kind of more people down behind the disc.
Yeah, it looks like they've adjusted their handler set a little bit.
A little bit.
And see, that's how you get, get open on an aggressive defense. You get them going in one direction and change direction quickly.
And there, they didn't take the first shot, they took the second one, and it opens this throw up.
And
He's got it.
Beautiful
Nicely
run
done.
By number 7 to the corner of the end zone.
Good run, good throw, and that's, again, like in the middle there, they had the first handlers slash cut across the front there, and they didn't throw it. If they did, it would have been a turn. They waited, then they got down the middle throw to 35, I think it was, the sleeveless 35 jersey, and then out here, the huck to the score. So being, extra, a little more patient, not just automatically throwing the first cut, it worked out. They need more of that. That looked really good. And now it's 4-2, so they're feeling much better now. You've got a point, something worked. Now they need to, let's see how defense responds. Can they lock down and generate a turn? Even if they end up giving up a point here, if they can generate a turn, even if they turn it back over, again, that'll go a long way for their psyche too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's looking, this is...
And that was the first point that looked, since the very first point of the game, where Syracuse looked like, oh, we're not just going to... It's like they were started just to rely on their speed. Oh, I'll just run really fast and get open. Mm-hmm. No, I'll run to this point, plant, and my defender will over-pursue, and then I'll get open.
Yep. Yeah, here we go. UVM's ready. Syracuse is marking up here. Yep, they're matching up.
From the vacation land end zone, left to right across your screen.
And sounded like they were going to be forcing UVM to throw to the far side of the field here, but we'll see if that actually pans out.
No side stack by UVM.
Yeah.
That's going to be an under. Nice under. Waiting, looking deep. Nothing available. Oh, the swing is wide open. Takes the swing. Beautiful work by UVM there. Near side of the field. And there's the blade to the end zone, in the middle of the end zone. Caught for the score, UVM.
Nicely done. Great cut, great throw. 5-2 in favor of UVM.
Yeah, that was really nice work by UVM. You see the guy streaking deep, and you want to take the shot, and then you look to the swing, and the swing is wide open. So you take the easy one, and you eventually get that deep shot.
So I'm sure you might have noticed as we were panning, up and down the field for the ultimate action. On the far side of the field are two sun shade tents over there with impactmelanoma.org on the front. Impact Melanoma is one of our sponsors, and they have partnered with the Maine Cancer Foundation. Together we are partners in prevention to increase awareness of skin cancer, encourage prevention by regularly applying sunscreen, and seeking shade and promoting early detection. With Impact Melanoma, free sunscreen is available at many Maine public beaches and recreation areas, so you can enjoy the great outdoors and be sun safe. Visit us at impactmelanoma.org. And I did remember
today.
I did remember my sunscreen based on our discussion yesterday. As Syracuse gets ready to receive, down 3.
Just about on their end line.
Syracuse in the white, UVM in the black. Syracuse sticking with this horizontal stack offense, but UVM playing a really kind of poachy kind of defense. Maybe they wasn't sure about a mark. I'm not quite sure why they were that far away, but we're back in it now with an honest person defense.
What was open, but the mark moved.
They moved.
Aggressive mark.
Looks like the mark is really forcing backhand, but not really a hard backhand force. It's kind of a straight upish kind of force.
Oh, that's going to be a strip.
Yep.
Or an old school strip. Now it's just called a foul.
Foul, no contest.
Yeah, he knew it.
Yeah, he knew it. Came through. He just inadvertently kicked the disc out of his hand.
32 here can be open if he gets a little bit more active.
Excellent defense on the handlers by UVM. My goodness.
Yeah, they're really trying to, and that's,
it almost worked.
Nice follow-up. Yeah, you know, that's not a bad strategy. The Syracuse player with the long sleeves is really, really quick, and putting him in a cutting position is advantageous to Syracuse, even though he might normally be a handler, because he can get open. Oh, and that is an interesting decision by 19.
That's the
low stall
receiver.
count, blade to the back of the end zone.
Well, the receiver put his hand up, give him the old mailbox flag, right? You know, put the hand up, and that's where 19 was looking. He was looking for 3, but that was out of his hand. He didn't want it as bladey as it turned out to be. He wanted more curve, but there was no chance of 3 catching that one.
Nice grab by the
Oh, look at the poach off the middle.
Yeah.
Poach off the middle.
Again, UVM is poaching. They have availability of players when they are poached. Syracuse needs to take advantage of those poaches.
But why it's been quite effective so far is because they don't do it all the time.
Correct.
So sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. Good defense.
You need to put rotation on that disc.
Turn all the way around. Give him a good.
UVM takes over on the near sideline. Nice way to swing it. Oh, and that is a rare mistake out of UVM. And now a deep shot for Syracuse into the end zone, and for a point.
Good job. 5-3 in favor of UVM. Yeah, that turnover by the UVM handler there. That's you step around like that, and it's a difference of like. His elbow's too tight to his body, and so the angle of the disc is pointed down. You get your elbow away a little bit and kind of almost like bend lower to the ground and kind of get your wrist under the disc so that it's going to float to space instead of nose down, and then because it's not going to make it to your cutter that way. Good battle by Syracuse on that point. Those back and forth turns on both sides, and they had an open field look, and they took advantage. It's a good game so far.
Yeah, pretty fast moving. Lots of scoring, rather quickly.
Yeah, so Syracuse is going to be looking to ramp up the defensive intensity here, get a break, and put themselves right back in it. It's when you go down by a couple, it takes a lot of effort just to give yourselves a chance.
Yeah, and by contrast, UVM just has to take a deep breath and say, all right, let's just keep playing our game. We're doing fine.
As long as UVM's offense continues to hum along, they're not going to be in any trouble in this game based on, just from the lead they've already established. But
this is a really good offensive line for UVM here. I wouldn't be surprised to see, again, something a little bit like we saw on their first score, with a couple of throws between the handlers to one of their cutters to a deep shot right
Exploring the deep space, you think?
Yeah, especially because number 19 is really, really fast and loves to put it deep. So I expect him, see right here, 99, looking deep. Thought about it.
There was no cut happening, but he thought if it was, he was going to pull the trigger. Oh, good anticipation by 48 of Syracuse, and he's open.
Oh, and that's drifting again
out of bounds, but he got it.
Caught in bounds.
He got it.
He was not. I did not think he was in, but I couldn't see.
He was in.
He was in bounds for sure.
He was in bounds and in the end zone.
Okay.
Yep. This
I was trying to get around.
No, he was in bounds and in the end zone. And the sideline fan, not sure what team the fan's rooting for, but she's sitting directly on the goal line,
yeah.
and they asked her,
She
and
knows.
she's like, he's in. So good call by the fan. She is directly in line with the goal line.
That's
so,
right.
You know.
Maybe she's directly in line with the goal line for a reason.
Maybe.
Who needs a pylon cam?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can do that. We were just talking about things to improve for next year. I think pylon cams are something that we should get. As our videographer just laughs at me, and secretly plotting my demise for such a terrible suggestion.
No, see, I think we need telestrators and instant replay.
And pylon cams.
And pylon cams.
Yes. So,
Rich, make sure that's in the budget for next year.
Syracuse gets exactly what they wanted. They generated that turn off the stack. They got a break, and now it's 5-4, and they're feeling pretty good now. Their transition offense is really good. They generate that turn, and they're gone. They're off to the races. Take advantage of the deep space. UVM needs a counter.
Be interesting to see here. If UVM scores, I think they just kind of keep rolling. I think if Syracuse scores here, UVM takes a timeout.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Kind of deserves.
Yeah, well, because if Syracuse scores here, that will be 3 breaks in a row for Syracuse.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking that might be just an offenses hold kind of game has turned into a defenses generating and creating breaks game. There's already been 5 of them, if my memory's right, 4 or 5.
Nice side stack by UVM, looking deep but not available.
Good year.
So it takes the under. Oh, and you can't do that. You can't hurl away from the thrower. You got to keep going to him.
The D wasn't there because 0-0 on Syracuse is poaching off into the deep space there, influencing that decision. Tight window there.
The thrower's tapping himself, saying that's on me. That's not on him. That is on the cutter, 100%.
Oh, that's low. And
it
works.
Nice attack by number 0.
Because that was a low throw.
Yep.
That defender was not in play until that throw came out so low. So Syracuse right back with 3 breaks in a row of their own to tie it back up at 5. This is a roller coaster of a game. Now UVM looks tired and dejected as they try to get some cheers going. 5-5. I think we're in for a barn burner.
So we've seen a lot of different offenses here. We've seen, the traditional vertical stack where you've got a couple handlers out and everyone in a line up the field, in the middle of the field, creating space for cutters. We've seen the horizontal stack, which is 3 handlers back, a line across the field, and usually going in some sort of ovals. We've seen Syracuse attack from the middle, as well as from the, initiating from the wings, which is always, tries to make it a little more unpredictable. And then now we've seen that side stack where you're putting the entire stack, except for the 2 handlers, all on one side of the field, all on one sideline, and cutting off of that, giving yourself wide open space in hopes of confusing the defense and maybe getting an easy deep shot or all those unders being available because they're anticipating the deep shot. And in that case, that cutter needs to keep the angle towards the disc and not curl towards the sideline.
Well, and you're almost hoping from the side stack to get the defense to play off and to even like you're almost like inviting a poach from somewhere, and then whoever is poached, which is like when the defender kind of ignores the person they're supposed to be guarding and they just guard space. When that happens, that player then becomes active and goes and gets the disc or goes deep or something. As UVM takes over, this is that side stack we're talking about. A bunch of them close to us here and a lot of green space in front of the disc.
Good holster on that fake. And that's going to be a point.
You
said
that
bit
was going to be a point
on the hip, but that's catchable.
You said that was a point. I was just about to say that was really easy, and then really easy offense, and then the unfortunate drop. Even if it's on his hip, you got to have it.
Yeah.
If you can get 2 hands on it, you got to have it.
Especially in this game. Again, really good aggressive defense. Oh, that's a foul. Uncalled because he caught it.
Yep. Oof.
Ooh,
that was a dangerous play. Yeah, that could have been real bad.
Now, good defense on the
bummer.
Handler mark, and then a turnover near side of the field. UVM will take over on the near sideline. I'm not sure he can call a delay on that if he's not standing over the disc.
What? Oh,
33 started calling a delay, but he wasn't over the disc, so I don't think he can do that.
Oh, was that a stall? Yes. That was
Okay.
a stall was called, a no contest stall. That's why I went back to that's why I went back over that way. But yeah,
That's a nice throw to space
good
right
job
there.
by UVM going around.
Coming to the near sideline.
They should do it again if they don't have anything. A lefty.
Oh, great grab.
Way to get that in the air like that, reaching over.
Oh, inside throw to the UVM finally pulls serve again. Now they can breathe a little bit. Up 6-5.
6-5. Yeah, that was a much smoother point. Yeah, they needed to get that back after that drop in the end zone. You don't want to get, 4 breaks in a row would have been a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
So good job by UVM sticking with it and going right back down the field again. So 6-5. We'll take this second here while they line up and reorganize for another message from one of our sponsors. Port Property Management is a proud sponsor of Maine Ultimate and has been for years and years. They make homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden, all located along Back Cove. For more info, please visit their website at www.portproperty.com. And after the next point, I'll have to ask you, Mike, about some of the merchandise that's on sale over at Turney Central.
Oh, that's right. Because I'm wearing the sweatshirt, you can't see my other Sun hoodie that I just bought.
I knew you had another Sun shirt on. As UVM pulls to Syracuse, receiving in the white down here, 6-5 in favor of UVM.
Syracuse comes out in their hoe stack.
Well, poach.
That was dangerous poach there, though.
If they didn't see it, they didn't take advantage of it, and 32 is probably not a thrower anyway.
No, we saw that with that little knuckle disc he threw earlier to try and get the shorty off. Oh, good move by 22. But the handlers are expending a lot of energy to get open. Oh, and that's a nice throw to 7 in the end zone. That's a second really nice cut there in the end zone.
7 is one of those players, and this is not something that everyone can do, but he's just one of those players who seems to has like six gears of running speed until you throw the disc, and then he finds a 7th.
Yeah.
And he gets faster once there's something to chase. Then not everyone is like that. And he's one of those players. He's got an extra set of wheels. The good answer by Syracuse
to knot it up.
Holding, so both offenses now getting their acts together and holding back and forth, tied at 6. Games today are still to 15, just like yesterday. So we will take half.
We're not doing to 21?
We're not doing to 21. And we will take halftime when the first team scores 8 points. And for those curious about, because we do have a time clock in play as well. I believe it's the same as yesterday too, given that the rounds start at the same times, which would be a soft cap that will go into effect at 80 minutes after the first pull, and hard cap will go into effect 90 minutes after the first pull. So, UVM offense looking to answer as they go back and forth, looking very impressive offenses down the field. This is a similar line to what you were saying earlier, Mike, that looks like a solid, in your opinion, a solid O-line, and they have looked very crisp with this group of players on the field.
Catch the pull, love it. Always catch the pull.
Nice
clear out.
See 91 just clearing space to kind of get everybody moving.
Except that he was open. He probably should have hit him.
He was open, but it was not a part of the play, so.
And holsters, nice holster there. Swing far side of the field, trying to get it back to the middle. Good work by just a little bit
kind of
excited on that throw.
Thrown in between his two receivers. Good
mark by UVM here. 99, working really hard. Really good defense by UVM again.
A miscommunication between the thrower and the dump. The dump was going to go for a strike cut when the thrower threw the dump throw.
Getting an invert stack here, UVM working. Looking for a little help on the handlers. You know, yesterday we talked about the importance of the vert stack and the movement when when the disc starts moving upfield, and we saw that with UVM. They were moving backwards. They were giving they were trying to maintain that space for cutting.
Yeah,
that's really good.
There should always be the stack should move downfield as UVM scores to make it 7-6. The stack should move as the disc moves downfield, and importantly too, the stack needs to move far enough that strike cut can still happen.
Yep.
Because you need that space for that strike cut to be available. If the stack doesn't move, when the strike cut happens, some defender from the stack can come in and influence the play. We saw that earlier too when UVM scored on the other end zone. The Syracuse defender did come from the back of the stack to try and make a play on it, and it was too late because their spacing was too good.
It looks like Syracuse is taking their floater here to kind of get their heads together before half. They don't want to fall down by 2.
Correct.
They want to make sure they score here so that the following point is for half.
Okay.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and even Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com.
And for those unfamiliar, we use the term floater, referring to how many timeouts are available to each team. So tournament rules here at Lobster Pot, each team gets 1 timeout to use per half, and they have 1 floating timeout that they can use in either half. So each team gets 3 total timeouts, but you can only use 2 in each half.
And it's not warm enough for mandatory heat break.
Correct. Yes.
Although it is pretty darn warm.
Once the heat, I don't know what the tolerance, what the level is of heat index that it has to hit for those to come into play. But there is USAU does have a standard where it, where that does come into play. It's not tournament specific. It's like USAU mandate,
correct.
I think. Yeah.
And that's Maine Ultimate is under the general umbrella of USAU. And so we abide by their rules, especially when it comes to heat and lightning.
Absolutely. All right,
and
Syracuse
the poll is up.
Getting ready. This isn't, just like Mike said a minute ago, this is real important for Syracuse and their offense to punch this one in to maintain.
That was unfortunate because both of those could have been open.
And now the stall count's high, but good bailout, cut by 4.
Deep shot, wide open, 26. Got lost in the
I missed what
flow.
happened.
Holy
UVM
cow.
must have been poaching downfield to cut off some cuts and got caught.
And that's a floater.
To no one.
Oh, you can't do that.
Oh.
And that's the unfortunate thing about taking that floater. He was so wide open and everyone was so far behind and they had no timeouts.
You had no timeouts for it, but you still, he was so open, he was probably at stall 5 or 6. You can't throw it to no one. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
And someone needs to come up for the easy reset. That is just a really, really unfortunate for Syracuse there. Unforced error. UVM takes over, far cone in the end zone, and a deep shot to 99. He's going to get that. And just off his hands. Syracuse takes over on their own end line, near side of the field, now middle of the field. Good work by Syracuse here, except that they are getting really caught behind the disc there. Had too many people kind of jogging to catch up after that upfield throw. UVM takes over, near side of the field, near midfield, working the disc.
Cool. Turnover here, Syracuse with another shot. Whoa!
Oh, great position
as the sidelines
by both players. I mean, they just fighting for the disc and nothing they could do about that.
As the sideline said, I'm not sure if we picked it up with our audio, but that's the right person to put that up to.
Yeah.
That's what the sideline said. Like, if you're gonna go and play basketball, play basketball with 22. But UVM was up to the challenge. That was a good defensive effort as well. As they're letting that
was a poach. Let them have the under. Don't let them go deep.
That was a cool layout.
Yeah.
Line number 9.
And it wasn't gratuitous. It was necessary. Oh, great grab.
How did he catch that?
Oh, and then to the end zone when the defense gives up. And
I thought 22 had the D there. Well, that was an entertaining first half, without a doubt.
Absolutely was.
8-6 in favor of UVM. And we, at halftime, have an interview coming up with the developer of the Maine Ultimate app. So stay tuned for that as we get set.
Where is she? And welcome in. I'm Mike Callahan. This is our halftime interview with Maine Ultimate's own Esther Davidas. Did I pronounce that correctly? I've only known you a year.
Yeah, Davidas.
Davidas, okay. She is responsible for that fantastic Lobster Pot app that hopefully all of you have on your phones for the players and family members of the players looking to track them down. Why don't you tell us kind of what went into the app and what's on the app?
Well, currently on the app we have game schedules. We have a teams tab where you can click on a specific team. It will take you to those teams' games. We have an auth feature where when you log in, you can access this specific My Game screen where you can just view all the screens that are happening for yourself for the day. What else? I think the cool thing about this tournament is that it's so big and you need people to drive you around to different fields. You need a lot of water everywhere, and so in the app you have features of requesting carts or requesting water for fields. Maybe you might need a trainer at field 40, which is very far from where they are, and so having an app where you can just ping for requests like that, I think is very helpful, and so that's one of the reasons why I built it for a big major event like this.
And it is fantastic because I've requested water several times and instantly, and you make the people kind of in charge of waters or shuttles administrators, so that once they get one notification, they can shut it off and not have a bunch of other notifications at the same time.
A little timeout feature so that if people request for it, they kind of just spam water requests.
So this has been a little bit of your baby. You are totally responsible. You were the only one who came up with this idea, I'm sure. But Having said that, the applications of this app are not just for this lobster pot, they're for future lobster pots and anything Maine Ultimate does, correct?
Yes, yeah, for every, I mean, I'm hoping that after this it would be for any tournament that Maine Ultimate organizes, and I hope that it can be versatile for just any event that we have here in Maine.
So on a more personal level, what is it about not just this ultimate community, but ultimate communities in general that has attracted you to it or embraced you so well?
I think maybe because I'm an ultimate frisbee player, that ultimate is my passion, and I think being in this community or having been in this community for so many years, I can see what's lacking and what's needed, and an app like this is just something we are. Again, I think with anything, we're moving into the future of technology, and so having something like this for a community that's growing, a sport that's growing, I think it should be a part of it. So yeah.
All right, well, thank you for your time, and we will be back for the second half momentarily. Thank you. And welcome back to Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine for Lobster Pot 2024, one of the quarterfinals game between UVM in the black and Syracuse in the white up to the right of your screen. UVM, after an exciting first half with lots of turns, up 8-6, receiving the pull. And the pull is going to drift to the near sideline. Caught by UVM. UVM again comes out in a horizontal stack. Good clear out there. And moving back to the middle of the screen, good swing there. Far side of the field and deep shot coming back, curling towards the front corner of the end zone, in the middle of the end zone. Caught for a point, UVM takes the first point of half, 9-6.
Well done by UVM. Oh, we have an injury called. Oh, he dropped it? Uh-oh.
So players take a knee whenever there's an injury that occurs or clears away. Looks like he might have just had the wind knocked out of him. But if you are watching the halftime interview, we have an app that we can contact a trainer and the trainer will be right over. And it was not a point.
No,
he actually dropped that. So Syracuse will take over at the front of their own end line. Now in that case, when there's an injured player, UVM substitutes a player in. Syracuse also has the option of subbing for a player, but as it's coming right in from half, they didn't want to do that.
And starting out, Syracuse is, tight window throw and a pile of bodies afterwards. Syracuse starting in a vert stack and rolling with it down the field.
Nice give and go there up the sideline. Looking for the around, can't get the around off. Now looking for the corner, and great
defense.
layout grab on the D.
That was going to be a tighter throw than the thrower thought because there was a defender coming on the back shoulder as well, poaching off of his player from the end zone. Syracuse trying to switch up on defense here as some cutters are coming in and out.
That's too low, and Syracuse jumps all over that. That's almost too high, but Syracuse comes down with it near side of the field.
Way to jump up and get that by the Syracuse player here.
Oh, again, a bunch of unforced errors here.
Tight throw there. That throw's got to be out and around, not at his feet. I want to check that frisbee too. I think that was stepped on pretty good. Let's see how it looks coming out of the hand here. No, it looks fine.
Pretty good.
No, it looks fine. Good defense.
Way to cut out the under. Good strike cut from UVM there, and
pick has been called. Yep.
Unlike in basketball, picks are not legal.
Let's see if UVM tries to get organized and play some catch with handlers here as their stack gets reset.
Now, I would have liked to have seen the hammer there, but the hammer likely would have been D'd, so I don't.
I want to see the hammer down at this other one with Syracuse in the end zone there. It was wide open. But
nice movement by UVM. Oh, that looked like it was an easy catch, and it just kind of, it was almost like it surprised him, got on him too quick.
It's also, I think just from our perspective, we just are uniquely positioned to not have a good view of how far away it was, because he's a very long and lanky guy. I'm surprised they overthrew him. Syracuse bailed out by some good fortune there. It happened to go right to their teammate.
Oh, and that's a hip check. That is, I don't know. That
foul call, but didn't affect the play, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I thought he called a pick when he purposely moved into the throwing lane. I don't know.
Good defense there. Looks like number one got inadvertently stepped on after the play.
UVM takes over near side of the field. Swings to the middle. Another pick called.
Yeah. This is what, when you go back to vert, sometimes you get these pick calls.
Oh, good deep shot there. That should be a point for UVM.
Yep, nice look.
Excellent work by UVM there.
It's a really nice throw.
It was
Got
beautiful.
a really
throw.
smooth
Easy to
forehand
run
motion.
under.
It looks like that throw is just turning his wrist, and it traveled like 65 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it 9-6, right? Yeah, good job by UVM, because that is the first point out of half.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9.
Long first point out of half.
Back and forth, back and forth. So some of the things, we have a massive tournament central, a couple of field sets over from us with a player's lounge, and there's a band playing music today. And the merchandise tent, as Mike is now, he is sporting another Sun shirt that he bought. Things from Breakmark and Be Ultimate. They're both here selling hats, like jersey material, short sleeve, long sleeve, hoodies. Yeah, phenomenal stuff by both companies. If you're not here in person, check out their websites, breakmark.com and Be Ultimate, B-E Ultimate. And all the stuff that they're selling here at this tournament is also available online. Yeah, check them out. They're happy to be here, and they both make very high quality gear. So good stuff as UVM Syracuse receives, my bad. Syracuse on the receiving end of this pull. Let's see.
Great pull, allows the defense to get down and get set.
Their stacks started really close on purpose to push the defense down the field and create the space, not allowing UVM to poach into the space, if that makes sense. And
Syracuse running their hoe stack. Again, good work by the Syracuse handlers here. And good throw to space there. Oh, good fake by 26.
There's a good dump throw, getting it out and around.
To space, allow your player to run onto it. Far side of the field. Syracuse with the disc, and we have...
There's a call.
Is it a travel call?
And you can see the UVM defender number 3 is trying to impact that front cone by sagging off his defender.
Oh, that is a risky, unnecessary throw.
Yep, didn't need that. Now UVM's off and running. He's got him if he wants him.
Syracuse trying to get...
So there was a call way back. I believe what they're discussing is there was a stall called by UVM when Syracuse threw that turnover because it was at a high stall count. And UVM played on, and Syracuse kind of sort of played on, but thought it was a play stoppage. So that's where the confusion is Syracuse feels as though they're out of position because of that, not acknowledging that play. But I guess we agree to disagree and just kind of move on. Syracuse is back in matched up, so here we go.
And UVM, middle of the field. Would have liked to have seen the scuba there.
I know. More upside down throws in this game. There's no win today. There's no excuse.
That's right.
Nice catch.
Nice grab by Jimmy.
Is he in bounds? He certainly thinks so.
Well, the offensive player always thinks so. Oh, good spot. Something happened there with 26. I don't know if he was out of bounds or he just kind of lost his man that he was trying to guard and streaked through the end zone.
Good conservation of self there by the Syracuse player with the dark shades and the hoodie there. Could have maybe tried to impact that play and decided it wasn't really worth the effort.
Yeah, that was, this is going to hurt.
He was too late, and it probably wouldn't have worked, so good job just kind of dialing it back.
Not committing a dangerous play.
Unfortunately for Syracuse, that makes it 10-6, so that's 2 points in a row for UVM coming out of half. At least one of those, that last one was a break. I can't recall who received the pull off of half,
UVM received the pull.
Okay, so that was an offensive hold. So a hold and a break for UVM. Syracuse getting out of sorts, kind of like they did earlier in the first half, where their timeout helped like galvanize them and get back into the game on defense. So even though they're receiving this pull, they need to obviously score this point. But this is really to kind of, again, reset, get back into that offensive identity, play their game. And on defense, they need to get that energy back. They need to dial it up where they were at when they made that 3-break run in the first half.
Yeah, Syracuse is going to have to win this game on defense.
Yes.
They're going to have to really, defense is about really, when you're evenly matched like this speed-wise, it's about desire and position. And if, one of those things you can always control, and that's desire. And deep pull to Syracuse, that might drift out of bounds.
Try and let it go, but it didn't.
Oh, just in bounds, but UVM doesn't cover, so
got an easy 20-yard first throw right there.
You don't want to give that up.
Surprising.
Nice swing there. Syracuse started. Oh.
Yep, it's gonna go back to the thrower because even though it was caught by Syracuse, UVM player stopped playing based on the pick call.
Correct.
And he could have made a play on the D, and he did not. So sends it back to the thrower. The UVM player's like, I wish I had knocked the disc down.
Well, and Syracuse had
watch that poach right there. He's got him
wide open in the corner of the end zone for the point.
All right, and a little sidekick celebration there by the Syracuse player. They needed that 0 point. Now the real test here. They got to dial it up on defense, and for UVM, their goal is to cruise, but not quite. They took their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
And started making some mistakes. They need to better match the intensity that's coming, and not let Syracuse back in the game again. Because I would, if I was coaching UVM, I would be worried that if we let them in the game again, they're not going to let it go this time. So, so you've got to shut the door, right here. They're coming out with a fiery D line. Walk it down and score, and just.
Yeah, that was a gamble on that, trying to get to the disc. The left is person, and I don't mind the gamble, but when you're unsuccessful, you're toast. You get there and you're like, no.
Yeah, you're the last person. When you play with fire, sometimes, it doesn't work. But I would guess that. 99 and the explosiveness that he brings to the field.
Correct.
The coaches, the teammates are okay with that decision because it's not really a roll of the dice with him. It's more of a coin flip that he's going to make that play, and that play is that play when he makes it is huge. So.
And I'm a firm believer. I don't mind the gamble, even if it fails.
No, because once you get the disc down that far, they're probably going to score anyway. So that's your chance to make a play.
Okay, so split stack.
Good switch by Syracuse.
Excellent switch by Syracuse, but you got to get that off faster. You got to get that swing off quicker. Now falling into a vert stack.
Yeah,
and finally an upside down disc.
Oh, slip by 7 as you said it was
that's
cut.
Too bad.
Gets out.
Hemian was going to be open on the under. Big under.
Yep. But they come out to this side, the near side of the field. He's open now. Good holster there, though. Running out of space. That throw's got to happen immediately.
Yeah. Oh, and that is a sweet throw.
It is.
And great catch. This is an unusual game for Max, who caught that. He usually throws the scores. He doesn't catch the scores.
11-7 now, and that's, again, that rule of thirds idea. It's thrown from the near third to the middle third, and you saw the defender was immediately under the disc, and there's nothing he can do. He can't catch up at that point.
Drifted right over his head.
Right over his head, and if he tries to get back in the play, he's probably going to foul the UVM player. So
yeah,
really
Max has had
look.
enough concussions. He doesn't need another one.
Real good look there, and that's what UVM needed to do here. And you can tell Syracuse knows that the hill that they had to climb became a mountain after that point.
That was a Syracuse really feels they missed an opportunity there.
We'll take a second for another one of our sponsors, Tyler Technologies. Tyler Technologies is here. They're over at the Players Lounge with a whole bunch of free frisbees and basically a pseudo job fair over there. Tyler Technologies, are empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. And another sponsor you've seen with the bright yellow signs, Ghost Energy, is here. They have their own sponsored field 40, with live music and a stadium-style announcer. So they have a live stream too, but the live stream's not mic'd up, but they have a stadium announcer.
The live stream's been killed for today because of difficulties with the phone that was being used there.
That's right. The live stream phone's not working on 40, but they still have a stadium announcer over there. Music. It's kind of a fun festival atmosphere, which is pretty cool for the kids too. And Ghost Energy they're always here every year. They love coming and sponsoring this.
Oh, it's open.
This tournament here as Syracuse goes to work.
That was a good throw away from the defender. Oh, and 32 wide open.
Stays with him to just kind of get the reset, which is good to utilize the open player. Good holster at 22. He wants his cutter there. Nice
and
throw.
That is going to be just out of reach. But that's a good gamble right there.
I thought 22 paced that throw out just right.
Yeah.
But the cutter was coming up on the back of the line there. That was a little bit out of reach. UVM takes over, vertical stack, kind of pushing it further away. It's not really a side stack, but giving him lots of room.
Away force. Oh, and a deep shot. Unusual for Ben Wall, but great catch. And that hurts.
UVM is putting Syracuse away now, getting whatever they want on offense.
Yeah.
12-7.
Syracuse needs a regroup here, and they're taking the timeout to get together and say, look, we need to stop the bleeding. Let's secure our offense. We're getting the disc.
So we're probably going to go right up to 15. This is a gut check for Syracuse, right? So you battled really hard in the first half. The second half has gotten away from you real fast.
Yep.
And so this is they know the first half is the reflection of their team. The second half is not. So you play out the string here. You work on some fundamentals. You establish a rhythm for your next game. It's unfortunate to most likely going to lose here in the quarterfinals, but this is, it's not just this one game. The rest of your day, you can still drop into the next bracket and win out and maybe even break seed. I don't know what seed they came in at, but seeding is kind of wonky at this tournament anyway, based off of last year's standings and stuff, which college teams always are changing and losing players to graduation. So, but it's this is more of a gut check here. We know what we need to do, and let's just focus on doing it.
Well, and this is the job of the coach is, okay, if we lose this game, which looks likely, but you never say that. Mm-hmm. You don't want the team who's trying to fight to get in the semis to just quit after the quarters.
Exactly.
You got to keep them together. You got to keep them in so that attitude that you build from every game, a loss or a win, carries you into the spring. Mm-hmm. And it shows your team, look, we're never going to give up. Even if we're just playing in whatever bracket we're playing, we're never going to give up. And that's what you have to do here as the coach.
On a more fun front here, I really enjoy the name Syracuse Doom, and the logo is on point. That is awesome. As a comic book nerd myself, any sort of nod to a massive villain is phenomenal. Love it. Good choice.
And
well done.
embrace it.
Yes.
Oh, and a good pull. That's going to curl back in and land in the field of play.
Woo!
Ooh, that
Going
was
for the
close.
run through there, UVM.
Oh, the under's open. Take it.
Yeah, they're trying to set up something in the deep space, but sometimes you got to take what the defense gives you.
You know, and UVM's letting that go. They're like, we're not going to, we know you want to throw it deep. We're not going to let you throw it deep. So take the under. Point's a point, no matter how you score it.
Exactly.
And that's, ooh. Yeah, those horizontal cuts don't work.
Well, they're just, the handlers, they're working on a tight time frame here because you only got 10 seconds, but the handlers are becoming active. Either they're becoming active too soon or the cut is coming too deep, too close to the handler before they're stopping and bailing out.
Oh, that is an interesting, oh.
That was a stall 9 bailout throw.
Yeah, I'd probably call a foul on that too because my back is turned, I can't see anything, and you jump.
He jumped through him.
Yeah, it's one of those, that's an unintentional foul that just, two players trying to go for the disc and it just happens.
Yeah, there's not like any malicious intent there, but that was a stall 9, like throw it as bail out to space. Good cut by 7. Again with 7,
the score.
Getting what he wants. Good job by Syracuse. 12-8. I'm just glad with that play there that nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
You know, like at this point in the game, you get a stall 9 and you throw up what can be maybe a hospital pass type thing. Is like, you just hope that nobody gets injured. So.
Yep. And it was one of those where if I'm the defender there, I'm like, oh, I can get that. I can get that without fouling him. And all of a sudden, he comes into play, and it's like, uh-oh.
Yep. We have a little bit of time left, so we'll do one more of our proud sponsors of the Lobster Pod Ultimate Frisbee Tournament. Chalkless. Chalkless is a grip enhancer that has patented technology, and it's engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. Chalkless goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone you have to feel to believe. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical. Chalkless helps you find your edge with game-changing grip.
Oh, I like the reversible too.
The reversible, yeah, pretty much.
Not sure what that is, but it's cool. It's a hooded character without a face. Very Halloween-y for this time of year.
And Star Wars-y too. The oh boy, my nerdness is failing. The little guys who like scrounge around for
the
medals.
Jawas?
Yeah, it looks like a Jawa.
Okay.
I mean, it's a hooded figure with like.
Well, I know what a Jawa is. I'm not sure you know what a Jawa is.
I do know what a Jawa is now.
I think
I remembered what a Jawa. I know what a Jawa is. I couldn't find the word.
I don't think you would have passed my friend's daughter's Star Wars test.
That was a fail. I am embarrassed. I should just put my microphone down and go home. That was embarrassing. I can't say I'm a Star Wars fan if I don't know what if I can't recall what the Jawa is.
So we were talking yesterday. I was thinking about this, about your vampirism. And
I'm still alive. It's sunny out. It must be only half vampirism.
No. See, Dracula, in the true history of Dracula, it's just that he was weakened in the sun. His powers were less.
I see.
Which led me to the conclusion that Obi-Wan Kenobi was a vampire. Your powers are weak, old man. So it was a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So he was probably the first vampire.
Probably, yeah.
And they're fighting obviously during the day on a space station.
Right, that's
making Darth Vader the first vampire hunter. Wow. He was saving the galaxy.
He was not
trying to rule it.
Wow. Nice catch.
Great grab by 41.
And that could also explain why in episode 3 when they dueled and it was nighttime.
Oh, his powers were not weak.
Anakin lost.
That's right.
Although the high ground has something to do with that. But,
yeah.
As they send the play back here,
I think it was a.
It was a pick, I think, but it kind of
But it
not
did not.
really sure.
Maybe. Oh, because I think they stopped playing upfield. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Very nice work by UVM here, near side of the field.
You can tell UVM.
I like the look.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but it floats, and just both players mistimed the jump.
Yep. That's
And
the impact of a good
just to the
defender,
ground.
though, too, is that like you know that this guy is right on you and that he's got mat ups as well. So you go and try to high point it and you misjudge it. See, the solution to that is my solution, which is have no ups whatsoever. So you can't ever high point something.
That's
you
right.
have to wait for it to come down.
You just use your body to box out like in basketball and hope that it works.
Oh, is he in bounds?
27. Oh.
He is in bounds. All right. That was close.
Oh, good defense again. UVM waiting for the.
Stay with it!
Stay with it! You've got the Callahan!
He's got it!
it!
The Callahan for UVM.
That was beautiful by UVM.
Wow. 13-8. The Callahan equates to like a safety in football. You score in the other team's end zone. Still only worth 1 point, but it is a very rare play indeed.
And it's an exciting play. You know, that would be one of those plays that if UVM was down by a point or two, could really cause a surge in energy and carry them through. And now it can just be like the dagger for Syracuse.
It is. Yeah.
The stake through the heart, to keep the analogy going. Or a lightsaber through the torso, either or.
So we're now at the 80-minute mark. 13-8.
Right, so the way, and I found this out this summer, I should have known this a long time ago, but now the cap is on.
Correct.
Right? If it goes on, once 1 point ends, it's automatically the start of the next point. So that's where
It goes on during a point.
Correct.
It takes effect when that point is from the end of that point onward.
correct.
Yeah. Yep. So we add 1. Right?
Right.
Yeah, so we're playing to first to 14 now, as
Now
opposed to 15.
now they might ignore the cap. Who knows? They might not be aware of the cap because not all coaches are paying attention to that, or necessarily care. They say, "Hey, we've got 90 minutes to play. Let's play."
Yeah, I think they'll pay attention today because
It
they're
does
playing
kinda
for something.
matter. Yeah.
And because UVM will want every minute of rest they can get between this game and the semis. And likewise for Syracuse, they'll want some rest to recoup and get ready for their next game.
22 again with a deep shot to 10, and just, oh my goodness, just out of reach.
Yeah. Wasn't able, it was a little too high to go attack it and too much on it to run it down. But it's the right look though. Right look at 22 shaking his head, but it's the right look, just off by a little bit, which is kind of how this game's gone for Syracuse.
So UVM will take over on their own end line, coming out in a host stack.
Going to initiate from the side again, pushing everybody else downfield.
I do like that, and takes the easy open look. Lefty, and that's a deep shot to the end zone. 4 players,
Well
and
done.
UVM player comes up with it.
Way to run that one down.
Absolutely.
That backhand carried forever. 14-8 in favor of UVM. And it looks like they are acknowledging cap, so we're lining up. Yep, well done.
Nice work by both teams, but just UVM had too much. They were too aggressive on defense and were able to hold serve enough to do it. And Syracuse just, UVM looked like the better team.
So UVM moving on to semis, and Syracuse dropping down a bracket. I'm looking to see where that's going to put them. It's going to put them in a placement game. I'm not quite sure which one yet, but we'll see where they end up. So we'll see you here back for the next round.
Look for our new fan fiction, Darth Vader Vampire Hunter, coming soon.
Yeah, Tom and Mike, we'll see you soon.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the time. Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it. He throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me. Oh my gosh! One of the plays of the year.
be happy but never satisfied.
We should have a link over here somewhere on one of
The
these.
final day.
Yeah, like it's on the main Ultimate
play
thing.
here
That's just
in
the Field 24 stream
2024.
instead of the
We are
25. But yeah, it's on.
Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine, on this beautiful fall day in still technically mid-October. I am Mike Callahan alongside videographer Maxine Rumiel, and of course my broadcast partner Tom Myers. Tom, that first game was really exciting. What do you think?
It was really exciting. I apologize, I forgot I had my microphone on. I was giving directions to the field behind us. Yes, that first game was really exciting. We had a quarterfinal matchup in the men's upper division, and now we get a quarterfinal matchup in the mixed division. We've got Clark, and we've got the University of Massachusetts. One roster much bigger than the other. Clark, the humongous number of players. University of Massachusetts, the smaller group. UMass coming in as the 1 seed. I believe they're undefeated yet from yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Clark is the 8th seed, so we'll see how this game goes. We chatted with the Clark players beforehand. They're here to have a good time and learn a lot of Ultimate. They have players that this is their first tournament. And UMass obviously has aspirations of winning the mixed bracket. So two different goals, but coming together for a quarterfinal matchup here.
And quite frankly, there's something special, and this is why we do this tournament every year. There's something special about your first tournament being the Lobster Pot, because quite frankly, Maine Ultimate puts on a great tournament. There's Tourney Central with, some parents have called it the bouncy house, but it's actually an inflatable obstacle course. There's games, there's great merchandise, especially sun hoodies if you're interested. And
Food trucks
and all sorts of activities at Tourney Central. The fields are in excellent condition. I'm sure Strip B has some fields that are questionable. They always do. Many of the fields are lined, but you've just got, almost close to 90 teams from all over the Northeast, as far away as Buffalo and New Jersey. And it's just a great atmosphere, and it's a great time. And to have this be your first tournament is something that will hopefully keep you coming back, in addition to just the great sport of Ultimate. So we do have Clark in the white and UMass in the dark. UMass is to the right of your screen, while Clark is to the left. And looks like Clark is pulling.
Yes, looks like Clark's going to be pulling to start, wearing the white jerseys, and UMass in the darker colors, kind of conglomeration together.
So we've got Vacation Land end zone, which is where Clark is, and the Lobster Pot end zone on the right. And of course, we have our Impact Melanoma shade over on the far sideline, which is a little hard to get the shade because you can see on the camera the shadows are behind it because of the angle of the sun, but at least it provides some relief from a surprisingly intense sun for mid-October. And we have the pull. Yeah. Oh, that's coming back in. That was directly at the camera. Oh, and it does not come back in.
It came back and then it helixed back out again. Yeah, there were some parents commenting yesterday on this section of the Wainwright Field complex. There is no shade anywhere. When you get down into the longer strip fields 1 through 15, there is some shade on one side because of the tree line, but out here, there is no shade. It is just open fields. As Clark coming out in a zone defense to start.
And it is looks like a force zone.
Looks like they're forcing it to go to the far side of the field. They maybe know that they have maybe a bit of an athletic mismatch not in their favor, so they want to generate a turn, and they do.
Excellent read on that hand block there by the Cup.
Setting a stack is Clark, looking for a deep look right away.
And just out of reach of 50.
It's a good run.
One of the players we were talking to on the Clark sideline.
Yeah. Yeah, a fellow Maine resident. As they're going to set it up again. The key here is for their Cup to be not quite as deep as the cutters are. They throw a scuba to get it over the Cup, does UMass. Looking a bit unsettled here. Their popper's not really doing a lot of movement as they go over. Well, if you have throws like that, I guess you can kind of just do that if you want.
Yeah.
There was a lot of space to take advantage of, so.
But again, that Cup really doing a good job of,
good bid.
Almost with the layout. Almost got to that.
Tossing the sunglasses.
Trying to keep them, ooh.
He might be out of bounds.
He might be out of bounds.
He is out of bounds.
No, you came back in after you caught the disc.
Yeah, he's going to call himself in. Like that's unfortunate. He was out of bounds, but that's all right. Let's see if Clark can generate, another turn here as they try to move the disc around. UMass handlers doing some movement.
Get to the point. Good job by the Cup.
But again, their poppers are kind of downfield really far, kind of just like.
That's what they need there is that popper space to be really active, because there is plenty of space available in the middle. They just need to, like that. That is excellent position, but you got to get that. The blade is fine, but you got to get it down quicker, like that one.
Well, but as Clark is melting to a person defense, trying to match up, doing a pretty good job of it.
As UMass is right by the goal line, gets it back. Far sideline, and nice effort and nice way to avoid injury by the Clark player.
Good job by Clark on defense there, generating another turnover. Yeah, and Clark certainly has the numbers to run 3 different Cup players in every point if they want to.
Long first point here for Clark and UMass. Good swing there, get it off the line. Now we're clogging up a little bit.
Yeah, they need to spread themselves out and utilize some more space as they look upfield.
And that was a collision.
Is everybody okay? Yep, they're all okay. A lot of players down on that one. Kind of, when the stall gets high, sometimes it's tough to resist the urge to cut, but sometimes you just end up getting in the way. Clark staying person now. It's going to be hard for those Cup players after a long point of Cup running to then match up person, but a drop by UMass.
Uncharacteristic. So now Clark takes over again. They might need a timeout. That's just great bracketing by UMass.
If I'm Clark and and they get it down to about the 15-20 yard line, I would use a timeout.
And
but there's a pick called. Yep. I'm gonna go back to the thrower, number 14.
Yeah, so because the cuts are coming primarily, you can't move, from the back of the stack, UMass is just bracketing. So in order to combat that, Clark needs to become more creative in their stack.
Unfortunate throwaway by Clark there, just threw it straight into the ground. UMass set up with getting into an end zone look here. or trying to
Looking for that in the corner. Oh, unable to come up with that. That's a tough blade to try and catch over your head, reaching up.
Yeah.
That's a tough catch.
Tough look, but
and I like this move by Clark. They are taking their time don't jog, taking their time to get the disc in order to give their cutters a little bit of a break.
that now we'd like to see some more space in there. The handler's going to correct their space. Their 60 is going to widen out. I'd like them to widen out even more, but the stack's in a better spot here. They're going deep, looking for the tall guy, trying to create some
drifting
space.
Towards this sideline, and both players fighting, and clean fight. Deep shot up the sideline. That's not coming back. That is not coming back.
That never came in. That is probably going to go all the way back to where the thrower threw it from, because he did it correctly. You are allowed to establish your pivot foot inbounds. Your pivot has to be established inbounds. You are allowed to step out of bounds and throw, but you run the risk of this happening. If it never comes back in, then the other team gets to take the disc where you threw it from, which is the 10-yard line.
No, it's not. Now it's not huck and play D. Now it's
Yeah, now Clark is now in position to take us a 1-0 lead here. If they can get this in, they go a hammer.
And they get the crossfield hammer.
Gonna be a foul. Oh, he didn't call a foul. I thought he was going to call a foul there.
Yeah, it looked like he prevented him from jumping.
It looks like, from our look, it looked like the UMass player went into the back of number 9 and he couldn't even get up to jump for it, but maybe not. And now we're in an interesting defense here where we have some matchup.
Good cover by Clark, but they got to make sure that they got a last back here. Oh, that was a great cut by 17 of UMass. So now UMass moving the disc. Nice blade to the front. Oh, right at the front of the end zone or in.
He's in, yeah. Point by UMass, but that was a battle.
Yes, it was. There are multiple types of defenses to play. You can play person, which is where you guard a specific person for the entire point, more or less. You might switch on and off depending on positioning. And then there's zone, and there are a lot of different zones. And this one looks like it's a typical 3-person cup, which means 3 people around the disc at all times and following the disc. But they're setting up, instead of having one person as the mark and one person as a point opposite the mark, they're trying to force a sideline so that they can trap it on that sideline and make it a really difficult throw, because you've got someone in the middle behind the cup trying to take away all that space, working in tandem with the wings that are on or near the sideline and pinching into the field or up the field, depending on where the disc is, and then a deep playing free safety. Looks like Clark wants to force a sideline to essentially make it a very difficult throw and force them to go only on the sideline, increasing their odds of getting a turnover.
Yeah, they're trying to play the odds here and forcing UMass, trying to dictate some of where UMass is going to go with the disc. What I also thought was intriguing, and this could have just been hot because that point was a long point, but at the very end there, Clark did not match up on women matching, men matching players. One of their women matching players marked up on the UMass handler, who ended up catching the point down there, and their very tall gentleman guarded one of the women matching players in the stack. So instead of matching up based on women matching, men matching, they matched up based on position on the field.
Yeah.
And knowing that they can then also switch when those players will, if they change position.
Correct.
So that was pretty neat to see too. And now
UMass comes out with their own zone.
Their own zone, a similar look. As the cup kind of gets broken, Clark goes right through it.
That is a great throw towards this side of the field.
Now they need to relax and reset.
Yep.
There they go. It looks like Clark has played against a lot of zone before.
Oh, and that is a great throw, but a little bit floaty, but caught
He's in
by Clark for the point. Boy, that middle handler is really good. They are just all the throws.
So the prediction from the Clark team when we were talking to them before the game was that they were prepared to be bageled by the 1 seed, by UMass today. Bagel being scoring 0 points. So the elation from the Clark team is most likely based on the fact that they will not be bageled. They've gotten one on the 1 seed, the heavily favored UMass team. It looks on that point, at least, that Clark is comfortable, at least with that grouping of players on the field, comfortable playing zone offense against the zone, they worked through that very easily. The last pass was a bit of a risk, but they looked comfortable. I would not be shocked if we don't see that from UMass again.
No. UMass might have been trying to save legs by running zone because they are a little bit short on numbers. But they they do have a lot of athleticism, so they might want to try and take advantage of that on defense instead.
I think the reason for the zone for UMass is they're trying to take advantage of the fact that Clark has a lot of newer players and a lot of inexperienced throwers, and the zone offense, when it moves around, when it forces the offense to use everyone on the field.
Right.
And whereas when you play person defense, it's easier to run the offense through 2 or 3 people. The zone forces more people to touch the disc and more people to make throws when things are a little congested and not really defined of like who's where and who's guarding what. So zone really affects newer throwers in a negative way. So I think they were running it that way to try and take advantage of that part of Clark's roster. In this instance, it didn't work.
But what I liked that we did see from Clark there is when clearly one of their new players touched the disc, they didn't panic, they didn't try and force anything, they took their time and they made the smart decision and the good decision, and that saved the point.
Yeah, good job by 19 of UMass here to keep that point going. Nice catch by 31.
Yeah, UMass now looks very comfortable against this zone.
Well, the difference here is that this group of handlers for the University of Massachusetts was not on the field last time. As 18 drops it, this group of 3, there's 2 different handlers out of this group of 3. They moved the disc immediately.
Yeah.
They didn't hold on to it at all, and the cup never got set. And once that happens, the athleticness, the athletic advantage the UMass players have comes into play when you don't have a cup in your way.
A deep shot up the field by Clark, but just too far for number 2.
Yeah, good run, good idea too. You had the space and the cut was there. So let's see, and this is where Clark's zone defense needs to be closer, needs to be in front here. Number 2 needs to be further down the field, just too deep.
Let the deep
influence number 18, not number 6 out here, but they'll figure it out as they keep practicing. And UMass needs yards here, which they get. Looking to the middle, that's not there, and they need to move it around. Yep.
Yeah, and just take the easy.
There they go.
Take the wide.
And go to 31.
Wide side of the field, and now it's wide open. Holster, wait for help.
Then they'll go back around again. Yep. Around and over here, and then hopefully, a rush throw. Thank goodness the grass is so short. That's why you take your time here. There's no reason to rush any of these throws, because if UMass just keeps making decisions like this, they're going to walk this in the end zone. Nice throw to 18.
Near side of the field, at about the 8.
Clark's going to try and match up.
Oh, good holster there. You could see him wanting to make that throw and then seeing the Clark defender baiting it. That was a good holster.
Well, that Clark defender was not within 10 feet of number 37 on UMass, but they called the pick anyway. There they go. And slip on the throw. Nice defense.
Throw, but
95 slipped when he planted.
Yeah.
And that really affected the accuracy of that throw. Good effort, though. Defense by Clark. Another battle of a point here.
Yeah. So now taking over on the far cone.
And they're going to slide the stack over to create all this space out here to cut in, making it much easier for the cutters to work, although the poach off the handler is affecting this throw. Nice job. Staying on the line.
Like to seem to try and move that to this side of the
field. There they go.
Bit, like that.
Good cut. Now another.
Yeah, very good work by Clark. And just out of reach.
Good cut by 44. Just a little bit too far.
Good help deep. Oh, but then came off it, but doesn't matter.
This is a good double help. We had the help from the Clark player number 60 helping, and then the player with the disc, that wasn't his person either. He peeled back as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more space in this Clark stack. They're going to be really close together, and that's going to cause a pick.
In front of the stack's a little too close, but in front of the stack's so close you can't do a lot. But
yeah.
But that works if you get it off there and out here. Now you're in business. If you can go back around again if you need to. Oh boy!
Wow, I'm not sure why that was a flick.
That is a step backhand, and maybe even just a holster and a weight. You don't need to throw that then. But UMass sets up here on the end zone, looking to score this point. Clark's now matched up.
Good defense. That's really good defense by Clark. You know, taking away the space. Oh, and that's going to be a point.
She's
for
in.
UMass.
They're in.
The
Nice
far
job by
corner
UMass.
of the end zone. Yeah, I like that defense. We saw one of the Clark defenders move back into the open space to take that corner away initially. That's really smart, heady defense.
Yeah, that makes it 2-1 UMass, but every point has been a struggle for both teams.
I mean, this. If Clark can keep this up and keep, trading punches a little bit, they can really wear down this UMass team.
Yeah. So while we reset our lines here for the next point, you've probably seen it on our live stream, the Impact Melanoma Suntents. Mike had mentioned that earlier. They're one of our sponsors for this tournament. Did you know that melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States? Protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen SPF 30 or higher, seeking shade, wearing a hat, and avoiding tanning beds. Check your skin. Melanoma is 99% curable when caught early. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. So glad to have them here.
You'll also see some arm signals here in a mixed game. The arms straight out, kind of mimicking the ovaries, uterus. That's female. The arms curled up, male, matching. So that the offense or that the defense can, if they want to match up with women matching or men matching, they can do it by those hand signals.
Yeah, just informing the other team who is matching.
You know what I haven't seen yet is, now maybe it's just because I didn't pay attention to it, I haven't seen 4-3 women matching.
I haven't seen it yet.
And they're supposed to do that. But there could have been an agreement prior to the game between the coaches.
Clark with the unfortunate turnover close to their own end zone here, kind of forcing a pass into the middle of the stack, and UMass takes over. Thought about the lefty scuba, that would have been cool, but holsters it for something more, for a better decision.
Well, the lefty scuba at least would have been his dominant hand.
Nice throw to space here.
That was a great throw
Well
to space.
done, good cut.
You know what I'm liking to see here from Clark, too, is despite that it is a really close game, they're rolling all their players through.
They are. It's 3-1 UMass. Clark mentioning that they would bring multiple teams, but travel and accommodations is expensive, and they are mostly a individually funded team. So the players fund their ultimate season themselves.
Right.
So it is expensive, and so they choose instead to bring a large unit and try and play everybody that way. Which you can do at a tournament like Lobster Pot. You can't do that at USAU sanctioned events like sectionals where you have a limit to the roster you can bring. This group, I haven't counted them, but I would guess they probably exceed the roster limit. But, there's a lot of players. But yeah, so, and you see that line looked like it had a more of a newer player vibe than the groups that they've been rolling with previously. So kind of the stack was kind of slow to initiate, not a lot of confident decisions and throws. But so Clark they can compete with the 1 seed when they play their 7 best players.
And a lot of that, a lot of the funding issues have to do with the schools themselves. Do the schools classify this as a varsity sport, in which case it falls under Title IX, and funding has to be provided by the school, or is it a club sport, in which case it is primarily student funded. UMass in the dark, pulling from the Lobster pot end zone, right to left. Clark receiving, will be short of the end zone, but it'll skip a little bit. Near side of the field. Coming out in a vert that's a little bit junky. Not a lot of activity from the cut, but finally get some cuts going.
We set it back to the thrower. We got a.
Well, that's because we've got the bracketing.
Yep.
Oh.
Yes, yeah.
Push pass, long distance push pass. Oh, great throw up the sideline to the middle of the field, and he's just tall.
Extremely tall.
And that was a good put in a good spot, but just tall and athletic, you can't account for that.
Oh, nice catch.
Now Clark doing their version of a little bit of a bracket here, trying to do some switching. Oh, and just out of reach of 31.
Good try by 31. Clark gonna set a stack.
Yeah, trying to get it off that sideline to create a lot of space to throw into, so it's not just jamming it up the sideline.
If they put the disc in quickly, they could have done it before the UMass player matched up down here on their
that would have been the smart
reset.
thing to do. Oh, I like the idea, but only fake the hammer. Oh, nice crossfield, near
Nice
side.
cut.
Oh, she's open. No, don't hit her.
They had a deep look down the field too. Got to make a decision here. There you go. Stay with it.
Yeah, good work by Clark here, and good work in not abandoning on that long dump. Everyone came back to help. That's really good offense by Clark.
Yeah, they have a good set of fundamental skills. They want to throw it over. They do a good job with their dumps and their swings. So fundamentally, a pretty good looking team here. The stack's in a good spot.
Yeah, they just need to get a little bit more work coming out of the stack, but that's going to come with more practice time, right?
And just more experience, yeah.
Oh, and a good throw. Oh! Into the end zone with the head spike.
With the head spike. Oh my goodness, that was a great focus on that catch by 50. The thrower owes her I don't know, some sort of
they're
just that throw was right back into traffic through a bunch of people. Just throw it to the pylon next time.
Lead her to the pylon.
That was a great catch. That makes it 3-2. Still, UMass is still up, but Clark is not going away.
Yeah, that top line by Clark is really tough to play against.
Yeah, there's a high effort through all 7 players. And again, this does show you, yes, the cuts need to be cleaned up and timed better, and, some of them are kind of flat, and, but overall, there's a lot of good fundamentals here, and you can see how that fundamentally sound ultimate is vital, it's important, and it can really help level the playing field, because, Clark is not beating themselves in this game.
Correct.
UMass is gonna, if Clark keeps playing like this, UMass will have to take it from them because they're not giving UMass anything.
And what I liked about that line is they have 3 really confident handlers, and they put one of them in the stack. Say, you are going to be in our emergency when nothing else is going on, because they do have a little inexperience with cutting out of the stack, and their cuts out of the stack are kind of, it's like they're waiting for the handlers to do something instead of activating themselves. And having that 3rd handler in the stack allows them to start moving the disc when things start looking dire.
Clark getting ready to pull here. UMass. Receive. Let's see if Clark goes person. Usually when they've pulled, they've set a zone each time. So I'm guessing they're going to do that again. But let's see as it goes out of
especially with
bounds.
this landing out of bounds, it gives them time.
They are matching up person.
It looks like it's matchup person.
Matching up person.
With a side stack here from UMass.
Now the off handler here for Clark, number 11, is really, they're in a good spot now. They weren't before, but they've corrected it. They really want to make sure the strike cut doesn't happen from this off handler here.
Right.
As they reset into the stack
that'll open
now,
everything up. Now here's what I'd also like to see. Instead of jogging upfield, matching the speed,
Nice
get
throw.
to your spot to cut something away, and that's a good throw up the sideline to space.
So that point was UMass saying, our athletes are better than your athletes.
Yep.
We're faster, we're quicker, and we're going to score. So, and there's not a whole lot that Clark can do with that. His strategy only goes so far, especially when you set a kind of almost like a side stack looking like that.
Yeah.
It creates, that's what the side stack is good for, is if you're not going to poach off of it, it's an isolation play all the way up the field, one-on-one, and if you know your one is better than their one, it's going to work as long as you keep the throw in play. So 4-2 in favor of UMass. And we play Ultimate Frisbee with, I mean, you could use any Frisbee that you want, but tournaments and, and high-level Ultimate is always played with a Discraft Ultra Star. Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of USA Ultimate, your place for all your Ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. Yes, specifically a white Ultra Star is what is, the whole line is approved for her tournaments, but you never see a tournament played with any other color except white.
My first disc that I bought was orange, and it with the logo of a specific surf shopping, Cocoa Beach, Florida, which I will not mention because they are not a sponsor.
And it seems odd, but the plastics with the different colors, whether it's orange, black, blue, whatever, they behave differently in the sun. The darker colors get softer faster. The glow plastic is really brittle, so it does, the color actually makes it feel different.
And
It probably
I've
doesn't fly
heard
different, but it
that
feels different.
oh well, I can't pick up the disc. I can't pick up the spin of the disc with a colored disc. And it's like, well, I can. So you just don't want to. That's all.
Black and blue is harder to pick up, but
Oh yeah.
but those are hard to pick up. But anyway, Clark with the disc here.
Oh, that's a good cut.
Yeah, good cuts here. Good job by 11. The stack's a little bit disorganized. Now they're back in it.
Yeah, it's you've got the problem is you've got people trying to push the stack back, and people trying to move up in position to cut.
Well,
and that's causing a lot of confusion in the middle, and that is
good read though.
Good read, but I think she's going to be out of bounds.
Be out of bounds, but it's a great read, a great way to go and attack it. Yeah, she's out of bounds. The other thing that was happening was the front of the stack from Clark was, you're right, they were moving the stack downfield, which is good, but then they were also setting the stack and then cutting, and they weren't checking over their shoulder.
Right.
So they were cutting their own teammates off, which usually, 1 plus 1 is a good, it equals 2, it's a good thing. But here, 1 plus 1 equals 0. If you both cut, you cut each other off, and then no one's open. UMass
and good handler movement here, even though one of them cheats because he plays for the left hand.
Oh, it's sailed
that
on
is
the cutter.
a great follow by 21.
Way to be in the right place at the right time and follow the disc for
They
sure.
saw it all the way. Oh, and that's going to be a point in the back of the end zone. Oh!
They were right on the line. The throw brought them right to the back line.
They
and
might
tried
have
to
been
make a
worried
play.
about being out, and we're trying to do a greatest.
They were worried about, and based on how open number 6 was, keep that in bounds, buddy. Keep that to in bounds.
All you
that's
got to
a
do
point.
is keep it in field of play, and that's a point.
Yep. Good effort to make it work by 6. As Clark takes over.
Again, Clark hanging tough, playing tough. Really impressed with this team today. Given that their comments before the game where they were a little worried about being able to keep up with the 1 seed. They have some talent. They got some talent. There's no doubt. Yeah, look that off.
However,
trying to get wide, it's a
throw.
little bit floaty, but that's going to be a pick, and that did affect play.
Yeah, there was a pick, and right now what's happening too is Clark is, based on the people on the field, maybe people less comfortable with cutting from the handler position back, even with the disc, and maybe even behind it, and so they're all running downfield to be a cutter and stranding their people with the disc with no options. The 91 throw behind his cutter as UMass takes a shot.
And that's going to be right at the back line.
He's out of bounds too. Yeah, he's out of bounds.
Just out of bounds. You got to keep it in bounds.
It's a good
20
look.
yards. There's a lot of space.
A lot of space. I could see, even though we put the signs here to help in the back, but I could see that going in that direction, the depth perception being a little off, even though you have the goalposts, but you also have the cars back there.
Yeah.
It can be a little hard to tell where the field ends, but.
Oh, and that looked like a high stall count, punt, or just miscommunication.
High stall count, punt just to get it away. UMass looking a bit out of sorts as they get set up here, maybe kind of a lot of confusion.
Near sideline to the front corner of the end zone for the point. And UMass scores, making it 5-2.
5-2. Good job by the University of Massachusetts being patient there, taking what was given to them. Another one of our sponsors here from Lobster Pod and Maine Ultimate is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. As it looks like we have a timeout on the field, and the University of Massachusetts team is playing Duck Duck Goose during the timeout. Hilarious. That's awesome. This is things you don't expect to see
in a quarterfinals game.
In the quarterfinals game is a playground game of Duck Duck Goose.
I'm guessing that this timeout was called by Clark just to kind of keep them in the game mentally. You've given up a couple of deep shots in a row, even though a couple didn't connect, and we can see the coach. He's talking about the mark. He's talking about the force.
Yep.
He's trying to communicate and get the players on the field to communicate where they want the disc to go. And also this timeout may be to kind of settle them down and say, look, we're still in this game. Don't let it get away from you for the rest of the half. Keep fighting.
Well, and so far, the University of Massachusetts has proven that they will turn the disc over.
Yes.
And so the mark and holding the force consistently all the way down the field and getting the mark set is very important, especially when you know from a team standpoint that most of the time Clark is giving up an athletic advantage to the University of Massachusetts. And if you then also don't mark correctly, then you're giving the more athletic team access to the easy side of the field, and that just makes defense. It allows UMass to be able to score in 2 to 3 throws as opposed to having to score in 10 throws, and within those 10 throws, UMass has turned the disc over quite a lot.
Yeah.
So the mark and setting it and keeping it is really important, especially when you know that you're giving that up. You know you're not as fast. You know that you're not as quick. Make UMass work, and then take advantage of their turnovers when they give them to you.
And there's a natural tendency of being on the mark, of trying to get the hand block, to sort of bastardize a phrase from Bull Durham, hand blocks are fascist. Keep your force on, allow your defense to make the play that's more democratic. But it is, you gotta trust, it's trusting your teammates to be in the right position, because if you get out of position, now they're out of position, and it's not their fault.
Right.
So keeping honest on the mark, not gambling, not reaching too far with that front arm, and then having the mark pivot around you and break you easily. You got to avoid that.
Yeah, and staying disciplined, because UMass top to bottom is a lot of experienced players who've played a lot of Ultimate, and so you, as a newer player, it is hard to not fall for the fakes, to not really react and overreact to the big pivots that the UMass players are making. But they're doing that for a reason, because they want to move you to get the breakthrow that they want. And if you don't let them try your hardest to not let them have it, they're all smart players. They'll take the open side throw, but they'd rather have the breakthrow. So as a team, they have to remain disciplined, and inevitably you're going to have a newer player from Clark matched up on a really experienced player from UMass, and that's what they're talking about. It's like, even though this person's played a lot of Ultimate, don't give in, don't give them what they want, because we need to play as a unit to have a shot in this game.
It looks like they're trying to spell something.
They are trying to spell something. The perspective's they're a little too far away, but they're trying to spell something.
If we had the drone, sure. That does look like that was an M. But
good job.
Yeah, so I also think that that's you just have to play sound. A good thrower is going to break the mark.
Yeah.
If you have a good mark, you still can get broken.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember playing in a club tournament against a team, and Derek Wyman, this fantastic Ultimate player, I was on him, and I was telling my teammates, all right, I'm still be on the mark, but he's a really good player. He might break me. And someone said, well, then I'll take the mark, and they got broken. I'm like, see, I told you, he's a good player. He's going to break your mark. There's just only so much you can do. However, you can make it a lot harder by not getting out of position.
Exactly. So after that timeout, UMass pulling in the dark jerseys here to Clark in the white jerseys.
I'm sure UMass didn't mind the length of that timeout.
No. The score is 5-2 in favor of University of Massachusetts. Nice pull.
Oh, that's a great pull. That's going to be deep in the end zone.
And deep in the end zone with good hang time.
Clark moving the disc. Oh, and taking the deep shot right off the bat. 44 running it down. Oh, that's killer.
That throw was perfect.
That was a
Clark
perfect
player.
throw.
Oh, and UMass gives it right back with a drop. Unfortunate. Good
Trying
effort.
to do a side stack now.
Going to push that stack over, but they need to work at it now.
Yeah, the problem is they were too slow in getting into the side stack. But that's
walking
another
to the
throw
stack.
to 44. This time he comes down with it in the end zone. Clearly that's what he wanted. The first throw was short. He's like, I'm not catching this. I'm not in the end zone.
That throw was an easier catch. The first one was a running downfield, reaching up with your dominant hand, turning the wrist out to the right side. That's a hard one to make. But yeah, made that play. Good job. I mean, they'll want to work on clearing out and setting the stack up quickly. Instead of the players were literally walking. Which is not the effort level you want to see, but then they scored the point, so it's 5-3. Good job by Clark. Again, taking advantage of a UMass turnover. So, excellent work, guys. I think UMass is realizing they have to try a little harder in this game than they might have thought coming in. So we'll see, what does Clark do on defense here? Are they going to throw a zone again? UMass did seem to figure it out, but it might be worth trying it again just to give it a shot, see what happens. But we'll see what they can do on this point. This is a similar group of people who ran the zone the last time earlier in the game that Clark's putting on the field. So, and UMass just needs to clean it up. Execution, throws and catches. The cuts are there, the throws are there, they're just dropping them.
Yeah, I think they just need, this might be a good wake-up call for UMass. Say, we can't just go out there, show up, throw the disc, and we're going to win. Mm-hmm. This Clark team is scrappy. Every game is effort. So Clark in the white, left of the screen, pulling to the Lobster pot end zone.
Yep, as they get set up here, you know, if you're watching and you're here at the Wainwright Field Complex, definitely check out our Players Lounge and the food trucks and everything over that way. It's cool merchandise for sale.
Oh, and there's coffee.
There's coffee too, which after this game, I'm gonna borrow a cart and drive over there, I think, to get some. There's a lot of cool stuff over there. The merchandise is great from Breakmark and Be Ultimate. Everything that's available over there is also available online. I haven't checked it out today. I'm sure they're going to start selling out of stuff because some of the designs are really, really cool. So if you haven't been over there yet, get on over there as we're back in action. UMass receiving. And yes, it is a zone. They're coming out in another 3-3-1 zone here by Clark. Again, with number 10 being the permanent marker, trying to force them to throw it to keep the disc on the far side of the field if they can, and not let it get over here. That's the idea.
Ten's gotta stay that mark, take that initial swing away.
Yep. And so this is what it wants. This zone wants the disc to be doing what it's doing right now. Go back, go out to the far side, and then come back again. They're doing a good job of making this happen and not letting the next throw happen to the middle of the field.
And the wings this time doing a better job of putting pressure on the middle of the field.
The wings are flexing into the middle, which is making those throws really hard to do as well. And here's
that's
a
good
shot.
throw. Now that's a good play by 8.
Yep.
Could have been a dangerous play, but opted for the safety.
So good job by you, the University of Massachusetts, working through this zone. What I always told the students that I coached, and what I told my club teammates and things too, is that when we play zone defense, if we're doing the zone defense correctly, we will get one shot to turn the disc over. The offense might turn it over themselves, but we will get one throw to make a play, and that's the play we have to make. The throw on that point was that throw to number 6, the woman matching cutter there. That was the throw that the zone wants to force. The deep just didn't quite get there that time. So that's you will have one, and you've got to make the play. I'm not saying he should have tried to make the play because he was out of position and it would have caused you an injury. But that's the one throw that they had their shot at.
Yep.
So Clark goes back. If I was coaching Clark, I'd say that was a great zone. We did our job. We made them make one uncomfortable throw, and we didn't make the play. So, sometimes it just doesn't work. But
and that is something. I would especially at this tournament, I would much rather see the safe play than I'm going to get the disc at all costs.
Right. And so that makes it 6-3 in favor of the University of Massachusetts.
And I did text Esther. I said the next iteration of this wonderful app that she created needs a coffee order button. But only for the media crew.
Yes.
Because if you have a cart, you can get coffee at any time. And the pull is out of bounds, so it will allow the defense and the offense to set up.
Which is good because Clark needs the stack to have some order to it, and there it goes. It was looking like a blob.
A little bit.
Now it's better.
It's a side stack, but it's, you can get into that faster.
Now their spacing is right.
And that was the right idea.
Great cut by 50 before this was in play. Bummer.
I was open.
Oh, yeah, they were open.
And that technically is a pick.
Okay, now go out. Good reset.
Ooh, risky reset there.
Now the stack needs to adjust.
That's a good cut, but didn't see it in time.
Good throw. The stack didn't push back to that
50
handler
with the 50 is just the bailout person. Understandably, as a senior.
High stall count.
And that's a high stall count. Oh, but you have 2 people streaking deep. Oh, she was trying to wave him off, and he stole it from her. Boom.
He was telling him to get away. He took it. Oh, that's going to be an awkward car ride back to Clark afterwards. Get away, get away. No,
Get away, I got
this.
This is mine. No, I'm taking it from you.
Boo. No, just kidding. So, stall 9, huck it. Basically, who cares if it's a turn or not, but you got athletes who are fast and they run it down. 6-4, Clark will not go away.
Nope. Really, really, there was some good. There's some good and bad in that play, in that set for Clark. In that they started out cutting really well, then they got stagnant. Mm-hmm. And again, a lot of that is going to work itself out when these newer players get more experience.
Absolutely.
But also, I mean, it happens at a lot of levels.
It does.
You get a little bit hesitant in your cut going, is it my cut? Should I wait? That's why I'm a fan of, if you're doing a vertical stack, there's almost always a force. So instead of standing in a line front to back, stand side to side. That way you can look up the field and down the field, and if no one behind you's cutting, make that cut. Who cares where you are in the stack?
Face the sideline, face your defender.
Correct.
Face the sideline, so you can see both ways much easier, yeah. And it's also, it also puts you in a more athletic position to push the stack down the field, because you can cross step, you can side step, you can kind of like, instead of backpedaling, which is never, backpedaling doesn't put you in a good position to then move in a dynamic way. And like a side shuffle does, like you've still got your weight where you want it. It's much easier to plant and go on in an instant.
And with with a lot of defenders kind of just looking at your body, oftentimes they're not looking at the hips, they're looking at the upper body, and it gives you an advantage to setting up a cut. And coming out with that zone again is Clark.
Yep.
There's some real gaps in the middle, and that was looked like trying to bait that throw, but just couldn't recover in time to get to intercept it. Good job of not overreacting in the middle of the field here by the zone of over pursuing, maintaining their space integrity to take away some space, and that's a risky throw.
That's a turnover.
Number 18 for Clark.
Number 18 for Clark in the middle is doing jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Which seems like it might feel like a good idea in the moment, but I would use the energy to do something different that will impact that throwing lane more, as Clark takes a shot downfield.
Yeah, that's a high stall count. No one's moving. Let's get this.
Don't want to challenge 21 in the air.
And that's just that is great work, underappreciated work by this player on the sideline, taking up big space to make that initial throw difficult, and again, a risky throw to the tallest person on the defense.
I'm not sure who that was to, because the UMass player, their 21, didn't even make a play on it. So.
And I like what Clark is doing here. At first they weren't waiting around. They were moving the disc as soon as it was in play. Near side of the field, on the sideline. Clark trying to get, and just miscommunication. And that's going to lead to a UMass point here.
Yep, UMass, I think he's in, yep. 7-4. Unfortunate miscommunication there. The stall was getting a little high, but we have to wait to make the play. Oh, we're not sure if he's in or not. Maybe he isn't. Okay, now they say that he's in. Yeah, down here for Clark, they want to make sure that you don't want to throw it until your cutter has actually made a cut. 44 was bombing in real fast toward the disc to set up the cut to go away again, and they just threw it too soon, which is unfortunate, because it was looking like they were going to get something rolling there.
And I liked 10's desire to get the disc off the sideline, right? Mm-hmm. Instead of trying to force a tricky throw into a 1 foot window, why not get the around to space? Just rushed it a little bit.
Yeah, something else that happened earlier on that point was after Clark had turned it over the first time, their middle cup defender, number 18, they were the first one to react and really insist that I was sensing or noticing some indecision of whether they wanted to go to person or to stay in the zone right there, and they were really insisting that they wanted the cup to stay because they ran over and became the point person to push it back to the field, and everyone kind of reacted and lined up and got in position around them, and that really made UMass kind of take a step back. They were ready for Clark to go to person, and then they kind of had to wait. So that was good anticipation by them, and and loud insistence that no, let's keep in this because it's going to work.
Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness.com to protect like the pros. UMass starting to assert control. If they get the break here, that could be really hard for Clark to come back from. So Clark really needs to focus and get this point. And they catch the pull, which is always recommended. Ooh, that was a little bit of a floaty pass, but a great grab by the other handler there. Nice action from the front of the stack. That horizontal cut's not gonna work there. Good cut that time, but just didn't wait on it for the handler set.
At least to start with, Clark was making a conscious choice here to isolate the 3 women matching players and get the point moving with the 3 of them while the 4 men matching players were way deep.
And then bomb it deep, and that's just not gonna come back.
Oh, they almost got to that though. 12 was only a step and a half away.
12's got some wheels. I can see why they let that throw go.
They only needed to have that float for another little bit. I thought out of their hand that 12 had no shot, but they were really close. That was an excellent run. UMass vert stack, gonna take it on the line here. I would guess that they're gonna do something similar. I would guess they're gonna go under to a huck play right here.
Oops.
Got some contact.
And that is a deep, right along the sideline. Unable to get the,
Bummer.
That is a disappointing defense for Clark there, but good job of dropping off and taking up the space, but could not take that away. And that is 8-4 in favor of UMass, taking us to half.
Now, at the end of that play, before you look at another thing there, before we go to half, number 7, for some reason left his person. He had dropped to cover on the woman matching player. He left them to put a mark on. And then the point happened.
Yep.
Don't do that if you're watching this at home. Stay on the person. Gender doesn't matter. They can't hurt you when they're standing there with the disc outside the end zone.
That's right. Court Property makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates to the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at www.portproperty.com. And with that, we will return momentarily with the second half of play.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
My first few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working towards winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
And welcome back to the second half of this quarterfinals mixed division game here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland. I'm Tom with Mike. We're bringing you the second half of the University of Massachusetts in the dark jerseys here, pulling to start the second half, versus Clark in the white jerseys, receiving to start the second half. The score is 8-4 in favor of the University of Massachusetts, but as the first half was rolling along there, Mike, the score's not really an overall judgment of how this game has gone.
Nah, at all. I mean, this Clark team is scrappy. They really play hard, and there's a lot of. It's a big squad, so there's a lot of mixing and matching, probably a lot of new faces, and they're playing really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're playing up to the competition.
Yeah, they're playing fundamentally sound ultimate, and that's keeping them in this game. And the University of Massachusetts generating some turnovers. Mass playing right now a clam to start on the vert stack here with people under and on each side and one person deep. So not really guarding a person, but guarding space and taking whoever comes in that vicinity.
Yeah, they gotta flood. They gotta flood under and give the thrower 3 or 4 options You don't want to just sit there and cut one at a time, get to that first line, and then turn. You've got to cut all the way in, and oh, that's going to be a turnover.
And that's what that's designed to do again, is they're taking advantage of newer, less experienced throwers as they go right in the end zone.
UMass there.
Because they're taking advantage of newer players, newer throwers. When you run a clam like that, you're teaching the Clark newer players of how to cut and when to cut from the vertical stack, but now someone's standing in your way. What do? I freeze, I don't cut, and the offense just bogs right down like that. So 9-4, UMass taking advantage of that turnover. Clark might call a timeout. I think they did. I'm not sure that they're going to call a timeout, but they're definitely going to talk about it right here of what to do when they see that defense, because they're going to see it again.
Yeah, it's a good defense to throw against a less experienced team. Just because it allows for the confusion to set in, especially players who don't know what they're supposed to do in that situation, and they're sort of they're not running the space properly, and they don't know that you don't send one at a time. You send multiples in at different angles to break up, to get them out of it.
And it makes the thrower hard too. If you have an inexperienced thrower, they're used to just seeing their cutter and where the person is that's guarding their cutter, but now they have to account for another person in a different space. So it's not a zone defense, which they tried earlier, and Clark just carved it up like your favorite Thanksgiving turkey.
And me as a handler, I'm going to love to see that kind of defense, because if that, those people that they have going deep are, the deep protectors are in their position, it's just a little hammer over the top to wide open space that you let your cutter run onto. And everyone knows that my favorite throw is the hammer. It's not necessarily my best throw, it's just my favorite. It's also not my worst throw.
We did have a question from the Clark sideline of if we do sideline interviews, maybe we could see if they want to do a post-game interview.
I think we could do a post-game interview with a couple of the Clark players.
I think so. I think they would be down for that. I would ask to confirm, but I don't want to annoy our audience too much. But I think our fans might really enjoy that if we did a Clark interview after this game.
And the pull is up. Clark is receiving, and that's going to be just out of bounds. Clark will take the disc in around the brick mark, or maybe not. He's just kind of wandering around.
I'm gonna pick this one.
And we have again, they're gonna play a bracket here. And the adjustment that Clark has made, and that's gonna be money. 250 in the end zone. Oh, no, she's not in. They are not in. They called themselves out. Great spirit, but wide to the open player in the end zone. That was the way to do it. The deep in that area was not playing honest, and set up a horizontal stack to combat that bracket and send someone deep. And that was just what they did, and it worked to perfection. Really nice job by Clark there to counter what UMass did. Now let's see what UMass will do the next time they have defense. You'd like to think that they would say, well, they got away with it once, we'll be a little smarter and we'll run that same defense. Portland Rising, Maine's professional ultimate frisbee team, is a proud supporter of this tournament. As a team committed to working with their community to rise together, they are psyched to see the community come together to host so many teams playing ultimate in their home city this weekend. Interested in playing for Portland Rising, attending a game, or getting involved in the team off the field? Want to run a promotion? Contact www.portlandrising.me. And now we have Clark countering. Let's see what they do on defense. See if they go with the zone or they try something. Ooh, that is a great pull.
That's a phenomenal pull.
That is excellent. That player should pull every single time.
Clark setting up their zone. They're forcing it this way toward the near sideline this time, I think. Yes. Good use of the over the top there.
Yeah, that's where you want to have a good experienced wing. They'll pinch up on that and take that throw away. But again, a lot of new faces on this Clark team, and it makes zone a little bit difficult communication-wise. Oh, that was a slick throw.
It was a good use of fakes by 95 to create that window to throw it in.
Good work by this wing handler over here to try and create space. Maybe take a step or two back.
This wing handler for UMass?
Yeah, downfield.
Well, I was just thinking that it's a good idea to be there, but when he has to work with the handler. When the handler fakes the throw to him, he's got to come back and be an option.
Correct.
He's kind of standing in the way.
Just a little too far upfield, but it's good to try and gain some yards easily without any effort.
Absolutely.
Near side of the field.
Good patience here by UMass, not forcing anything on this transition as they transition back over to person. Clark does.
Clark's still playing tough D here, and UMass kind of standing around.
They stand around, but this is a better, more measured approach by UMass. Even though they're up by 4, this is the part of the field where they've been turning the disc over a lot.
Oh,
and I totally
again.
just jinxed them, and they did it again. There's too much effort on that throw. Good bid by the UMass cutter here, though.
And on the near sideline, Clark picks up, looking for a deep shot, but good holster there because the wide open under is available.
However, the 50 was wide open. They were wide open down the field. I think the thrower doesn't have a backhand huck.
That could be the case,
but it works anyway.
That thrower has a throw.
That thrower has a lefty forehand.
Oh,
and there was a call.
Do we have a travel call?
We have a call. As Clark has to shoo their army of teammates back onto the sideline. No, it wasn't a point. Go away. We have to figure this out.
Well, now.
Oh, is it?
No. The UMass player doesn't get to catch up.
I think it was a travel.
Even if it's travel, they have to. That UMass player was not on that person.
Yeah.
That's why he was so wide open.
Commonly ignored rule in Ultimate. It's unfortunately a pet peeve of mine, which leads me to get frustrated a lot when I play Ultimate Frisbee. People think they can automatically catch up when they can't, but a good alternative, except.
Oh, but the secondary. No, that was.
I don't know. It looked good on the out of the hand, but I didn't really see the red person playing defense there. So, yeah. You just kind of take your field position and you reset and you try and get something better.
Yeah. Now UMass takes over near the sideline, near side of the field. Oh, that's a good cut.
Good. Well, he's
good
doing it.
takeaway initially on the huck, but then the huck is there, and that's going to be a point for UMass.
Full field huck by UMass. It's a great throw. You're right. It was taken away initially. You kind of did a little shimmy to try and create some room, and the mark was good, but the shimmy broke down the mark, and he got enough around to put a real nice throw. That's a long throw. That's almost 80 yards. And that makes it 10-5. We are running, actually that might, it's either game or almost game because we're at 86 minutes. So no, not quite, sorry, 76. 76, so almost at the 80-minute mark.
Almost at soft cap.
And we might have a interview, potentially, after the game with some members of the Clark Ultimate Frisbee program.
Be sure to tell the players and coach that on foul calls and travel calls, the defense doesn't get to catch up because they get hosed on that one.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, Clark just trying to continue their, some good work here on offense. As I giggle at our videographer attempting to cool our camera off with his hat. He's fanning it as though, although the camera is king, so the videographer is here fanning it because it's starting to overheat on us. It's not the heat of the temperature here, it's just the direct sunlight and the lack of shade. Cameras don't like that. So,
especially cameras that draw a lot of energy to run videography.
Yes. So let's see what Clark can do here on offense. Trailing 10-5. they've battled though. I mean, that last point, obviously one throw, full field huck, but most of the points that UMass have scored, they've had to really work. So Clark's got a lot of heart and a lot of guts. Like they don't go down. Like
I don't see them quitting.
No.
They'll get beat, but they're gonna do everything they can to stay sharp on this point and get one more point. Oh, good fake out there, middle of the field. Oh, and another bracket / zone, kind of a wall thing going on.
It was for a second. I think they just were kind of like a little poachy to begin to try and get a quick turn, but now Clark their spacing needs work on this horizontal stack. There's too many people in this 10-yard box here.
Correct. Oh, and that's a good bid by Clark, and now we have
a stall call.
A stall.
Yep. The defender thinks he got to the T sound in 10, and it is a no contest stall. So admitting that, yes, you did get to 10. So it is UMass disc.
Call fast count. Oh, fast count.
At high levels, once you get to that, then when a stall is called, it's an automatic reply of a fast count, which is super annoying. Good throw there by the lefty.
Nice bid.
Back to the open side.
UMass now easily moving against. Oh, but a low throw.
Almost came up with it though.
Into the middle of the end zone.
I remember doing.
Bid.
It's a great bid, but I remember doing that to my teammates sometimes, and that's the one that gets me yelled at as a thrower.
Yeah.
Is don't put it on my shoe tops.
Yeah.
Like throw it high, make me jump, but don't throw it on my shoe tops. That hurts. It hurts to try and catch that.
Oh,
one.
that's a great lead, but Clark almost waited too long on that. And now they've got a lot of confusion with.
Good catch, good focus. Off the line if they can do it. Good job by Clark.
And that's good patience. The unders, you gotta spot the open unders quicker.
And you can see the difference here with a newer player and an experienced player. Number 9, experienced player. Number 99, a newer player. And how the fakes, obviously the height helps too, but number 9 with a forehand fake moves the mark to the left, and then the backhand fake moves the mark to the right. 99 with only backhand fakes, the mark doesn't move at all. It doesn't create any room for himself. That's why you fake and you pivot at the same time, really create extra space for your throwers.
And the one trend in youth ultimate that's begun to annoy the heck out of me is the fake but removing your throwing hand from the disc. When they fake it and they use their offhand to fake, it's like, no, now the disc isn't in your throwing hand, you're not ready to throw, so if something comes open, you have to now reset.
No, I'm not going to react to an empty hand.
Yeah.
As UMass turns it over again.
Always keep your hands on the disc.
But see how this backhand fake doesn't really move number 12. What it's actually, he did come back and get it around, which is good, showing that the flick is there. Now fake that flick and move him the next time.
Oh,
that was close to, it was up. They called it up. That was a nice catch. If it was in fact, oh boy,
that is dangerous.
Two tall people.
Fake the swing and get the under.
Good work here by 7, being active cutting. And 11.
7 and 11, oh.
Just a juggle.
That's too bad.
Bummer, but 7 and 11 working well together. Clark's got to catch up on defense. They got an open cutter downfield.
That is going to be a point.
Yep.
Reach up for the 11-5 lead.
And one of the UMass players just exclaimed something that is true. Whether you win or lose, it's an attitude that I really like of most of the teams that are here, and definitely these two teams. It seemed like a very well-spirited game.
Yeah.
Is he said what is he? He said something about that he is super impressed by everybody involved in this sport. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said, and that's been my experience playing Ultimate. Is that 95% of the people who play Ultimate Frisbee are really high quality individuals. They're fun, they're spirited, they have a good time, they're competitive, they're athletic. It's just it's a great sport, and it just creates good vibes. I think.
There's a good time.
Something
to be said. You know, when I talk about spirit of the game and when I talk about, you know, wanting to uphold the spirit of the game to the kids I coach, I tell them it's not, you know, it doesn't take away your competitive edge. You should want to stomp the other team into the ground. Mm-hmm. You should do it with a smile.
Exactly.
And you should do it with, you know, if they make a good throw, it's okay to say, wow, that was a good throw.
Great throw, yeah. Yeah, you know, apologize when you inadvertently run them over.
Right.
Like, you know, like that kind of stuff.
Or
like,
run them over on purpose, still apologize.
Well, yes, I mean, apologize, but don't run them over on purpose.
Well,
How do you teach these high school kids?
it's not what I'm teaching them.
Oh my goodness.
It's all at home. The parents are failing them.
Sure. Sounds like a classy teacher. Blame the parents. All right, UMass pulls. Clark receives.
Right at the front of their own end zone.
Score 11-5 in favor of the University of
They should
Massachusetts.
be giving and going while they still can. Oh, and that is a high throw, but that is just out of reach.
Good job attacking that by the UMass player, number 31. Some contact there at the end as Clark player tried to make a play.
Yeah, got to get the hands a little bit lower on that mark to make that around a little harder. Middle of the field, UMass with a disc, big fly to the sideline near the end zone, and just
Good run.
too far out of reach.
Good run, good idea. Good run there. Throwing it, that's where you want that disc to land. You want it to be out, in the middle, going away like that. Just
Yeah,
not-
that's undefensible.
Right, and and you could argue that, and I bet 31 might tell you that, if that throw happens at the first or second point of the game, she probably runs it down.
Right.
But with low numbers, a small roster.
We've got a good bracket here. I like that. Oh, but that was a great around by Clark to get that throw
Another
off.
break.
And then another one, but too far behind. So UMass now in control, far sideline. Looking for the reset, but no, I'm going to take a deep shot. Nice throw. And then, almost thrown away, but UMass manages to hold on to it for the point.
Good try by Clark, though. They were right there to make that play. That makes it 12-5.
Yeah, that was
Well,
get that beautiful throw up the sideline into space, and then every teammate almost throw it away. It's like,
well,
no,
that's
no, make
that,
it easy.
That UMass player who made the play, who made the throw, the women matching player with the long sleeves, the black sleeves, has not really been involved all game.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that really perfect backhand that was like a 30-yard throw, I think surprised the Clark players. I'm not clear that they have that throw, but that was you just grip it and rip it. It was right on the money. That was excellent. Clark with one more gathering of the minds here as we slowly slip into our cap situation here. We're at 85 minutes, I think, right now. Just play out the string as the University of Massachusetts will move on to the semis. And Clark drops to another placement bracket. I'm not sure what bracket they'll fall into, but their day is not over.
Nope.
There are still places to play for, and still probably opportunities to break seed for them if they win their next game. I bet that puts them into like a 4-5 or a 6-7 type of a matchup, something like that. Sorry, a 5-6 or 6-7 probably.
And I can see this team continuing to fight in that game. They've really impressed me with just their ability to play hard, despite UMass clearly being the better team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what they have in store. For this point for Clark, as they get ready to receive.
And the pull is up and hopefully caught right in front of the end zone. get some little handler movement, but no movement from the stack yet. Oh, that is going to be covered. You don't want to do that. And that's a better cut, but the thrower wasn't expecting it or anticipating it.
This UMass
nice throw to space here. Clark,
defense.
but that's why you don't curl. That's why you run back to the disc at all times.
I'm surprised this UMass player's come back in the game. She took her cleats off. And
good
job.
And that's going to be a point,
Another point
for
for
UMass. 13-5.
Don't you start doing that.
All right, that might actually be game here. So while they line up, and do one more sponsor check real quick. You've seen the Impact Melanoma shade tents across the way. They're a proud sponsor of the Lobster Pod and Maine Ultimate. Impact Melanoma is the nation's leading nonprofit dedicated to significantly reducing the incidence of melanoma in the United States and saving lives. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. So, final score, 13-5 in favor of UMass. UMass moving on to the semis. Clark dropping into a placement game. But again, a hard battle. UMass had to expend a lot more effort than they wanted to. But a fun-spirited game by both. And we look forward to seeing what happens in the rest of their bracket today.
Yeah, I was impressed by both teams. So good job to both teams, good spirit, and
I don't know.
Okay, and we will return with either an interview or the next round.
Yeah, exactly.
Stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the time. It's a great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it. They throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible pair. You are kidding me. Oh my God! One of the plays of the year.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun? Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really...
And welcome back to the Livestream field, the showcase field here at the Wainwright Field Complex. Our live stream just concluded, the game between Clark and University of Massachusetts. The final score was 12-5, but we had some fan contact and some players asking for an interview, so let's do it. We got Sean and we got Ezra here from Clark. Guys, how's it going?
Oh, it's great. It's really, really exciting to be out here. I mean, Lobster Pot's one of our favorite tournaments of the year, so thank you, Maine Ultimate, for having us back. I think we played with a level of excitement and tenacity that, in years past, there hasn't been too much of in the team. So I think that, we're sort of identifying ourselves. And I think we're really excited to go forward and I couldn't be more proud of the team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ezra and I have been on this team, I think, longer than most people have on the team right now. And to say where this program has been, just 3 years ago to where we are playing Springfield, putting up more points than anyone else has in this tournament against them, I don't think we could be more proud of how our team has performed this tournament.
Absolutely, and something that we noticed coming over and talking to some of your captains beforehand, the outlook was you guys might not score any points in this game, and then you came out and fought and battled, and the entire game you guys put up 5. That's a really good team, and every point, save that one ridiculous 80-yard huck that they made, was they had to work. They worked and worked and worked, and they had to expend a lot of effort. So if UMass doesn't win the championship, it's all your fault. Because you guys wore them out, and you played with heart and guts and a massive roster, so you're mixing and matching new players.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's some people on this roster who just learned Frisbee 3 weeks ago.
Absolutely.
4 weeks ago. And we have to do that every year, and it's just amazing to see how they play every tournament and how much they're getting into it and performing well. It's so awesome to see.
And we said in our pregame huddle, we said, look, all we have to do is just go out there and give them a fight. And I think there's nobody in the face of the Wainwright that can say that we did anything other than that. And so I think that we just have to be super proud of what we did. They had maybe 1-2 clean holds there. So I mean, this is a national level D1 Ultimate team, and I think that there's nothing else that we could be more proud of today.
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys did a great job. That was a really good game. You still have more games left today, right?
Yeah, we got at least 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more.
Okay.
Depending on how we feel, but we definitely got at least 1 more, and we're excited to play.
So before I let you guys go, I would like a fun fact or something about your team. It doesn't have to be about a person, in general. Something fun that you guys do, something like that, or something that you like about being at Clark. Something that's kind of unique for you guys.
I think one of the things I love the most about this team is how after every tournament, scrim, anything, we do shout outs in our group chats. Every single person shouts out a person, something they did great in that tournament, and everyone gets love, and it's so awesome to see and read through those at the end of every tournament game.
Yeah, and we love just to get together and just watch Frisbee together too. We're a team on the field, but more importantly, we're a team off the field too. And for example, we watch the second day of club regionals every year together, and so we're really bonded. And last thing I'll say, let's go Mets, baby. Take game 6 tonight. Let's do it.
Let's go. Sean, Ezra, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome back to the men's final, upper division of the 2024 Lobster Pot, the premier event for Maine Ultimate. We are here at Wainwright Fields in South Portland on this beautiful fall day, mid-October. Some high, thin clouds, but mostly sun, a little bit of a breeze, but not much. I am Mike, here with videographer Maxine and my broadcast partner Tom. We get an exciting final between UVM in the white, pulling to Northeastern in the dark. Tom, we had UVM before. What did you think?
I mean, they're really good, and this is going to be great. This is the finals.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Yeah, this is going to be a battle. These two teams are really good. Right off the top, UVM's got a bigger roster than Northeastern does. But yeah, I mean, UVM was crisp. They were really disciplined, and they got a lot of high-level athletes. I mean, there's money on the line right now, so they're gonna be playing hard. So. I'm excited. Let's see how this goes. Northeastern moving the disc right away.
Yeah, coming out in form of a horizontal stack-ish. And a deep shot right off the bat. High points it.
Up and over.
Now no one following for UVM. Northeastern gets on the board first, 1-0.
It's a great throw, but an even better catch. I mean, the defender had position, and that Northeastern player just went up and over, take it away. Well done. Offense holds for Northeastern.
Yeah, that was just, and that's a good test. That is a very good test early on. Can their defenders hang with our cutters deep?
Mm-hmm.
And on that point, that wasn't the case. The thing that I was surprised at is that no one on UVM followed.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone from Northeastern was following to try, just in case it wasn't in the end zone, and UVM just kind of watched the disc fly.
I know the UVM game was right behind us on field 24 where they played Brown, and I know that there was a lot of back and forth in that game. I'm not entirely sure how Northeastern's semis went, but I'm sure UVM expended some energy getting here. You see, so Northeastern's game, Northeastern rolled Rhode Island 15-6, whereas UVM beat Brown 15-11. We have a trumpeter on the far sideline of Northeastern there, bringing some added noise. UVM just getting things going on the sideline here, looking for the deep space.
Yeah, definitely not really a zone, just a switch person. A good bid, but just out of reach of Hemion near the far sideline. Northeastern takes over. See how aggressive they get with their defense. Good cover, get in position. UVM playing defense, and good bid by UVM, but Northeastern able to come up with it on the near side of the field.
It was only like an inch or so higher. Pick called, coming back. Yeah, they're discussing how far away they were in order to make the pick, but there's some good bids already. It's going to send it back to the thrower here. Northeastern looking quite disciplined with their offensive structure and where their cuts are coming from. You don't see any double cuts. You don't see any people clogging space. They're moving at 90 miles an hour. They're moving real quick as they clear out and reset here.
Trying to force.
Foul called.
It sounds like a mutual foul.
Yeah.
You're allowed your position, but you're not allowed to reach for a person to prevent them from getting.
You're allowed the position that you're in. You're allowed the position that you're going in, but it's really kind of tricky. It's like how much contact is allowed. Good up line look here by Northeastern. Good close down by UVM though, as the Northeastern goes back to the middle of the field.
And that's, Mark's just going to be honest here. Oh, great throw. Great Mark throw there. Nothing you can do. Got to take away the corner and just out of reach again. And that's just a case of communication. You need to know the disc is up, and your teammate didn't let you know that.
You need to know the disc is up. It's also, that's a lefty floater. You don't really expect that throw coming from that angle, but it's still a great effort, just a beat too slow. And Northeastern, the offensive hold and a break right away. UVM needs to get back in this on offense here. They need an offensive hold to keep this within reach. Northeastern is firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking fast, and they're making good decisions.
While we get set up here for this point, these are some high-level athletes throwing these frisbees around, and the frisbees that are approved for tournament play are made by Discraft. Discraft, home of the Ultrastar, the official disc of USA Ultimate. Your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun, and man, they certainly. It's way more fun when high-level players like these and the players that we'll see in our next game are throwing them around. They can pinpoint accuracy, power, distance, all of it.
And we've got a little bit of wind kicking up. So that's going to be interesting to see if it affects or how much it affects these high-level players. Probably will, but not on normal throws. On some of the blades or some of the and it's tricky underneath inside-out stuff.
What is annoying from a wind perspective here, as UVM works patiently at the field, is it's not a cross breeze and it's not an up and down one. It's an in between.
Diagonal,
so it's going from the front, the near side left end zone to the far side right end zone. As UVM looks big, but too big.
That was a good put there by 42 of UVM. Just a little bit too far. Ooh, slip.
A little slip, which
oh,
is
and got a hand
unfortunate.
on it too.
The Northeastern player down here who made the great vertical catch earlier is looking for more.
It's
a nice throw.
UVM trail defender. Oh, just couldn't get there. But again, high pointed. It almost looked like the UVM player was baiting that throw, counting on his speed to get back in. But the throw was so good, he just couldn't get position ahead to contest the throw.
The throw had the right amount of pace to it, but that cutter for Northeastern is just, that's what he's looking to do. And number 13, he's dynamic downfield in space, verticality. Like, he made a cut when the Northeastern player slipped. He was making a deep run, and then he reset himself, and then on the next throw back round took off again and got it. Like, that's clearly a staple of this offense, right? And the people in the chat are going to be like, Tom, you should know who this is. And I should know who this is. He's a phenomenal player. And that's 3-0 Northeastern.
Yeah, UVM just has to kind of get out of their own heads a little bit and say, okay, don't think about being down 3-0. Think about what offense are we going to run here to assure that we just get the score.
Mm-hmm.
I say it pretty much every game is, the cliche of one game, 1 point at a time. If you start thinking too far ahead, you start tightening up, you start making mistakes, and UVM can't afford mistakes right now.
No, there are no 3-point shots in Ultimate. You can only score 1 point at a time.
There should be.
That would be wild. You can only score 1 point at a time.
I would like to see a 2-pointer. I really would.
Well, like the play in the last game, the full field, like goal line to goal line huck should be with 3 points, in my opinion. But
and that's going to curl back into the field of play.
But you can only score 1 point at a time, so you just win this point, win the next point, etc.
Yeah, and that's the thing. UVM, if UVM is patient, they will walk it up the field, because this kind of switch up person is just, there's so much space.
Well, there's space, but they're muddling up the stack, and they're not even throwing a mark on half the time. If they take another deep look down the field,
and
good D.
Gets the hand on it. Oh.
Good D by the UVM player. That was going to be a backbreaker point there. 4-0 was going to almost put this game out of reach right away. Good catch-up defense by UVM. Now they need to execute this point down the field.
Yeah, 42 needs to clear out of that space. That was covered. Oh, and that's
comes out of his hand poorly.
Uncharacteristic, unforced errors for UVM right now.
Yeah. There's the round break, and there it is, 4-0 Northeastern. UVM all out of sorts. Right now, Northeastern is quicker, faster, stronger, all the above, and more pumped up. UVM is showing frustration on the sideline.
I don't necessarily think, UVM's taking a timeout here, which is good to try and break momentum. I just think that the coach on the sideline needs to talk to the sideline when the play is going on and kind of get everyone to calm down, play their game, play smart, take what the defense is giving you a lot. You're not taking it.
Yeah, the UVM is a very, very capable team. We know that. They have a lot of high-level players who play high-level club as well as high-level college, and they are perfectly capable at erasing this 4-0 deficit, but they need to play their game right now Northeastern is dictating every aspect of this game, and UVM is playing into their hands.
And one of the benefits, certainly, of UVM's squad, and I say this only because I'm familiar with a lot of the players, is there are a number of players from Maine. Now, they're from different high schools in Maine, but most of them have played together on YCCs, and they can lean on that experience together to kind of help get them out of this slight rut that they've dug themselves.
Another one of our sponsors for Lobster Pod and Maine Ultimate is Chalkless. Chalkless Grip Enhancers patented technology is engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. Chalkless goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone you have to feel to believe. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical, Chalkless helps you find your edge with game-changing grip.
I think I would like to try some form of glove at some point, not for ultimate, more for disc golf, just for a little added grip in the dry seasons where, you know, my hands are dry and I can't quite get the full grip. I just haven't found anything that I like yet. And the pull is up. Oh, that is a great pull, sending UVM deep into their own end zone.
Thank you, Sugar.
Oh, good work. Good work by UVM here. Patient, patient, patient. Create space, create space. And Northeastern really doing a good job staying really disciplined in that defense. And now, not sure what the call is, but there's a call.
Guessing a pick.
Contact, maybe?
Oh, contact. Here we go, back in.
And now going more into a traditional person defense, but still switching smartly. UVM trying to get a little give and go action.
Good switch by the
That
Northeastern
excellent
handlers.
switch by Northeastern there. That is practice time. I know what we're going to do here.
Because that was a great strike cut by UVM that was completely negated by that switch. You couldn't even throw it to that receiver anymore.
And it wasn't even, they didn't even think, they just immediately
it just
reacted.
did it.
Oh, that's a nice throw. Good bid by Northeastern there. Unable to come up with it. Near sideline, UVM still with the disc. Showing patience still.
This is
traveling a bit, but showing patience.
So this is tight because of the defense by Northeastern, but these
oh
are
my
high,
God, Max Hemion, take another step, please.
These are all high percentage throws by UVM. This is the offense they want to run right here. Yes, Northeastern's defense is right on their hips, but these are all 90% throws.
Now get the reverse the field, quick little action. Oh, good run through there, not waiting for the disc to come to him. Good job by Jackson Redding there.
This is the effort UVM needs to expend on every point to get back in this game. Nice throw.
That was a great throw to the front of the end zone to get on the board. UVM scores, making it 1-4 in favor of Northeastern.
That's the intensity that is needed. That's the first point that they've matched.
Yeah.
Northeastern's intensity that they've brought from the get-go. The timeout, perfect. They got them back in it, motivated. Now they need to keep their foot on the gas and will themselves to create some turnovers, because good job by UVM. Northeastern, let's see what they can do to respond as it's 4-1.
Boy, that Northeastern defense is really, really aggressive though.
Really
They
good.
are bidding for everything, but they're doing a good job thus far of bidding in a safe area.
Yes.
You know, not creating dangerous plays by having to go through the player. They're angling their bodies to the right space.
And they don't, or at least on that point, I saw maybe two where they were poaching in a lane, but they're acknowledging that if they do that, UVM will take advantage of that, and they are just sticking to their person, their matchup like glue, and just one-on-one the whole way down and not trying to influence anything else, which is probably the way to go, because I think they're right. I think if they do start poaching, UVM is going to catch them in that.
Yeah. Good communication on this Northeastern defense clearly really working hard on that.
Here we go.
And the pull is up,
Northeastern's
right to left across this, or left to right
Oh,
across
dear.
the screen, and that is not coming back.
Uh-oh.
And that is on the other field.
That's going to create a short field for Northeastern because that went out.
Yeah, that went
at
out.
least to our left.
Yeah.
So it's going to be on Vermont's side of the field.
Side stack from Northeastern with almost
Northeastern
well,
didn't
no,
say
it's kind
anything,
of
it came back in over there.
It's almost like an ISO ho stack.
Ooh.
Oh, and that hit the ground.
Ooh.
That totally hit the ground.
Whether it hit the ground or not, that is a odd choice on stall 0 to throw a blade low like that. So I predict that they're going to send us back to the thrower.
That is I
In which
concur.
case, throw another one. That was fun.
Yeah. Throw another blade into the ground. That's exciting. Yep. Nostradam Tom.
Back to the thrower. Here we go. Throw another blade. No. Northeastern's got, this kind of side stacky look. They're going to clear out and reset. There's the reset coming here. Nice.
Oh, and it's a deep shot.
But
Two
players-
UVM players.
So that's
in
the first
vicinity.
one that we mentioned the wind. I think that's the first one the wind has affected because
Yeah.
it went up in the air and it just died.
Died.
Like it had way more momentum out of his hand than it ended up with down there.
Oh, that's a good holster there because even though 16 thought he was open, 5 was closing quick for Northeastern. I'm not sure what that throw was.
The thrower put his hand up and tapped his chest. My bad. It just came out of his hand wrong.
Oh, good cover by UVM here. Make that a difficult throw. Another floaty disc. Great movement by Northeastern, but good defense by UVM, and that's going to be a foul. Nope.
Playing on.
Playing
Ooh.
on, and it's a score.
Oh, the window for that throw was about as big as the disc itself.
Yep.
That was really tight. Northeastern's offense holds after some entertainment, some, generating a turn, but 5-1 in favor of Northeastern.
I will say these teams probably face each other quite a bit, so they know each other.
They're familiar.
But the calls on the field have been spirited. There's been no yelling. There's been no consternation, foot stomping. There's been really good discussions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good discussions, and it's okay to disagree.
Correct.
That's why the send it back and do-over option, exists. There's no reason to get upset and to get angry and to let the emotions come into play when you could just, no, I disagree, send it back. End of discussion. All right, as we get set for another point, Revision Energy is one of our sponsors for this tournament as well. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it's a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. Whew, I made it just in time for the point to happen.
Wow, another deep pull.
Oh, that was close. I almost ran out of time. Another good pull. Yeah, you're right, by Northeastern.
And again, Northeastern just, make that throw a little easier.
Yeah.
Wait an extra beat for the player to come under more.
It just seems like sometimes, with the exception of the 1 point UVM scored, they just look like they're rushing themselves on offense.
Yeah, they're playing too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not running too fast. That's trying to do too much. You can still play fast and take a beat. Oh,
nice
and that
bid.
was talk about too fast. That was a blade that died.
So it's not playing too fast physically, it's playing too fast mentally.
Correct.
They need to slow their brains down because they're forcing things, they're rushing things. They need to relax a little bit and let the game come to them. They are talented enough to hang with this team. They know it. Another good bid over there, but another poorly executed throw. They're still out of sorts. They've kind of reverted back on offense to where they have been this whole game. That 1 point after the timeout, they looked phenomenal. It's hard though when you play a good defense.
It
might be out of bounds.
That looked like a toe drag.
16's thinking he's out of bounds. Yep. So we're gonna at least talk about it, because 16 stopped playing defense, so he should at least get to catch up instead of mark if they disagree. But the disc will be going back again, I'm sure. But yeah, so when you play a team that's really intimidating and really aggressive defense, it can make you speed up your own processing in your head. And it's just like you feel that like frantic energy of the defense and you let it impact yourself. And it's hard mentally to not do that.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of practice. It takes, you know, a lot of like just ignoring it and tune it out and play your own game. It's not easy to do. And these are young college athletes. So, but UVM needs to tap into some of that. Like that's where I'd be going if I was a coach here. It's not about the talent; it's about the mental strength right now.
Yeah, you're making these throws on account of one or two. That's like no, relax. It's you know, or zero stall count. Yeah, if it's there, sure, but don't force it.
Good job here by Northeastern. Good patience.
That's a hammer to the back. But nope.
Pick was called, but I don't think it affected the play.
Easy throw to the front of the end zone.
Nice job.
But again, you know, we're seeing even on that play that the do-over. You know, nice, calm discussion, and you know that's what's great about teams not from Toronto or New York. You can have these calm conversations, and you know no one's getting upset or demanding retribution.
Callahan throwing shade to the neighbors up north. My goodness, you realize there are a lot of New York college teams here, right?
That's to New York City.
Oh, okay.
You know, and I should include Philadelphia in that too.
Yeah, Philadelphia too. Yeah. So that makes it 6-1 in favor of Northeastern.
Yeah, I don't know, man. UVM just. They got to slow their thinking down. That's it. That's their only chance to come back in this game is on offense. Slow your thinking down.
Well, they need to generate turnovers.
Because
that's
the hard part.
Their offense can score from here on out,
yeah.
And if their defense doesn't generate turnovers, that margin is going to stay the same. It's that you're right. I mean, they need to not turn the disc over when they have it. It's that they're in such a hole right now, down 5, and Northeastern is on such a roll that Vermont's going to need a couple of answers because Vermont's going to, I have no doubt, the coaches are really good. They're really talented players. They're going to have an answer or two. They're going to chip away. But Northeastern's going to adjust. And Vermont's going to have to adjust again. And they're running out of points to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's already 6-1.
Nice pull, curling towards the far side of the field. Picked up. Nice, easy throw there.
And thinking more of that, like whether they're going to make some adjustments or whatever, I honestly don't know if I would make a ton of adjustments if it's a coach, because if you're already worried about them playing fast, which I think they are, the last thing you want to do is make them think more. You want them to think less.
That's what. Beautiful. But you know what I like about that is he caught the disc, looked up, saw the deep cut, and threw it.
Great throw, great cut. That's what the offense wants to look like. That offensive point looked better. But yes, you don't want them to think as much. You want them to think less. So I don't know if I'd make any adjustments, because right now they're playing a little too tight, you know, and they need that. They don't need a strategy adjustment. But that's just my opinion. I'm up here on the scaffolding.
Swing wide, far side of the field, looking for the under. Oh, that was good body work by 8.
Good, and good position by the UVM defender
absolutely.
too. They're looking for one.
And that's a good deep shot. But, just looked like he jumped not even a half step too soon.
That's the thing I've said 3 times during this tournament is when the disc is coming from over your right shoulder, go up with the left hand. It's so much easier.
Yeah, trying to catch a backhand like that is really difficult. Ooh, and deep shot, and that's going to be a UVM point.
Great pace on that throw. Way to run it down. Waving to the dogs. Excellent job by UVM. Good point. 6-2 now.
Held serve there.
Good work.
Now they got to generate the turn. They got to put their D line out there.
Their D line needs to do some work. As you've seen on our live stream, the sunshades across the way, the Impact Melanoma sunshades, they are also a sponsor of our tournament here in South Portland, Maine at the Wainwright Field Complex. Impact Melanoma's vision is to save lives and to significantly reduce the incidence of melanoma in the United States through our prevention education programs that increase awareness, promote early detection, and prevent skin cancer. Enjoy being outside while being sun safe. Wear sunscreen, protective clothing, and seek shade. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. So, sunscreen, protective clothing, and seek shade. All right, Mike, sunscreen. Check.
Yep.
I remembered mine today based on the heckling I received yesterday, which was well deserved. And I think sunscreen. Our videographer is protected as well, or he ignored the sunscreen. He ignored the day sunscreen. Okay. Yeah. Protective clothing. Check. Yep. Yes. And seek shade. That's impossible out here. So.
Well, it's impossible for you. I brought my umbrella.
You brought your umbrella. So yeah. So 2 out of 3 is not bad. I think that we're doing okay. Better than yesterday. Except for our esteemed videographer.
Pull into the wind a little bit. And great pull down to about the 5 now.
Oh, looking to go deep right off the pull.
Oh, and there's help deep that helped.
The help deep helped.
Yeah, help deep.
Oh boy.
Oh wow, that's exciting.
That traveled a long way to only go about 10 yards as a swing pass.
Yeah, that was not going to get there by UVM, but good recovery by Northeastern. Again, get the disc in their hands, showing patience, trying to take what's given to them. Really good offense.
You're seeing these swings from the near side to the far side. The wind is picking them up and sailing them a little bit each time.
Yeah, maybe if I'm UVM, I try to make Northeastern make all those throws instead of making any easier throws.
I mean, this defense by UVM is good. UMass is having to really slow down, and they're not getting anything downfield. They're having to go sideline to sideline, which means you're doing something right.
And they're on the far side of the field. Oh, great! Oh,
there you go.
Just got a little bit over on that disc. Couldn't get the inside-out action on it.
It's a tight window throw there, and good job. That can happen too when the offense is stagnant and going back and forth. Sometimes the offense will get frustrated, and they'll take a chance that they shouldn't, and that's one that Northeastern wants back, because you don't need to make that throw there. You can just swing it for days, and eventually you'll get something.
Horizontal from UVM here. With that help deep.
As UVM sends that wing toward us and clears out
that's
space,
a great cut.
They poach in the middle.
Looking deep, and that's going to die in the wind.
Dying in the wind again. Good defensive play there by Northeastern. Yeah, the wind going in that direction is killing those forehands. I think you could get a backhand off better if the mark would let you, but the forehands, it seems to be eating them alive.
And that's just a step in front D by UVM. Mental error there by Northeastern.
Miscommunication, the Northeastern cutter stopped cutting.
Oh, and almost another mistake. UVM looking for the far side, trying to curl that back in, attacking, but I think he was out of bounds. I don't think you can foot spike that quite yet.
The entire Northeastern sideline says he's out of bounds. We have absolutely no perspective from here. I can't tell. I know that the flags you see on the other sideline are 5 yards, about 5 yards off the sideline. They're saying he's in. Northeastern is very angry. No, that's not a Northeastern player. That's a Vermont player. Yeah, very excited about that play. Big play, 6-3. Yeah, so when you look at it on the camera, the flags you see on the far side of the field are 5 yards past the sideline. So the reason we do that is creating space for the coaches. It should only be the coaches, and if we have any observers here, to have space to move up and down the field. The players are supposed to be on the other side of the flags. They are mostly on that side, on the other side of the flags, to give coaches room to move and to give the players some space on the sideline for throws and to run, to lay out, and to not hit people. But it makes it really hard to tell on the camera what's in and what's out between those pylons over there. An ultimate frisbee field is only about 42 yards wide, so we're not quite as wide as the football field is, which is what the lines are for this field here. It's lined for football.
And we do try and align one part of the field to a sideline just to make it easier to set fields up.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so the near side of the field on the camera, they do have the full length sideline here. So you get one line and one not line, but yeah, these are most of these are multi-use fields. They line them for some sports, but
yeah, the field behind us, field 24, is a field hockey field, which is quite a bit wider than an ultimate field. So that was fun to set up yesterday.
Northeastern saying what wind?
Out of bounds.
Like what wind? I'm going to huck it into this wind. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best choice, but if they can keep that aggressive D and maybe get a turnover, trying to take that strike cut away. Good job by the Northeastern defender there. Oh, that was good communication among UVM, seeing who the disc was actually thrown to.
Yeah, because that throw was a little sailing over one person, and yeah, good communication there as UVM looking to reset again. Going to come up the near side, looks like, if they can.
Oh, that's a good poach right there.
Yep. Going to get taken advantage of here, but you'd rather take that shorter throw than the big one downfield they were looking for. Good movement by UVM. Getting their handlers in a good throwing position.
Deep's not open. That's a tough throw right there.
Good mark here by Northeastern, cutting the strike cut off.
That's good work by both UVM and that's great defense by Northeastern, taking that initial throw away. Now UVM with the disc, far side of the field.
This unit, again for UVM, matching the intensity, playing fast, physically but not mentally, taking those good, easy choices, resetting, going side to side, really stressing this defense.
Oh, that's a good cut. Got his defender spun around and milks it into the front of the end zone. Now, UVM on a run.
6-4.
Down 6-4 in favor of Northeastern. And maybe Northeastern takes a timeout.
So a much more measured approach on offense there, and really active in the handler's base. And really, it was hard to tell at times where Northeastern was trying to force them, because they were doing such a good job of moving the mark around, dumping, resetting, swinging. They were a step ahead of the handlers, the defensive players, for the majority of that point. That was really effective offense by UVM. Yeah, now it's 6-4. I've lost track of who's broken who, but
yeah,
but it's 6-4, and UVM is clawing their way back into it. We knew it was possible. We know they have the talent to do so, and they are slowly chipping away that lead. So this has been a really great tournament, a really fun weekend. Our Attorney Central over there has merchandise and food trucks and all kinds. There's a bounce house where we've had teammates challenging each other to timed races through the bounce house. There's a vertical jump competition and a fastest throw competition and all kinds of cool stuff. None of it's possible without all the volunteers that make this event happen. It's a great place for the community, the ultimate community, to showcase their volunteering and their skills, and we thank all of them for what they do to make this event possible. It definitely would not work without the community and the volunteers of Maine Ultimate.
Northeastern now near side of the field, near midfield. Good work there. Up the sideline, good throw back to the middle of the field for a point for Northeastern. Yeah, this is the direction where you throw the forehand.
That throw had a lot of velocity on it,
Yep.
and it needed it, because if that UVM defender can get back in the play, he's going to make a play on it, because he had an angle, but you throw with such velocity that you couldn't make up the difference. The disc was there and by him too fast. Now 7-4 Northeastern. Northeastern answers Vermont's little run there.
So one of the things you mentioned just now, Tom, is our Attorney Central and everything, and We also have a lot of merch there from Breakmark and BE Ultimate, both very strong supporters of Maine Ultimate. And
did you buy anything over there?
Not today.
No, not
today.
Oh, not today. Oh, okay.
I did all my shopping during setup on Friday.
Yeah, and it seems like every time I see you, you have a different shirt on that is strikingly brand new, and that is maybe from the merchandise tent.
And this is yesterday's was the kind of the black with a little bit of rainbow color on the side. This one is the big lobster in the middle with lots of different multicolor in the stripes, but with a white base. Very good. They also have a blue one over there that was really sharp that I refused to buy because I had 2 of them. So yeah, and if you want to check out some of the merchandise, you can go to the Breakmark store or BE Ultimate and check out the merch online.
Yeah, absolutely. It's UVM coming out here on offense. Kind of again, Northeastern playing this really kind of saggy, poachy thing off the mark in places.
A great cut by Ben Wall there, but just too much traffic in front of him to get that throw off. Good poach there by the Northeastern defender, and we have a disputed call on the inbounds out of bounds, and no longer a dispute. Just checking.
We've had some trouble with the inbounds out of bounds. I'm wondering if the pylons are not perfectly aligned anymore. Like at some point, someone might have kicked one over to make a play or something, and they weren't put back in exactly the right spot because it looks like as good defense by Northeastern, it looks like depending on which set of pylons you look at, you get 2 different lines. If they take immediate advantage,
but again,
they got it.
Northeastern takes the half.
8-4.
And that was another throw that it still hung up there.
Mm-hmm. It did. Well, that was an entertaining first half. Mike, I can't wait to see what the second half brings.
Well, before we get to that, we have a special guest in our scaffolding today. We have Maine Ultimate's own Mike Ledding. Mike, you've called a bunch of these in the past, and Mike has stopped calling Lobster Pot games because he has a son and a daughter who played YCC's, the local YCC team, which plays, and he wants to be there to cheer on his children. And now both are at UVM. Mike, how's it feel to have 2 college-age children now, man?
Feels crazy. It feels crazy. Being an empty nester has been fun. It's been challenging, but they love University of Vermont, not just the Frisbee, the school, their classes, the teachers, and the Ultimate Frisbee community there is awesome. Also fun seeing these guys. I've coached 5 of these guys on the YCC team over the summer, the last 3 seasons, so it's pretty crazy.
Now you've been a part of this local Ultimate community even longer than I have. What is it about this community that makes it so special?
Well, that's awesome. I was talking to somebody about that the other day. So I saw Teddy Hanley, he's a junior at UVM. He's on the developmental team. He doesn't want to play on chill, doesn't want that full commitment because, it's a year-round national level program. But the Ultimate Frisbee, everybody can find their level. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a national player. You can still be a college kid starting out and having never thrown a Frisbee and find your space, whether that's the A division, the B division, the C division. As I tell all the players that I've coached over the years, no matter what their level of skill or their aspirations, if you continue playing this sport for the rest of your life, it just leads you to these incredible communities of people. It just brings so much joy to your life. I mean, I've gotten more out of Ultimate Frisbee than I've given to it by a mile, and I've been coaching for 20 years.
And that's kind of the rewarding thing about being a coach is you see that super athletic kid who's out there running around making plays and just vacuuming up the game, right? But then you see that kid who's maybe not very athletic, maybe not that skilled, but you see that click in the eyes when they make their first end zone catch, and the excitement and the sheer joy, and their teammates coming onto the field and cheering them on. There's just something special about that.
And as a coach, you expect your Willa Moraleses, your Annie Posies, your Ella Leddings to go and play at college, but then you hear about kids that maybe weren't at that level that are still running into players that I coached. They're playing for
Yeah.
Roger and Williams, and they're playing at Clark that I didn't even know were still playing the
Yeah.
sport. And then I had a kid that I didn't think she was going to play at UMaine, and then I hear Graceland's at UMaine. It's like they continue playing the sport, and that gives you just as much joy as seeing like one of your high-level kids make like a U20 Worlds team
Yep.
or something like that. It's just such an awesome sport, man.
What does it mean to you as a player? You and I have been playing this game a long time. We've got that passion. We love the game. We just can't get enough of it. Our bodies quit on us before we quit on the game, right? What does it mean to you to have two kids embrace and enjoy the game that you have so much passion for? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, Molly and I talk about this a lot. You know, my wife was a long time ultimate frisbee player as well, and it's just like, whatever your kids choose, you know, you're going to be like, if they were into chess, I'd be the biggest chess fan in the world, the biggest drama fan in the world. But like, they grew up on the sidelines, like while we were all playing ultimate frisbee, and just to see them commit to it and love it. I mean, Jackson's come into this a little later as he played a lot of sports. Ella, it was her thing right on. And they just trained so hard for it. I mean, 19 years old, they're better than I ever was, and Molly ever was at 19. And that's because of people like us coaching and getting back, where we kind of self-taught ourselves. But to see them playing at like this such high level, I mean, it's be stupid to not say it just gives us a lot of pride and joy, and they work hard for it.
And that's something that you know, that hits you when you start coaching these high school kids, and you go, huh, there's a high school freshman who's better than I'll ever be at this sport. That's awesome. And, you know, I've coached against you and your kids on a number of occasions, and I've loved every minute of it because we, you know, razz each other on the sidelines. But watching Jackson grow as a player, and, you know, I had the joy of you know, being on the sideline when Ella was running around with our Cape girls at a tournament, and she is just such a freaking beast, man. I love watching her play. So kudos to them for continuing to work. Kudos to you for getting in there when you needed to, and then taking a step back and letting them blossom in their sport. So Mike, thanks for joining us
thank
for
you.
a couple
Thanks for
minutes,
having me,
and
guys.
we'll get ready for the second
Yeah,
half.
appreciate all you guys do. Shout out to Maine Ultimate as well. Thank you. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
That's awesome. Thanks.
Have a good one.
Stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the target. Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it. Did he throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me. Oh my gosh! One of the plays of the year.
And welcome back to the Wainwright Field Complex. It's Lobster Pot, one of the biggest ultimate frisbee tournaments for the college division in the country. We're here, it's the afternoon, that's the men's upper division finals between Northeastern pulling from the right side here wearing the dark jerseys, to pulling to UVM wearing the white jerseys. It is 8-4 in favor of Northeastern. A bit surprising that the gap's that big given how competitive these two teams are and how talented both teams are. Definitely UVM looking to kind of get back into things on offense, but an unforced error, the disc goes right through their hands and hits them in the chest. Northeastern looking to come out of half and get a break right away. Here they go on the near side with a little give and go action. Looking to reset to the middle of the field. Good throw to space. Looking up the field, and there it is. The break right away from Northeastern out of half. 9-4. It's more of the same for UVM. Tough with execution in the first half. Uncharacteristic, unforeseen errors. We've seen them on the live stream here before and looked much more crisp and clean with their decision making and their throws and catches, and in this game hasn't quite been to the same level of execution that we come to expect from the UVM team. This is the Lobster Pot tournament in the middle of October. The college season really gets moving in the springtime, so this is more of a tune-up, a warm-up, a kind of get out and play and get some new players into things too. But there is a substantial cash prize on the line here too, so there's something to play for. That these two teams are high-level nationals caliber teams that take this stuff seriously, and you really kind of set things up for the rest of your season with a good performance here too. So making it 9-4, UVM still looking for some answers here. We talked about some of the mental aspects of it in the first half of just really kind of just trying to play their game and not playing Northeastern's game. But it's been tough. Northeastern's defense is really good, really intense, and they take advantage of turnovers really quickly. So as the coaches leave the field, getting ready to pull, Northeastern wearing the black, UVM wearing the white. You can see the Northeastern sideline, the UVM sideline trying to get their team pumped up here on the near side. And matching up and getting ready to go here. Yeah, they did. Here it comes. Good pull, coming back into play about midway deep in the end zone. Let's see what UVM's O-line has in store, coming out horizontal. Again with a little poachy kind of look there by Northeastern, again trying to gum up some throwing lanes, but UVM's got numbers downfield if they want to. The deep looks are coming back under now as the throws didn't happen. Good look to the sideline here. Back to the middle.
Yeah, that's a tough throw on the mark with the lefty there.
Yeah, nice catch by 19 here. That disc was kept on climbing up, then he went up to match it.
Oh, and that is a nice throw.
Good job. UVM offense holds after Northeastern broke, coming right out of half. So making it 9-5 now. UVM needs more of that and less of the unforced errors that we saw coming right out of halftime. So another one of our sponsors that's been a sponsor for a long time, probably about as long as I've been a part of Maine Ultimate, is Port Property. Looking for a new place to call home in southern Maine? Look no further than Port Property. With over 1,400 apartment rentals to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. Check out their newest project, The Armature in West Bayside, or opt for the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street. Prefer something more modern? The Linden, located along Back Cove, offers recently renovated apartments. Visit portproperty.com to explore all their available options.
Yeah, that was some good offense that time by UVM. Again, Northeastern comes out and shows this sort of flexy, switchy look on the underneath for a couple throws, right? They get the quick turnover, they send someone deep. They don't, they get back into a normal person, which they'll switch, you know, when necessary, but it's much more of a traditional person defense.
Yeah.
Unsurprising that neither team has really played zone. The wind's not that strong, and zone. Good teams beat zone.
The throwers are too good on both teams for that to happen. Like they'll just pick it apart. As Northeastern, with a lot of good spacing, the spacing for Northeastern's offense has been really good all game. They're not clustered around the disc. They keep on pushing downfield. A nice bid on a catch thrown behind him. Excellent adjustment in midair. As now Northeastern looks to reset up the line here. And there they go back to the middle. Look at the round, good seal by UVM, keeping it back on the near side.
And that's a deep throw again to their
but he's out the back.
Guy, but out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Too much sauce on that one.
Yeah, that UVM, as aggressive as they're playing on defense, they're getting beat on the far side.
Yep, they're getting beat. We don't have a statistician or keeping track of stats, but that their generating of turnovers has not been very much at all. Turnovers have come from Northeastern throwing it away like that, but not from UVM actually making defensive plays for the most part.
Oh, I don't like this double cut.
The double cut here, and then they were able to poach and then still get back to their defender. Northeastern on their cutter there. So taking away multiple cuts at once. But the deep space does open.
Shot, curling back to the middle of the field in the end zone. Oh, good body work.
Yeah, well, that's a matchup. Off of their switches, Northeastern got caught with a height mismatch that is significant, and their sideline telling him to body. Well, he would have had to position himself under the UVM guy and then get trucked.
Right.
Which is not ideal. So that's where switching can really come to hurt you, is when you get a matchup like that and it's recognized and taken advantage of by a nice throw.
Or, he could have a, 8-foot vertical we were unaware of.
Sure.
And jump up over him.
Yeah, absolutely. So that makes it 9-7? 9-6. 9-6 is correct. My apologies. 9-6 is correct. Again though, despite the kind of rocky beginning to that point, once there was a good decision when the D space opened to take it. This is where they need to slow down Northeastern and generate some turns on this end of it to really claw their way back into it.
Yeah, they gotta get the break here. Get the stop. Put pressure on Northeastern to respond. Yeah, so far, Northeastern hasn't had a lot of pressure put on them because they sprinted out to that 4-point lead and then have held the lead pretty well for the entire first half. Now, UVM made a run towards the end of the half, but Northeastern hasn't had that much pressure on them. They haven't had to be in stressful situations yet. How will they respond to that? Another deep shot by Northeastern, and great. Oh, I am totally contesting that.
That was excellent effort by 42 of UVM to stay get back in the play.
I thought he got the hand on it first, and then the offensive player got his hands on it.
Yeah, coming back, a disagreement on that one, but really, again, another really good throw.
Oh, great throw.
And great run by both of them. Looked clean to me, but there might have been some contact after already hitting this. But yeah, either way, good job just resetting it. Northeastern's back in it.
And that is a pick. Yep.
Pick has been called. Don't think it affects the play, though. Just kind of stops everything up here. Northeastern in more of a vert look. Probably gonna, I would imagine, try to go deep again here sometime soon.
Yeah, 28 likes the under. I'm gonna gamble that he's going to take the end or whatever it's available.
Good patience over there by UVM and willing to work it through. Oh boy, that's an interesting choice.
Oh, good bid by UVM. Foul call, no contest.
Yeah, that was his legs took the disc out of his hand afterwards. Just good effort by both of them. Interesting choice by Northeastern to throw floaters directly up the line like that.
Yeah. Kind of got bailed out there.
Yeah, great play by the Northeastern cutter to go up and get it.
Oh, good defense there by UVM.
Oh, poach.
Nice work. Now, had the advantage.
They got a catch and they didn't.
Very good patience, but they're just out of reach.
That was a throw in between. Is he okay? He landed hard on his head.
He landed on his face.
Yeah, he was so full extension that his head snapped into the ground. I hope he's okay. He'd just be a little dazed, a little dizzy, but that's when you always worry about concussions when you see an impact like that.
And in ultimate, when there is an injury on the field, the injured player comes out, the opposing team has the option to make a sub at that point as well. UVM choosing not to, that was close to the sideline, choosing not to take a sub there.
Northeastern calling him out. UVM insisting he's in. They're going to keep it. It says as they move, they just got the field, looking for a deep shot, but not taking it. Again, double cuts, as you said before, Mike, too. Two of them both making the same idea.
That was good bailout by number 5 there. That was a low throw, tough to get to. Nice swing to the near sideline. Again, the fake. To the middle of the field, double cut again.
Lots of people in the same spot here. A little out of sorts, frustrated on offense.
That was a good cut by 8 too. Good strike cut. Oh, and Blade in the end zone.
Northeastern calling it down, UVM calling it up. We'll see how this ends, but it looks like when you get frustrated on offense, the systems you have in place that you practice can break down sometimes, and it seems like UVM's starting to forget some of their roles. They're kind of doing each other's job instead of just focusing on their own. When you see double cuts like that happening a lot, it takes two players out of position, and neither one of them can get the disc when that happens. So couldn't come to an agreement on whether the disc is up or down, so that goes back to the thrower, which is good because the thrower probably wants that throw back. That was a questionable choice. As they jump and swing, much better idea to start with here. More room to work with on both sides.
Middle of the field, now near side. Good fake there. Oh, and just miscommunication. Oh, that's too bad.
That's a bummer.
There.
Well, the cutter really had no space.
Yeah. Wise use of a timeout there.
Good use of a timeout. Both teams are a little bit out of sorts. The cutter put one more fake in there that the thrower wasn't ready for. Yeah. Realistically, with the defender coming back down toward the disc, the cutter in the blue pants there for UVM really didn't have a lot of options at that point. I think he realized, honestly he was going to kind of get to the sideline and bail, and the thrower let it go and immediately was regretting their decision. But good call here. Get water, kind of chill out, get yourself back into your rhythm on offense, and UVM gets to set something up on defense to try and generate a turn. I wouldn't be surprised if now you do try something a little wonky that Northeastern hasn't seen yet to try and trick them almost into a turnover, because we're running out of time here, both score-wise and soon time-wise too.
And Northeastern, another reason this is a smart timeout for them is they worked it all the way down the field and just turned it over on the goal line. It's like, this is an opportunity to get your heads together and say, hey, calm down, keep working it like we did. All it was a throw just a little bit out of reach of our player. 1 foot lower, and that's a completion, and now we're on the doorstep. So, good way to take a deep breath and kind of calm everyone down, get everyone back.
And even though the score was disputed in the back of the end zone over here by Northeastern, whether this was up or down, the UVM thrower, I'm sure, will say, with the way the wind is blowing now, it's picked up in intensity a little bit. You can't throw a blade into the wind like that. It's going to die that much faster. At a stall 9, okay, but as an early stall count, bad decision. Glad to have the do-over, and unfortunately they turned it again. But here's UVM playing a little bit of a bracket here. You see a last back defender here, 2 last back defenders actually. And they're going to bracket the under here, I think, with number 16 in the front there. They're really kind of trying to play off him and letting that happen. And they're trying to point out communication.
And they still got lost.
They still got lost, even with some communication. Maybe they haven't practiced that a ton yet. It is early October, mid-October, I mean. But it's still, but the damage was lessened until this shot downfield.
Oh, and just misjudged slightly by both players.
But again, the UVM defender attacking it and high-pointing it like he did forced the Northeastern player to do the same, even though the height mismatch, the Northeastern player would have rather have waited, but felt like they couldn't. And they went for a 2, which took him out of the play there. UVM needs this offensive point in a big way. They need a score here. Good break.
Oh, good break. Yeah. Near side. UVM with the disc.
The wind is starting to gust now too. It's going to start impacting Huck decisions in this way even more.
Well, and that stack is starting to get deep. Oh, and that's going to carry out.
See, look at how it goes, and it just look at how far it carried.
Great
out
catch
that
by
way.
I think Tommy Stoughton out there.
That looks like Tommy Stoughton. The disc always finds him, even if he's just walking around. It finds him anyway. And that fan didn't actually help us by that. Coach didn't help us by throwing it back into an incorrect location. But you know, it happens sometimes. That's 5 yards further up the field than it should be. But okay, we'll just play it from there. The Northeastern players are begging for action from the stack downfield. Please cut, they say, with their hands outstretched. Now a reset. Good strike cut there too.
Yeah, you know, I would like to see some more undercuts from the stack of Northeastern. The undercuts will be there.
Oh, a drop. Bummer. Immediate shot downfield.
And that should be a point.
It is. 9-7. UVM is not going away. They've dug themselves a big hole, and now they're clawing their way back out of it.
Yeah, that was just... Yeah, that's just crapple. Hits you in the hands and you drop it. That's something you just got to shake off, and it's like if you drop the pull. You know, you just got to immediately shake it off and drop the next pull.
So Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find the Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness.com to protect like the pros. UVM continuing to battle here. It is not over yet. Not if they have anything to say about it, I think.
Yeah, this has been a really, I would say this the second half has been really, really high intensity from the start. You know, we saw UVM come out a little bit flat, you know, giving up on a few plays, not, you know, completing the play on defense, and now you see them competing every throw. And that's in turn caused Northeastern to have to up their game. So very good second half so far.
So Northeastern putting an O-line group of players out here,
they're tall, deep,
including number 13.
Yeah,
we know what he's going to try and do. Going into the breeze, that might be a little harder this way, but I'm sure they have taken that into consideration and have some throwers in place just in case.
Again, that kind of side stack ISO.
And his deep ability gives him that big undercut too, to have a lot of space.
Good D by UVM here. Oh, and that is just,
wow, nice catch. That was amazing. That was insane.
No way that should have been completed, except for an extremely athletic play by Northeastern.
I don't know how he caught that. That was wild.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to push off either, even if it's on the mark. Oh, smart holster. I mean, as much as I love the hammer in this wind, in this direction, not the best idea. Ooh. Right on the line, near side.
He was right at the point where I was thinking he was supposed to clear out, and then they fit it into that tight window and around.
That's why you break the force.
So that mark was breaking that mark was. That's why that point happened. That was really good throw there off the line.
Yeah.
I thought the Northeastern player was going to clear out, and then they went because they also had a strike cut coming, but it worked. That makes it 10-7. So Northeastern offense answers. UVM. It was not easy though. That one they had to work for.
Well, and now that Northeastern got that one, how does UVM respond? They know it's late in the game. Can they dig deep and avoid a simple mistake? And they're calling a timeout, probably to discuss just that. So UVM with the timeout. Trying to gather themselves. Wind is still building a little bit. We will see our papers here on the table on the scaffolding are blowing around a bit. Seems still about at that diagonal.
Yeah,
that's a challenge.
It's maybe switched slightly more cross breezy. I'm looking at these things because you and I have switched position on the scaffolding too, and I still can't see the Discraft flag directly across from me. It's blowing straight away from me, so it might have turned a little bit, but not much though. I think you're right. I think it's still cross breezy, still diagonal-ish. Yeah.
Well, that was a quick timeout by UVM, which is very appreciated at this late stage in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the point too. Is they know that they're going to start running up against soft and hard cap, and they want to make sure that they have enough time to catch up before that number starts putting on, because they really have had a hard time stopping Northeastern. They can't really afford to let Northeastern score more than one or two more. And you still want the game to go to 15. You don't want the game to be capped at 12. That's the worst nightmare for UVM right now. So UVM wants to get these points done quickly to get themselves back within one. Which, and it makes sense, and we talked about it before too, that there's not a whole lot of strategy stuff that you can do differently. They just need to execute what they're doing. They're doing the correct thing, they're not executing it. They just need to do the correct thing more correcter. Nice catch in the end zone there. UVM was 5 yards deep in their own end zone. Now they're out.
Middle of the field.
Looking for some cuts here. The spacing is a little bit okay now.
You can take another step, Max. That's okay. They won't call the travel. On the far sideline.
He's left-handed. You can't call travels on left-handed people.
That's right. Or in Max's words, I'll keep walking until they call the travel.
Absolutely. Yeah, veteran move.
Still trapped on the far sideline. Good cut here. Good throw to space.
They need that one. There they go. They got the around.
And then, tricky little throw there.
That was good job by the cutter there to go get it. That was a tight throw.
Oh, that's a good bracket there for Northeastern to take that cutter away.
They just passed those two guys off between each other.
Oh, I don't like that throw, but it's successful.
It worked.
That was like you said, the window for that was about a disc.
Oof, wow, that was a tight throw. But great job by UVM. Good job sticking with it. You got to make throws like that to win games sometimes. So it's good job. It's 10-8 now. They're still rolling here. They're doing a good job. We've been going for game started at 12:50, so we've been going for an hour, right? So 1:50 right now. So we're at the 60-minute mark.
So 20 more minutes.
We still got a lot of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time.
So there's a lot of time left, which is in UVM's favor. I think looking at Northeastern here, they're quiet, they're confident, but I think they know, and I'm sure the coaches are aware that UVM's got at least one more run in them.
Yeah.
It's a question of when, and they don't. The faster this game. That they can get this game over with, obviously, the less likely the run's coming. So they want to keep scoring points here because they take their foot off the gas, UVM is going to be right back in this game in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Northeastern can't be thinking cap. They got to think 15.
They got to think 15, and they got to think, and it sounds simple, score every 0 point. If they manage to do that, then this game's over. But they have to keep executing because UVM, they showed in the first half, they clawed their way back in it. They're not going away here. The cash prize is just too big, too much to play for.
Think of all the travel that pays for.
Yeah. $1,000?
That's a pretty good prize.
That's pretty awesome.
That'll help any ultimate program. And UVM in the white, pulling left to right across your screen.
Oh, that's a nice pull. That's in the back corner.
Great pull.
That's going to land in bounds, too. Oh, just out of bounds. Oh. That was, I think it hit the flag back there, which is back there is just out of play. There's not a 5-yard cushion off the back line. It's on the back line. So it was out by about a foot.
Yeah, that's the win there. Without the win, that's in the end zone.
Good way to get started. Northeastern looking to go deep right away, and they reset coming back around this way.
Yeah, better cuts this point from the unders in the stack for Northeastern. Yeah, that's a break side handler cut that they want.
Good defense here by UVM pushing Northeastern backwards.
And that's a good switch. You want that height. Oh, and that's just a mistake.
That's a low throw. It's a tough catch, but a catch they should make.
Now Northeastern can't give up on this point just because they turned it over. They got to dig deep here.
Yep, get it right back if they can as Vermont goes off the line and around. And they're going to attack the far side of the field. Good seal here by Northeastern as Vermont goes back the other way now.
Yeah, that's
Turfed it.
Yeah, Turf Monster got it.
Yep.
Gets just moving immediately, but then has to holster. That's not necessarily what you want.
He doesn't have any help here. Forced it up line.
Jamming up the sideline.
There they go.
Nice.
Off and around.
Towards the middle of the field, back towards the sideline, and that's in the corner.
That's good offense. Yeah, that's good offense. Go back and around. You don't get you get the dump. You don't get the swing, but everybody moves in reaction to the swing, and you go right back down the field for another 10-yarder, and then in the end zone. 11-8.
That's good work. Good work by Northeastern there. Not to, UVM's making a run. You get the turnover. You're a little bit discouraged, and then wow, we got bailed out by the turf. Let's take advantage.
UVM can't seem to get this margin under 3.
No.
Well, I'm sorry, they just had it at 2, but
yeah.
they can't keep they get it to 2 and it goes right back to 3. They get it to 2 and it goes right they need one more set here to get them back. They need it to be 11-10. That's the goal right now. They need it to be 11-10.
Yep.
But they're still fighting. They're still battling. This has been a really good game to watch. It's just it's frustrating for UVM, especially as the UVM player who turfed it now gets called off the field by the coach. He gets subbed out. He wants redemption for his turnover, but he's being subbed out. Is that they know that they're better than this. They know that these are mostly unforced errors that Northeastern is cashing in time and time again. Takes nothing away from Northeastern's effort and skill, but UVM knows that they've contributed significantly to this deficit by beating themselves.
Yeah, I like to see that on the sideline. The UVM teammates picking the guy who turfed the disc up. That's good. It all builds teamwork. Oh, that is a great sequence of cuts there to open up Jimmy on the far sideline. Now it's a deep shot.
He's got him.
Now it's a forehand that's drifting and hanging up and just hanging up.
It's going to hang up though.
But even Ben Wall can't get that one 18 feet out of bounds.
No. But still, if you can go up and hit it that far, that means you can just catch it.
Yeah.
And I've seen it happen. I know you've seen it happen, Mike, where
It's
somebody
happened to me.
whacks it and they're like, yeah, this is a great deal. And then it goes and flutters and it hangs up there and the person goes and catches it.
Yep.
Like, just catch
Especially
it.
with the wind blowing. Yeah,
Exactly, the wind blowing this way. Like, if you can hit it like that, you can just close your hand around it and catch it.
Oh, good work by Northeastern here, getting some space. Good undercut.
Oh boy, it's on the
Right
sideline.
near the sideline. Very good footwork by the Northeastern player there.
I actually think he was out, but.
I thought his first point of contact was his right foot.
Oh, was? He was in? Okay. Oh, tough throw here.
Yeah, that's just a, you can't do that.
An injury for UVM here. That's like maybe a cramp or an ankle or something. And so UVM will take an injury sub,
that's a groin.
and then Northeastern can take a sub as well if they want. Yeah, that's a good bid by the Northeastern player. But when you're running full speed towards the disc and then you got to immediately change that momentum into sideways and up, that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta
Good
stay.
defense.
You gotta stay with the reset.
Good defense.
You can't start looking upfield to the reset, back upfield, back to the reset. You gotta stay with the reset.
Well, 16 also faked himself into a hole too. Often, immediately you gotta throw some fakes and pick a direction and go.
Oh, and Northeastern turns it right back.
Yep.
UVM picking up the disc on their own end line, far side of the field.
Northeastern's offense playing a little fast there
Yeah.
too. They can just relax and take their time if they want to, but they're forcing some questionable choices. Another
great
turnover.
read on the poach.
Wow. That player came from quite a ways away, at least 15 yards in there, and the UVM thrower just never saw him.
Oh, and I like that by the hand. Oh, that was a catchable disc. I like that by the handler, though. Don't go for the immediate strike that's covered. Calm down. Take the easy throw.
Cooler heads will prevail on this point. Whoever's willing to work this down the field and focus will score this point. Right now, it's really sloppy, and everyone's playing too fast. This is harder than it should be.
Oh, that is.
That was really close.
I thought it was on line, which in Ultimate is out.
It's out. Yeah. Lines and Ultimate are out for everything, but
You don't want to ask us.
that was that one is one that, like, if we were watching an NFL football game, they would go to your video review
and they would slow it down.
but they would slow down, but they would zoom it in, and
Yeah.
I'm thinking we're talking blades of grass here. We're talking how wide did the paint gun paint that line? Like it was that tight.
Well, and we are looking down on it. We aren't looking
Right.
We
have
along
terrible
it,
perspective
So
for
it could
us.
have. He could have been 2 blades of grass in.
Right, but that's, again, send it back, do it over again.
And unnecessary. You
Right.
can make an easier throw than that.
So after that call, good patience here by UVM, taking what they're getting, taking what Northeastern is allowing, which is this patient handler work.
You know what I like about UVM that I've seen is, yes, they've got their handler sets like everyone else, but everyone's confident enough that they can jump into a handler role real quick when necessary.
He's just got a cramp. He landed and cramped up right there. This is a
Late
tricky
in the day, second day of a tournament, lots of dehydration.
and tricky too, because the sun's stronger than you think. It's warm, but it's not super hot, so you're not necessarily sweating a ton either. It's just like it's kind of a tricky day to make sure you stay hydrated on.
Where's the wide cut? Where's the break side cut there?
All right, they're gonna go back to their handler weave. It looks like.
Yep.
When UVM has stuck with this is where at least 2 or 3 of their points have come from, by doing this the whole way down the field.
Yeah.
It seems to be something that Northeastern is not really designed. Their defense is not looking to stop, but then they do this, and it's maddeningly decision making.
He's calling a
is
foul,
tough.
and I think there were multiple fouls by both teams on that.
Everybody hit each other, and no one caught the disc.
Correct.
Yeah, but again, like, why? Why a
Why is the
stall one
question.
hammer across the field into the wind when you and your two buddies have handle or weaved this for 45 yards? It's worked. Keep it going. You're going to score if you keep working it like that. But the
even
decision
if not,
is
wait
just,
for the easy open, or if the easy open on that side of the field doesn't happen, hey, guess what? You're good enough to swing it on to break that force. Swing it back
the
to the
whole
middle
point.
of the field.
They've done a fantastic job at it. Here it comes back. They can't agree on the foul call, so it comes back. He gets a do-over on his decision. A good.
Oh, that was.
I mean, a better decision than the hammer. Good defense. I'm not really sure what the receiver was doing there. Like, if that defender makes that play, there's nothing you can do about it. Why do you
Right.
put yourself out of position? You got to be ready for him to not make the play if it's that far away. I'm not quite sure what is going on the field right now, but Vermont is not playing the game that they need to play right now. Discussion about a rule of where you have to put the disc in play after you catch it. Figured it out. Northeastern in control. Long
Nice
throw down the field.
undercut, deep undercut. UVM doing better this half of, turning those deep cuts under. And Northeastern, by contrast, better at seeing those unders now and trying to take advantage of it instead of just forcing it deep every time.
Northeastern out hustling Vermont on these cuts. Vermont is there, but they're not as close as they have been in the past. Good poach here. Threw it over the poach.
Over the poach.
Saw the poach
for
and threw
the
it behind
point.
them. Wow.
Yeah, UVM on defense just looked gassed at the end of that point.
Yep. It's only a half a step difference, but the half a step makes those throws a lot easier. Northeastern goes up 12-8.
Oh, and that's just a bad feeling. When you make the good poach and you're in position, you watch it go over your head, you're like,
well, you make the poach on that cut, and the cutter just says, I'm just going to keep going. And the thrower knows that. They've done that before. It's not a normal...
Cap is going on. Game is to 13.
Game is now to 13.
Tournament director just informed us that the cap is going on, and the game is going to be played to 13. Northeastern only needing one more point. That was
12.
That was 12, so Northeastern needs one more point. Yeah, so
that is not in UVM's favor.
No, but that's like, it's not a normal decision for a handler to see the poach, recognize it, and then throw to the space the poach just vacated to the same person.
Yeah.
To a different person, like the person that was being poached off of, sure, but that's something that those two specific players have done before, in my opinion, because I don't see why you would even think to do that, to go there as a cutter and to throw it as the handler.
Right, because the immediate thought is poach.
Is
look around.
Look for the person who's being poached off of.
Correct.
Not throw to the same guy who's going to separate from the two
shoulder.
poachers. Yeah, who's going to separate from his person and the poacher itself. Yeah, so good job by Northeastern. A dejected point by Vermont. A lot of mental errors on that point.
Yep.
And it's just, I think the realization is starting to hit them that they will not be going home with $1,000.
But what's good about what's happening now for UVM is there's a lot of freshmen on this team and a lot of freshmen getting a lot of playing time. This is good experience for, okay, what do you do in this situation? How do you keep that winning attitude when things get difficult? Yeah, that reset's way too close.
Yeah, and if the score holds out here, and Northeastern walks away as a nice layout D here, is this is fuel for the fire for Vermont for later.
And this is the tournament.
There it is.
For Northeastern.
Northeastern 13, Vermont 8. And this is fuel for the fire for Vermont of like, we lost this game, we don't like this feeling.
And we hopefully know why we lost this game. And sometimes you just get into a situation where everyone on the team has the drops or something. It's just like something bizarre that never happens. These things are solvable.
And congratulations to Northeastern. That was a really good game from beginning to end, a complete game. Offense and defense, their defense dictated the terms of this game in the first half in particular and brought them out to a lead that Vermont was never able to overcome. So this, kudos to Northeastern, a very well played game. And it appeared to be a spirited game, a lot of disagreements that were sent back, but not a lot of disagreements that turned into arguments.
Right.
And so these two teams supplied us with a phenomenal game. What a great finals.
Yeah, and now we look forward to the women's finals coming up in a little while. We will be back for that at 2:30?
I think so, yeah.
2:30.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade? And it's difficult to be outside. We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need. And when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that. Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnia sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Hi and welcome to the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland, Maine. It's the Lobster Pot, a massive college ultimate tournament. Day 2, Sunday. This is our final live stream broadcast of the day. It is the women's upper bracket finals between UVM and Cornell. UVM pulling in the black jerseys, going from right to left, and Cornell receiving in the white jerseys. I am Tom with Mike. Mike, this is our final game of the day. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah. This UVM squad is loaded with talent, and not just from the main YCC teams, although quite a few players from our own YCC teams are here. They're just, coming off a run at national championships last spring, and with still a lot of talent coming in. This should be a really exciting game for both teams.
I mean, we don't, despite the massive tournament size here with almost 90 teams, this is a tournament that really only looks at the Northeast and the metro area of the country, with some teams from like as far south as New Jersey. So a lot of teams, but a really small geographic area, so it's not all that common for us to say we get to see, and we have a team with national championship aspirations at this tournament, and that's the caliber of play that UVM is bringing to every tournament that they go to. That's their goal this year, is to go up against North Carolina and beat them, who's, I believe, the reigning national champion in the women's division. Like, that's their goal, is that kind of competition. We might not see that level here as they break in new players and new roles and things, and it's early in the season, but that's the kind of caliber that we're looking at here from UVM.
That is great work by Annie Posey there, staying with a reset.
That being said, when you are a team with that kind of aspirations to it, you have a massive target on your back. So Cornell's here in the finals looking to send a message, to make a statement, and really hang in there as long as they can, and maybe even pull out a victory here if they really execute their game plan and get a big statement win for their program over a UVM team.
Yeah, UVM coming out in a vertical stack. A great strike cut by Annie Posey there. That should be something that Cornell's going to have to guard against. See, and that's going to float, but UVM is tall. Therefore, they score.
That was, I think, the thrower just figured out what the wind feels like throwing in that direction. It made that thing hang up there forever. But good patience by UVM as they go up 1-0 over Cornell. When Cornell received the disc there, they moved the disc pretty well on offense. Just had to drop 2/3 of the way down the field. That is a break for UVM to start right away, though, as Cornell puts the roll line back out there looking to answer.
Yeah, this is going to be an important test for Cornell. They have to come into this game limiting mistakes, limiting self-imposed errors. They have to make UVM make the defense. Don't give them the defense by throwing it away.
Yeah, and as we saw it once already, Cornell turns it over 2/3 of the way down the field, and UVM never gives it back, and really, it never even really makes a whole lot of never even really gives them much of a chance to. Like, those throws were very measured, very patient, very disciplined, and very high percentage. Except for the last one. The last one was a bit of a swirly one. But.
Well, and UVM has a ton of throwers and a ton of talent down the field, and they just worked it. They didn't try and score on one big throw. They took what the defense gave them. They did a really nice job of working that disc up the field. Now pulling with the wind at their back. Great pull by UVM down to the goal line for Cornell. Cornell has plenty of room to operate to start. They need to take advantage of that by moving the disc immediately.
There they go.
A little confusion on defense, but picked up quickly. Oh, and that's going to be crucial. You can't miss those throws.
Yeah, that's a short throw with a forehand like that, kind of tough. But yeah, you got to have those resets as UVM.
High throw, Layla Wasink goes up for, and
not in yet.
at the goal line.
Now they are.
Right back to her.
Great job attacking that high throw there. That thing kind of sailed on the UVM players there, but good job going up to get it and punch it in. Another break, 2-0.
Yeah.
UVM off and rolling. Cornell beating themselves with drops right now. Yeah, like, and that's, but and maybe it's just personal preference, but, and also because my backhand throw is stronger than my forehand most for ultimate purposes, but where the Cornell player looked back at their dump and tried to throw a flick, but tried to throw it soft enough. That's the hardest throw to make when you're trying to throw a 4-yard throw. I've always preferred a backhand that kind of, you starts low and you kind of bring it up in the air and kind of pop it up in the air for a little bit to kind of like make, I've just always found that it's easier to power down a backhand and still get spin on it. The forehand is really hard to throw it that softly without it coming off like a floppy taco with no rotation.
Yeah, trying to take something off a forehand means it's just going to flutter and just die.
Tend to die, yeah.
It's a lot easier to take something off a backhand.
Yeah.
UVM with a sizable squad, although I do not think they have their entire team here today. And Cornell with a sizable squad, so that's a nice thing to see. Annie Posey with the pull. Fantastic pull into the wind. Nice catch by Cornell. Good job getting to just moving right away. Coming out in a horizontal, and that's going to be
good bid.
That was dangerous throw.
Now we have a newer player from Cornell here struggling finding a throw.
Wrong foot, right?
Struggling to find a throw here, taken away by good defense.
And that's something you got to expect from a new player, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's acceptable from a new player. Oh,
nice catch.
Grab.
Well, and that's going to be the biggest difference in this game is that, for the most part, UVM has fewer of the newer players than Cornell probably does. So it's,
UVM working it, middle of the field. Again, strike cut there every time. You got to take that away. Nice point by UVM. Now racing out to a 3-0 start.
3-0, yep.
You got to take that strike cut away. Make them go around. Make them make more throws in this wind.
And also just the strike cut puts the thrower in what some coaches and systems refer to as the power position. They're now going upfield with their defender trailing behind them. They have the whole field to look at, no one in their way. There's no cutters in the way, most likely either, and so now they can throw whatever they want to wherever they want.
Yep.
Whereas if you force them to come back around again, the mark is there, they're off on one side of the field, they can't throw it over the stack, well, they shouldn't throw it over the stack,
right,
back to the other side of the field again, so it limits them a little bit more of what they can do if you force them to go around and swing it around. So yeah, it's something that they can prioritize to try and take away. Really right now though, completing dump throws.
Yeah.
3 turnovers, all on dump throws that UVM has scored on. UVM's not going to give them an inch. The dump throws are going to be really hard, and that's what's been. I mean, they can move the disc.
Yep.
Until they looked back to the dump, and the dump throw's hard. So it's our final game of the day, but we still have sponsors to thank. Sponsoring our tournament and sponsoring the main ultimate throughout the year. One of them is Tyler Technologies, empowering the public sector to create smarter, safer, and stronger communities. They're here at our Players Lounge area with a pseudo job fair and lots of free frisbees and stuff, and they have really been a strong supporter of us over the years. Another one you can see some of the signs. Oh, they were here. The signs, I don't know if they're still here now. Oh, they're behind the Cornell team huddle is the yellow Ghost Energy signs. They're, always here supplying the players with Ghost Energy beverages. And you see some other signs kicking around. Port Property over there. Main Movement is a personal trainer, physical therapy company, run by some Maine Ultimate players and UMaine Farmington alum. So lots of really cool sponsors making this tournament happen.
as well as the volunteers.
I will.
Let's take this opportunity before we forget, and the game, game gets more exciting, that this doesn't happen without all the volunteers who are probably currently striking fields that are unoccupied, because we're going to try and get out of here before darkness, and it's going to be a challenge. There are 40 fields that need to be set up and taken down, and that's a lot of work, and we have a lot of volunteers helping with that, helping shuttle players and parents to and from fields. Just a lot of work that goes into this. So
Absolutely.
thank you to the volunteers who make this happen.
Yep, lots of setup, prep work, organization. The volunteers are staffing our players' lounge and our training central and organizing everything, keeping everybody informed, running our Ghost Energy field. Max, the videographer, is keeping all of our live streams going at the same time, even though there's 3 of them and 1 of him. 2 of them right now, I think, and 1 of him, but still.
So Worlds player Willa Morales pulling for UVM. Cornell picks it up. Good cuts out of the stack from Cornell, really. But you just unforced errors. You can't do that.
Can't do, yeah. And I mean, athleticism-wise, Cornell seems right there. Like so far, like they're getting open, they're making cuts. They're just Vermont's had 4 now short fields. So it was good defense.
That was a great hand block.
Defense
that
by
was
16.
Amazing. And right back to
Willa. Yep.
I almost called her Victoria.
It's not the worst idea for the throw, but it has to be past them and higher. It has to be higher. Maybe thinking of the wind too much. Nice catch here on the sideline.
Nice catch by Ella Letting on that. Back to the middle of the field. I just like UVM's patience. They want that deep shot, but they're working on something clearly this tournament. And that is just out of reach, and of course,
good bid.
Spoke too soon. I really thought.
I thought that was going to be a catch.
That one. She's just a fantastic player.
Good bid, and that throw was the correct height.
Right.
Up and over. Yeah, great look. Almost had it. Cornell starts and gives it right back again.
Nope, you can't do that.
Another unforced error from Cornell. It's the right throw.
Oh,
but
do you have a taco disc?
We have a taco disc. The disc is more of a thing you might eat and less of a thing you would like to throw as we replace it with a new one. Yeah, I mean,
I found taco discs don't really affect my throws all that much, except if it's a hammer.
Not mine either. Mine are terrible no matter what the disc looks like. So.
Oh, that is a great
good
cut
but
from
too
the front,
low.
but that's an uncharacteristic mistake from UVM on that throw.
Too low. And then even Cornell's turnover, it's the right throw. It's just the excuse is not quite there. We're looking downfield.
Good. Now that is a good big deep throw.
There you go.
Past midfield. Cornell, plenty of time. Someone help.
Well, there was help, but they were looking in the wrong direction.
Great
Good job by
strike
Zero.
cut. And now that to the corner
Got
of the
it.
end zone. Foot race.
They're in.
Foul, no contest. Point.
Foul, no contest. They caught it anyway. But yeah, but it just, yep. Cornell on the board, 3-1.
That was what they needed. They got, and Cornell has some good deep looks now. That means UVM's going to have to adjust and say, all right, let's turn everything under, make them make 15 throws to score.
Yes, well, that's the adjustment that they're going to make. That's probably what the coach will talk about right now. But Cornell has made it easier on themselves by that point, showing that they are willing to make those throws, they can complete those throws. Now UVM's going to have to guard the whole field, and are going to have to, which was probably their strategy anyway, was probably making Cornell make lots of throws, but they really want to overemphasize that now. Especially because too, if you can do a deep game and do it effectively, you can rack up points in a hurry.
Yeah.
So you don't want to leave that out there as something Cornell can continue to exploit.
Yeah, UVM's going to have to not get lost on defense on those quick transitions. Hang your head or look around, just get deep, and then work your way up the field. Be the deepest back, and even if that's not your person, you're taking away that throw. Pick up the underneath when you get to it.
Let's see. Cornell pulling.
for the first time this game.
UVM getting to put an O-line on the field. We'll see what Cornell, if Cornell wants to stay person, probably. I would imagine they'll stay person, but who knows? Maybe they'll try something different. I said before, like athletically, it doesn't seem like they're too far off of what UVM brings, which is really
Nice
awesome for
pull.
them in their
Ooh,
preparation.
just
Out of bounds. Again, the sideline is not the flags across the way on the field. The flags are about 5 or 6 yards or so further off the sideline.
Oh, and that's just a mistake.
Yep, mistake by UVM, and now they lost their defender, or they lost who they were guarding on the turn, but they've recovered. Cornell looking to go to work here and get themselves right back in this
trying
game.
to get the mark on, not being very effective on their marks though.
Yeah,
Cornell's got to exploit that.
maybe a little bit poachy, a little bit it's kind of like sagging off, a little bit lax.
Oh, nice
job.
little inside throw there from Cornell.
Oh,
Now we have a
call.
pick or violation of some sort.
Yeah, it happened back in the stack. Well, what was a stack?
Better mark this time.
Good
job by Cornell. A
Yeah.
couple extra steps. That
Yeah,
happens.
but a good reset from 58. You have to stop as quickly as it's safe for you to do so. So like it's
Oh, nice
catch.
adjustment in the air by 13, Cornell. Now knocking on the door, and we have what?
Question whether they're in the end zone or not.
Sideline, you can only help if they ask you.
Good job by Cornell working this disc and really making some short throws. It's also possible, given the time of year that this tournament is happening, we could have a situation where you have a newer player making this catch and not sure what they can and can't call themselves on the field. The UVM player is a veteran, and so that could be the sideline captain type player, a veteran type player trying to help out their teammate in this situation. But either way, Cornell keeps possession and throws it over the top.
Wow, and that was some sort of pick, probably.
I thought it was oh no, it is a pick. You're right. Yeah. It's got to be getting to a high stall count here too. It's got to be, right?
I'd like to see a little over the shoulder throw. Oh, nice break
Good
right
patience
there.
right there.
Oh, you stop
Looking for it.
and plant and go back and you're open.
This is so what we're seeing here. Now they're back in something better. There you go.
And that's going to be a point.
Was that it took Cornell a little bit there until that last throw that they took. The stack never really got organized.
Nope.
They all kind of were making cuts sideways, 3 of them at the same time, and they constantly were cutting each other off. And they finally got organized, and then one of them ran out to make that score. It's 3-2 now, and so this is something that I was hoping to see. Was these are the 2 upper bracket women's teams. We're in the finals. I wanted to see UVM have to work.
Yep.
And Cornell right now is making them work. And so Cornell's
out hustling them.
The gap between UVM and most of the competition that they've seen in this tournament has been quite large. The gap between them and Cornell is not. If there is one, but it is not
as stark.
Not nearly as stark as the others. Cornell is in this game as long as they continue, but they have to play almost entirely mistake-free.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do. Yeah.
So Cornell will be pulling from the Lobster Pot end zone to UVM, hanging out in the Vacation Land end zone. We'll see any adjustments, because again, that turnover for UVM, it wasn't pressure by Cornell, it was just a drop.
Mm-hmm. And the wind is picking up. It's more consistent now. It was kind of gusty before. It's almost a steady, at least, and it might be different down the field. We're not that high up. We're only 7-8 feet up, but it can make a difference. But that is something we didn't see yesterday and haven't really seen much of today either. It's great spacing here by UVM and a deep shot.
Deep shot, perfect throw to the end zone.
That's just your handlers create a couple passes, you get it to the first cutter from the horizontal, who is a massive thrower. And from a horizontal stack, the horizontal stack looks to attack the green space in front of the stack, so in between the handlers and the cutters, and deep space behind them. And there's no defenders in either one, so that's what's nice about it, is you can just run and throw it out there and let them go get it.
And that was Clater on the receiving end of that, and Cornell would be wise to play 2-3 feet in back of that player and force them under. Do not give up those deep shots because Clater will take those all day. So now it is 4-2 in favor of UVM, rolling through this first half. Getting ready to pull is UVM in the dark. Jerseys reflective of the men's UVM team we just saw out here.
I gotta watch me at some point too.
Nice pull from UVM. Taken right around the middle of the field, slightly off center. Good work by Cornell. Wow, wide open underneath. Protecting the deep space or confused about matchup.
I think confused about a match,
wide
yeah.
open.
Yeah.
Now can UVM clamp down on the handlers? And up the sideline, near side of the field. Trying to get some handler movement. Oh, great mark there. Force that lefty to the wide side of the field.
Yeah, a little bit stagnant from the cutters down for there. Now they're going, and two of them went at once, but
I'd like to see a little more juice on that throw.
some more movement downfield. All the cutters were going away at that point. The timing's off a little bit. I hope
That
she's
looked like
okay.
a hyperextension
That looked
right
like
there.
that was. I'm certain that it would have been if I did it.
And that's going to be a point for Cornell.
Good job by
And
Cornell.
They are playing tight.
Right in it, 4-3. I'll take a second to talk about Shield Health and Fitness. Shield Health and Fitness is proud to provide Lobster Pot 2024 with their American-made athletic training products. Shield athletic tapes and wraps are used by athletes all over the world to train, protect, and perform. Find the Shield family of products on Amazon or online at shieldhealthandfitness.com to protect like the pros.
That was good movement from Cornell. I mean, they had a lot of cuts coming. They weren't doing a lot of double cuts at that point.
No, it seemed like they just needed, a couple points to kind of get into the flow of things, see how the game's going to shake out. Been looking more poised on offense these last couple of points.
And maybe put a little bit of a pin in the aura and mystique of UVM.
It's also true that UVM is not rolling out an A-line on every point. They've got some players with either no shoes on or sneakers on who maybe are injured. So I'm sure UVM is seeing this as a building tournament. Obviously, they are going to do everything in their power to win as well, but they're working in new players here too because of just the time of year that it is. They know they have a system, it works. They go to nationals, they know what they're doing, but they want to toe that line between teaching and learning and being competitive and going home with a big old check of money.
That is a great cut from the middle of the field.
Yeah,
there.
look at how much wider the spacing is here from UVM. It's also true that they can do that also because they have the throwers to make that distance up. So that's another piece. Is sometimes the spacing tells you how capable the throwers are.
Oh, and that's a nice throw over the top, but just out of reach.
Because they can just start their cut 30 yards down the field because Annie and Willa and some of the other players can make that throw accurately, as not every team has that luxury.
I want to see if UVM starts showing up on defense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been, Cornell has been able to move the disc effectively.
And I like this. They're poaching off the wide wing because that's hard, and you've got the deep help back. That is really smart defense.
Yeah, good job.
Good job by UVM there.
And it allows the UVM player, even though she made the D, they made the D there, they can kind of play almost like under because they know the help's coming over the top.
Yep. Oh, another immediate deep shot, just shy of the end zone.
Not in, but great run to catch up to that one. That had a lot of sauce on it.
And that was a
score.
Tricky little play.
Good
nice
job
work
by UVM.
by UVM there that time.
That makes it 5-3 in favor of UVM. Another one of our sponsors supplying our sunshade tents on the far side of the field is Impact Melanoma. When you check the weather on your phone, do you check the UV index? If the UV index is 4 or higher, wear sunscreen SPF 30 or higher. Seek shade, wear a hat and sunglasses to protect your skin from harmful UV rays. Impact Melanoma is committed to increasing awareness, providing prevention education, promoting early detection, and saving lives. Protect your skin and learn more at impactmelanoma.org. Be sunsafe 365. We're really happy to have them here as a sponsor. It's something really good to draw attention to. Ultimate players are usually pretty good about it. They're experienced at this. They've been to tournaments before. They know how much the sun can really affect them. So we see kids constantly applying sunscreen and everything while they're here. Even though it's the middle of October, the sun is still pretty strong. So yeah, really great to have them as a sponsor, and thank them for supplying all these shade tents for our players and fans alike. So, UVM taking some time here, discussing something or things we had guessed to do here.
Yeah, that's one thing I would like to see UVM do a little bit better job of, is watching the clock in between points.
Well, that's something that they're going to need to do
Yeah.
when they get to regionals and nationals, because there will be observers watching the clock for them, and they will be penalized if they don't do a good job of it. So,
good pull, gonna roll. Good job by Cornell stopping that, taking advantage of the field position.
And you see
Coming
how
out in the horizontal, better defense this time from UVM, really aggressive.
you see how tight that horizontal stack was, only about 10-12 yards between the stack going across the field and where the handlers were set up. It makes it really hard to play in that small field there. I would like to see Cornell add 5 yards to that stack and push it further downfield.
Yeah, it's hard to make an undercut there. Oh, and
That's
that just
over.
sails.
Oh boy.
But able to come up with it. Nice throw around, up the field to Plater again.
So the wind doesn't affect Willa's throws, does it?
Pretty much not.
I don't think it does.
Oh, that's a good cut, too.
Oh, great cut. Just slightly out of sync with the handler. The fakes were not quite lined up with Willa's cut, but
Far side of the field, waiting, working it back, looking for that easy throw. Not
Nice
seeing it.
cut
Nice
by Willa.
inside,
Oh.
but just a little bit behind the player, and that is going to be a turnover. But Cornell picks up at their own goal line.
you can tell Willa is a high-level athlete. She just plants her foot and immediately changes direction. Like it's a one step and it's a complete moving in the opposite direction. Great cutting in small spaces there.
I like this stack better from
Yes,
Cornell.
a little further away.
A little more space to cut.
Yeah, because you're going to cut under and you're going to make those 5 yards disappear in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and that's a little bit behind the Cornell player this time. Oh.
Oof.
That
Oh,
was
bummer.
Yeah, that was not a. There's a better throw to be had.
That's not a disciplined choice at any point on the field for that one. That's unfortunate. And it's a really, really hard throw to catch when you throw it right over the head like that.
So I like it. Again, we've got this help D back to take away the deep throws, leaving this this wide side, because this wide side throw is not a legitimate throw with all the traffic in front.
Not here. Oh, it's coming in short.
That's just ooh.
Ooh. Are we okay?
Yeah, I blame the thrower there. There's no way they should have thrown that.
I don't. You know, they didn't want it to come out so blady and so short like that. It came out of their hand wrong. They wanted that down the field farther. So it's still an interesting decision. But we have a foul called here. A good read on the disc by the UVM defender to come in there and make that play. But you just have Cornell looking back behind them and the UVM player coming in. They don't know they're there, and they hit knees, I think.
I do think it's a foul, but I don't think it's a dangerous play foul. I mean, that was one of those where if it's a dangerous play, it's a dangerous play because the thrower should never have thrown that.
I don't think it's a foul at all, honestly, because the UVM player made the play and then the contact happened afterwards, and it didn't. The contact happened after the Cornell player had a chance to catch the disc and they didn't.
Yeah.
But that's so contested foul goes back. Good that's a tight throw. It's a good one. Now a no contested foul on the mark.
So the mark will go back to 0. Oh, no.
No, it might have been a stall, actually. No, that's what it was. It was a stall. It says no contested stall.
UVM, middle of the field, right near the end line, and that's going to be a point.
Good job
for UVM. I would like to see Cornell make an adjustment here. They're leaving the far side wing totally alone, just abandoning it. The UVM is.
Yeah.
So I would like to see Cornell maybe move the rest of the cutters upfield more and let that person cut into the space.
Send in.
Yep.
Yeah, send them in as the initiator to pull the poach
there's
out.
No one on them, and if someone poaches off the handler position to take up that space, then you've got that easy swing.
Right, and it's a throw that's really hard to make. So you know if you can't make the throw itself, then get them to move and to take the poach away somehow, or to force a switch.
Just cut all the way across the field into that empty space.
Makes it 6-3 in favor of UVM. But not a cakewalk by any stretch of the means for UVM in this game. As they get ready to pull, Cornell gets ready to receive. I can't get over how nice it has been this weekend. The weather's been phenomenal.
Yes.
Mid-60s in the middle of October in Maine. It's unusual to be this warm.
We usually we've only had one bad lobster pot weekend as far as weather goes, and that was last year.
Yeah.
We've had cold lobster pots. We haven't had too many rainy cold lobster pots.
And we do like to say up here that there's summer, and then there's fall starts, and then there's a false summer that happens for about a couple of days. And it's pretty nice that the false summer has fallen on Lobster Pot weekend, because it'll go right back in about a week, and I'm sure it'll go back to being 40 degrees and autumn again, which is fine. It's my favorite time of year. Nice catch.
That was a tricky catch.
That was a left-handed, almost like
backhand.
Yeah, really
stab.
Awesome. Good catch by Cornell as they work it around to the near side. Handler's content to swing it while the cutters do some work.
Oh, yeah.
Strip's been called.
Legit, but you still need to run all the way through it.
But again, Cornell showing the ability to move the disc on UVM's defense.
And take, not get in their own heads and try and force things. Take what's given.
Yeah, they're showing to be a tenacious, determined team that is not going to back down from a challenge.
So it's going to be a foul, no contest.
Yep,
and in that case, what we call the old-time strip, for those who may be unfamiliar, is if you think you have stopped rotation of the disc and someone knocks the disc out of your hand after that. Or it could just have been a foul hit the player's hand, and they couldn't grab it. Oh, that's a great grab.
Nice catch there on the
Cornell
sideline.
making some really impressive catches at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that cut.
High stall count, had to look for something. I think they wanted that to actually go past the UVM player. Is that Annie Posey who did that? I think so. Like I think they wanted that to go all the way in the end zone, and Annie reached up and kind of just swatted away.
Well, I didn't like it. I didn't like the reset. The reset was in a bad spot, behind the player, and not at a good angle.
Great throw
to Ella.
I think that's Ella. Yep. That was a great throw.
7-3 now in favor of UVM. Yeah, this is a little bit unusual for Ella Letting in that she's been on the receiving end of a lot of these deeper throws. She's usually the one throwing them.
Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and we are thrilled to have their support for this tournament. Did you know that Revision Energy was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Miller? Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate Frisbee because it is a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint, with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. Yeah, you know, you're probably right, Mike. I mean, I haven't seen much of Ella play myself, but I would not be surprised if she's normally a thrower. But as you said earlier, you alluded to it earlier in our live stream here, that UVM's full of throwers.
Yeah.
And it is good, it is helpful as a thrower to also be a cutter sometimes.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
you see the field from a different perspective, and it helps you as a thrower to address the field, you know, with that in my mind too. I mean, I know that it helped my development when I was playing to do that. So, and clearly Ella has wheels. So.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Nice patience by Cornell again.
Okay. So this time Cornell didn't actually start the cut from that place that you were mentioning, Mike, but they went right to the player right away instead. So trying to get them involved, like you said, to move the poach away, they clearly went to that right away, talked about it on the sideline, because it's something that they attacked immediately off of this pull.
That's a really nice strike cut by 20 on that last one. It was a tight window, and 20 made it wider by kind of leaning outside into her chasing defender and forcing that defender upfield a step and allowing a little bit more space to make the throw easier. Oh, great bid by UVM there. Cornell looking backhand to
Nice
the
job.
front of the end zone. Waiting, and that's going to be,
a catch?
Oh,
Wow.
That's a catch. That's a fantastic catch.
20 goes down to get it. I mean, from like 200 feet away, it looked good. Yeah, they're calling it a point. Excellent catch. I was just thinking that this group of Cornell players really worked well together on offense.
Yeah.
That was a good point. A solid offensive effort by Cornell to make it 7-4. Yeah, well done. UVM had some good layouts there on defense, but you can tell that UVM's not giving this to them. Like,
Yeah,
Cornell
no.
is earning every one of these open cuts.
And that, a tournament like this, a finals like this, can do wonders for your program if you are Cornell, because now you see, hey, we can play with UVM. We belong on this stage, and that confidence that you build can carry you and hopefully bring more interest to your program and more, some more players to your program.
Put that shit wagon!
UVM in the dark, in the Vacation Land end zone, getting ready to receive the pull.
Let's see what sort of offense UVM has in store here. They've got a bunch of stars on the line.
Good pull. That'll get him well past midfield. Oh, middle of the field. A little bit of a spinorama there.
It's like a zone. Zone from Cornell.
They do come with a zone.
Yep.
But right over the top, eating it up is UVM. Looking for the available, and that's just...
Ooh, that last throw was real tight, though.
Playing defense. That is just, that's just...
That's a great throw by Annie Posey, but the throw from the UVM player to Annie was really tight because they were just starting to drop the zone and go to match up person, and I don't think the UVM player anticipated that, and that was almost defended. That was real close.
Yeah, it was a really good, Cornell's got to say, no, we're not doing zone again.
As UVM takes half now, 8-4, we will be back with the second half here in a little while.
The grand stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the touch. Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it. Throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me. Oh my gosh! One of the plays of the year.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Welcome back to the second half of our championship game in the women's matching final. UVM A versus Cornell here in South Portland, Maine at Wainwright Field Complex on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon, now starting to chill down a little bit with a little additional wind. I am Mike alongside Maxime, our videographer, and my partner Tom. We are here in the catbird seat watching UVM, who took half at 8-4. What did you think of that first half, Tom?
I mean, the score is as we expected. You know, we expected UVM to have, you know, a lot of firepower and to score the offensive points pretty much at will. What we did not expect was the crispness of the Cornell offense in particular. Like, they have not had much trouble moving the disc down the field. The margin of victory here is so far, being 4 points down, is almost directly related to 3 drops early in the game that were immediately capitalized on by UVM. So since that 3-0 deficit, Cornell has really cleaned up their offense and is making good decisions. And it's proving to be a team that is, you know, at least, you know, up to the challenge of making UVM have to work. So,
Cornell
yeah.
pulling for the second half and UVM receiving in the Vacation Land end zone. Yeah, if I'm UVM coach, I want to see my players put the pedal down and finish this game. I want them to play a little harder on defense and continue the offensive momentum they've had. If I'm Cornell, I want to grind. I want to make UVM earn everything.
Cornell a little confused off the pull of who they're going to guard. They've caught up now, but that could have been disaster.
So UVM moving the disc far side of the field. Yeah, that's a better inside cut there.
Nice cut, yeah.
Not get the pick and get around the player. And that's just straight speed from Morales there.
Ooh.
Oh, but a little bit lazy on the throw.
Just maybe just not enough power. Sometimes you in your brain you throw it at 80%, but your body throws it at 40, and that's what happens. Good cut here by two. Nice catch.
Cut. Great grab by Cornell.
Yep, they were inbounds when they caught it, so they go back. They kind of slid out of bounds with that great layout.
And that's a wonderful cut by 13 there. Again, nice work. The handlers need to clear space. They can't be, they're the ones now getting a little bit lazy and sloppy. They need to clear space. Oh, that is a beautiful throw to Clater in the end zone.
Nicely done. The run through D and then the nice laser.
Cross-field laser to the front of the end zone.
9-4 in favor of UVM.
Yeah, Cornell cannot get complacent on offense. They have to stay aggressive, and they have to clear that handler space for when someone else is cutting into it.
Yes, give that handler room to make those cuts so that they're not so tight and close together. So Port Property, one of our sponsors, makes homes happen by offering more than 1,400 apartment rentals in southern Maine. Discover their diverse range of apartment styles, from the contemporary design of the Armature in West Bayside to the historic charm of the Lafayette on Congress Street, or the modern updates of the Linden located along Back Cove. For more information, please visit their website at portproperty.com. They've been a sponsor of Maine Ultimate for a long time. I personally rented my first apartment in Portland through Port Property, so I was a customer of theirs for a couple of years. Had a great experience. They were attentive. The process was easy. Payment was never an issue. When there were any problems, they were responsive building owners. So, a quality organization if you're looking to rent in the area. As UVM gets ready to pull, here up 9-4. Annie Posey going to pull?
Into the wind,
Into the
not
wind,
a problem.
And it's still most of the field.
Oh, you want to get your head out of the way.
Get out of the way of that. That's gonna leave a mark if it hits you in the head. So something that it looks like UVM's doing on purpose, nice catch, is the UVM player. I think it's Alex, who's here.
Just need to wait. That was open. The under was open.
But UVM sometimes off of the pull is, I think, doing this on purpose. They're kind of not guarding the thrower, and they're just sitting in the lane trying to get a real quick, easy turnover, kind of leaving the person unmarked for a couple seconds.
Yeah, they're not, and now Cornell. Oh, nice follow by 6 for Cornell.
Good effort to follow that up. That sailed over.
And nice fake there. That was a throw the UVM player was baiting. Now get the swing off to the middle of the field. Again, far side of the field.
Zero's
good patience by Cornell here.
Zero very effective as a cutter in the handler space.
And that's a throw. Just unfortunate. Should have led her, the teammate, closer to the middle of the field and out of reach of the defender.
I thought actually they were trying to go further off to the sideline and throw it over the Vermont player, but the wind held it in place.
Yeah, that's a tough wind. And now UVM looking strong. Oh, good holster there.
Good holster, good mark. 16 saw the strike coming and jumped in front to take it away.
Oh, and that's a beautiful throw. Way to high point it for UVM, and that should be give and go all the way to the end zone for a point. 10-4.
10-4. UVM firmly in the driver's seat now. Is continuing to take advantage of every Cornell turnover. The difference here, Cornell turned it looking to score, and UVM going the length of the field with no problems at all.
Yeah, UVM this half looks crisper on offense.
Yes.
And Cornell, they're grinding, and you can't grind and come up empty. You have to score when you have that opportunity.
So, looking to watch more Ultimate? Check out Portland Rising, Maine's professional Ultimate Frisbee team. Founded in 2019, Portland Rising is on a mission to dream big and work in partnership with our community to rise together. Portland Rising is part of the Premier Ultimate League, a league committed to achieving equity in the sport of Ultimate by increasing accessibility to the sport for and visibility of women, transgender, intersex, non-binary, genderqueer, and gender-fluid people through high-quality competition, leadership experiences, and community partnerships. Visit www.portlandrising.me to learn more about the team and gear up for their next season, 2025 season. It's a phenomenal atmosphere over there at Fitzpatrick Stadium when Portland Rising plays. They usually have 3 or 4 home games. Usually 3. They usually have another one that they play in Boston. And yeah, a family-friendly environment. Lots of cool cheers and activities and things for people to do. Cool merchandise for sale from Portland Rising, Boston Glory, and some other local vendors. And yeah, a really good time, a really good team.
And
hope to see you out there
hopefully
next
they'll be live streaming again this year.
Yeah.
And good pull from UVM.
Pulling here to Cornell.
To the far side of the field. Nice holster there. Saw the baited throw, looked it off.
Now they got to keep the spacing as they cut and clear here. They started off with good depth on the stack.
No, that's an under. You got to make that under. Good cut from Cornell. Good, better holster, better decision.
Oh, stick with the dump.
Yep.
Stick with her.
That's
there
it.
you go.
Good job, Cornell.
Excellent.
UVM playing tight D now. I like it that they're being really aggressive now, and they're trying to shut their person down. Don't give them anything. So,
even though it's not necessarily the way that you might teach it, I like how 8 and 17 continue to work together.
Yep.
Because 8 wasn't looking for any other options, and so everybody else stay out of the way and let the 2 work together and make this
and that's
play.
going to be 8 in the end
nice
zone.
Run. Nice run by Cornell. Good work. Great point by Cornell. It makes it 10-5. Good job. But yeah, so like to finish my point there, because the 2 of them were they were looking at each other, they were trying to get in, they were in sync, were waiting for the opportunity to make the play. I like how the rest of the Cornell team stayed out of the way. And just like, they're gonna get it, this is gonna be fine. We're not gonna put ourselves in the play and bring more people into the chaos.
I would have liked to have seen the handler on the near side of the field, come all the way to the sideline to give them more space. If your person leaves you, activate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But until then, get them out of the play.
Yep, and great run by 8 to run that down. Good job.
He's got some wheels now.
Yep. Cornell continuing to battle. Done a good job here.
10-5 now.
Yep. UVM going to go to work on offense.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness of UVMD here. The second half, they haven't gotten lazy. They haven't gotten complacent. They played hard, and that's. If I'm the coach, that's what I'm looking for. I'm like, look, we didn't play very well defensively that first half. Let's try and shut this team down. And they've done a good job of making Cornell earn every single throw.
Mm-hmm. See, this kind of looks like, at least at this tournament, the UVM's preferred line on offense has this same or similar group of players. As the sideline gets them pumped up here with a cheer.
And the pull is up. Nice pull from Cornell.
Mm-hmm.
Caught by UVM. immediately put into motion. Cornell needs to get down on D a little bit quicker. I like that. Looking for the deep shot, but holstering when it's not available.
Nice catch. They open on the strike too.
Nice catch by Layla there.
Now go.
Oh,
yep.
strike
Now they
cut.
go.
That's just money.
Nice
That is
put.
a high throw. Is it
Nice
inbounds?
put.
And yes, it is.
That was so the cut went back to the middle of the field, and the defender was still kind of behind them. But again, the throw went over the cutter's head and brought them like outside of the goalpost to the left.
Yep.
So continuing, again, to put the defender under the disc, there's nothing they could do. Great throw. Does that make it 11 or 12? Makes it 11. Okay, so yeah, so the score across the way is right. Okay, so
Or
it's
111 to 5.
111 to 5. Well, I might feel that way if you're a Cornell fan, but it's not. It's only 11 to 5. They're gonna fix it. Ta-da! It is fixed. 11 to 5 on the scoreboard across the way. Let's see. They're getting ready to play some defense. This has been
And that's what UVM's looking for out of that set, right? They've got that cutter who's a great deep thrower, cutting under, getting the disc, and immediately looking deep. And that time it wasn't there initially, so just move the disc along, and then.
Right. Well, right, because they got the undercut. They looked deep. What wasn't there? They went downfield with a layout catch by their teammate. Then they got the strike cut right back and put it again. Yeah. So like that's. Yeah, UVM is really taking those strike cuts. They're getting them and turning them into big throws. That's like offense 101 because that's where the best huck position to be in, to throw downfield far, to huck, is from that position. Momentum carrying you forward with a cutter running and nobody else in your path. So, but when it's done well with dynamic players on every end of the equation, it's really hard to stop.
Nice pull.
Confusion by Cornell.
Cornell, but they've got time.
Not much. 47 was right there by UVM trying to make a play.
Oh, that's a good cut, but a good cutoff by inadvertent, but a good cutoff anyway by Maribel for UVM.
By 16, yeah. Who's made a mistake on who they were covering.
That's had Posey beat, but didn't come up with a disc.
But again, went with the strong hand, the right-handed, tried to the righty scoop instead of just putting the left hand down.
Yep.
So much work. It's so much easier to catch playing ultimate frisbee if you are confident with both hands.
And that's what I try and do with my established high school players is in warm-ups, don't catch with two hands, catch with one hand and both hands one-handed.
Yep.
Because you need to be comfortable. It's the old play like you practice adage, and that's going to be a point for Cornell. Number 6.
Good throw.
Big time run into the end zone.
Good point by Cornell. Makes it 11 to 6.
Cornell refusing to give up.
Continue to battle this whole game. Well done by Cornell. We have one more of our sponsors to get to. Chalkless grip enhancers. Patented technology is engineered to provide long-lasting, radically enhanced grip for athletes in nearly every sport. Chalkless goes on clean and dry, turning your hands into a powerful grip zone you have to feel to believe. Used by professionals in the PGA, USTA, NBA, NFL, PPA, CrossFit, and many other sports where grip is critical. Chalkless helps you find your edge with game-changing grip. And we're also playing with Discraft Ultra Stars at this tournament and most sanctioned ultimate tournaments all around the country. Discraft, home of the Ultra Star, the official disc of USA Ultimate, your place for all your ultimate and disc golf needs. Visit discraft.com. We make flying discs fun. So, after that, Cornell getting ready to play some defense. Vermont getting ready to play some offense. The sun's coming back here. It was kind of hiding behind these. The one cloud that's not a high, thin, wispy one. And I feel like the temperature dropped by like 10 degrees. And like now our videographer's camera's gonna start overheating again in a minute. But it's okay. It's the last game of the day. So let's see what UVM has in store for offense here.
Hey, who cares if we freeze up on championship point?
Yeah. High pull going in on the sideline.
Drift out of bounds?
Yep, out of bounds. UVM can take this in the middle of the field if they desire, and you always desire to do so, because coming in on the sideline is just silly.
No, it's strategically.
Strategically bad, yes. Strategically silly. UVM moving under, two unders.
Throw. Ooh. Nice sequence of throws.
I didn't think they were going to get that throw off to Alex going down the field there. But, they did. Nice. That was quick.
That's a good cut. And right back to them on the strike, and another strike, but that was read well by the Cornell defense that time.
But immediately a dump, and they're looking to reset, but going right back to the end zone and in for the score.
Yeah, you know, that UVM player just, feet are too quick.
Well,
you know.
Well, and that is a system or a set of plays that is like, you go back to the handler, right? You go back to the dump handler, and then the front of the stack is your swing cut. So they go hard to the swing cut. The swing isn't there; it's cut off by the defender. The same person plants their foot and goes right back to the space they just came from. The defender's going to overplay it. They're going to be open. Like, you can't, as a defender, take both of them away. You can only take away one. So it's a really great play that they clearly input early on in their work and their season, because they just ran the three players there by default. They just kind of just did it. They didn't have to make a play call or anything. It's just like they're set. It's what they do.
12-6 now in favor of UVM.
Excellent work. Despite the score, Cornell should take this game and be proud of their effort and be proud of what they've done and how hard they've made UVM work, because they did. That's especially in the first half after going down big, they fix things, they clean things up, and have looked like a much of a team that that has those aspirations to go places, has building blocks already in place, and has a lot of talent and a lot of athleticism. This is a team that is a solid group of players.
Yeah, this is a foundation to build on.
Yeah, they are no slouch. They're here to play.
Nice way to get a couple quick resets off.
Yep.
Three can be more active in the cutting space.
They're a secondary, so they're gonna go after. They're trying to make their player work, but it's kind of hard to get involved when you're told not to.
Nice run by 13.
Now they go.
Oh, and just a little bit too floaty, but nice recovery by Cornell. Number 9.
I thought that was going to be defended by the UVM players. The throw was kind of close, but good job by the Cornell players sticking with it.
Oh, good way to clear out that corner. These young teams, often everyone cuts to the corner, but Cornell showing discipline and just. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, it was behind them, but a really good effort, and they put their hand on. They should have had it. Another thing that I want to point out that Cornell has made look effortless, especially on that point. They transitioned from horizontal to vertical stack seamlessly. It was like you look up and they're there. Like, that's something that takes practice and communication, and that was a really good transition to that vertical stack.
This is going to be a point here. 13's number 3's gassed. Struggling to keep up, and we sink in the front of the end zone.
Yeah, UVM getting it to their thrower, and just outrunning.
Yeah, that's a bad feeling when you're really tired and you're beat.
And it's hard.
What you want to do is yell, switch, and there's no one back there to switch with.
And it's hard because you're over here on the wing and you're going deep to make the play for your team, and then the turnover happens and your player immediately takes off in the other direction. It's like, now I got to run 70 yards in the other direction and catch them and hope that I get there before a thrower gets the disc. It's like, it's the worst
second day
feeling.
Of a 2-day tournament, last game.
Exactly. Like, oh man, it's so tough, but a great effort for sure. Yeah, UVM going up 13-6 now, looking to pull. Play some defense. Cornell puts a line of players out there to punch another point in here. Yeah, a good game.
Feisty. Feisty's a good,
Feisty's a good word.
Word for Cornell.
Is a good word for Cornell. And turnovers to start, but really not a lot after. The second half's been really clean, right?
Yeah, those 2 or 3 turnovers are the difference between this game being a lot closer and than it is. Cornell's got to dig deep here. Got to get this point. Got to keep the dream alive.
Oh, their time with this one.
Cornell getting ready to receive. UVM right to left across your screen. Pulls up. Received. Oh, out of bounds on the far side, so that'll be taken in the middle of the field. Cornell coming out in their horizontal stack. Again, leaving 4 alone. 4 needs to be the one in the active space. They are poached, and there's no one on them. They need to be the most active person, just like that. Now that, and that would not have been a pick because you can't poach and then call a pick. But that's an unfortunate turnover, and now UVM in the middle of the field, near midfield. Oh, nice
cut.
Cut there. UVM, middle of the field again. Moving the disc pretty easily right here. Good shut off by Cornell in that front corner of the end zone.
There too, yeah.
That's good D. Making that UVM player run through you to get clear. That was good D there.
Well, they're not letting the swings happen.
Nope. They are really, Cornell really fighting here. Oh, great grab by UVM there to make it 14-6 in favor of UVM. Again, Cornell making UVM earn everything.
Yeah. Good defense. I guess they got close to the end zone line there. They're gonna get the dump throw, but not letting the swing happen because when the swing happens, then they have effectively broken your mark at that point, and they're gonna score.
Yeah.
So shutting that off and really committing to that and forcing them to stay on that sideline you want them. That's good defense. That's good effort. Like you said earlier, last game of the day they played. This is maybe game 7, maybe.
Yeah.
Of their tournament. So digging deep with those legs to really make sure that to give their team the best chance of success. That's really good heart, really good desire there on defense.
And that was really heady defense by Cornell, by that player popping off the stack and taking up the space because they want to go to that front corner.
Yep.
Take that away and then get back on your person.
Absolutely.
Really good job. So now UVM playing defense, trying to get the break for the game.
Yep. Is it 13-6 or is it 14-6 right now? We've got a 14-6 on our scoreboard here, so 14-6 is correct. The scoreboard across the way is 1 off here, but yeah, so UVM looking to break for the win and the championship.
Into the end zone? Is that going to drift out of bounds?
Nope. That was going to land in if they had let it go.
That was good concentration by the Cornell player there.
Yeah, the wind kind of picked it up on them.
Yeah,
at the last
a little
second.
bit of a slip there at the end, but that's a good.
Taking the shot.
The UVM player's right there. Way to fight
up and over.
Position. Nothing you can do about that.
Up and over. Great defense.
Now,
they want bookends.
Oh, good job, Cornell, getting into your defense.
And I could tell from here that
another hand block today. Fantastic.
I could tell from here after the defense that Annie Posey had a smile on her face.
Yeah.
She wanted to huck it to her teammate, and she didn't. I could see that grin from all the way over here.
Oh, and look at that throw up the field.
No!
And just missed times the jump.
Everything but caught it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you got to shake that off. You got to play defense now.
Great cut. Great throw. Man. Calm and composed. UVM's going to start here on offense here again. The stack's getting going.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fake under try for the deep shot, but nope.
Jeff sticking with it.
But they'll make big yards on this one. Oh, and just out of reach. Cornell takes over on their half of the field, far sideline. Oh, trying to direct traffic.
You got
some
injury, maybe?
Oh, yeah. That looks like some.
I think the UVM player, maybe had the wind knocked out of them or something when they landed. They kind of landed kind of rough. I didn't really realize it at first as they come back down the field, and then they realize, I can't breathe right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a second.
I'm supposed to be able to inhale. Why can't I do that?
Yeah, exactly. So UVM makes a sub. Cornell is going to choose not to. They are allowed to do so for one player if they desire, whether or not they're hurt or not. And here we go, back in play. Cornell going to work on offense.
Yeah, I like looking that one off. Go to the under.
No, there's a good cut from downfield.
That is a good. I'd like a little
bummer.
more space on that around, but that's the right idea. Fake the up line, go for the around.
Well, they had to go for the around because the handler put themselves downfield.
I don't know what that was, but it was a lot of traveling.
Yeah. No, but the handler put themselves downfield on that throw, getting them in the way of the line, so they couldn't take the downfield one, which is unfortunate timing. Yeah. But yeah, reset themselves back to where they should have stopped, and here goes Cornell.
Oh, that was good directing traffic there by the handler.
You see everything's under, and the UVM is playing defense accordingly, being underneath all of these. I know the end zone's right there, but
this handler over here giving space.
Right back to her, yep.
Oh,
there you go.
Great grab by Cornell. Again, get the swing off, another swing towards the near side. Oh, and immediately step up, ready to throw. I like that.
Good work here by 17, also being a consistent option.
Yeah, 13's really just on fire with the score.
Good job by Cornell.
Makes up for the drop by throwing for the score. Nice work by Cornell there.
14-7. Yeah, that's a good, it's a feel-good offensive point right there. The execution was solid. The decisions were good.
They didn't get flustered. They didn't get frustrated that they couldn't score immediately. Instead, they just kept grinding.
Good job by Cornell. UVM going back on offense for the win.
Yeah. And for the first time this game, they look a little bit tired.
Yeah. Yeah, like they do look, a little bit tired. It's not that they're not playing everybody. They are playing their better players more. You would expect that. You do want that $1,000. So, but yeah, we'll see what they've got in store for offense here. They're going into the wind. Let's see if their throwers remember that and take that into calculation.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea if you do decide you're gonna go deep, have Willa on this side of the field with her backhand, or around the middle of the field. Keep her there where that's always an option.
And the wind has dialed back a little bit from the first half.
Cornell in the white, UVM
Here we
in the
go.
dark. Game point for UVM. And wind helps keep that right in the middle of the field.
A nice dodge there at the last second. It kind of had a bit of a tail on it.
Sort of an ISO, and they're looking deep. Not there. Oh, good work by Cornell as far as cutting off the lane, but you gotta cover deep.
A strong forehand throw for the win.
That's just too much.
Yep.
And that is going to do it for UVM-A. Women's matching team, champions of the 2024 Lobster Pot.
Yeah, 15-7. A really, really solid game by UVM, in control for its entirety. You can tell that they're a phenomenal team. Even if they didn't have all of their players suited up to play today, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout the college season in the spring.
Yeah, and probably mixing and matching their lines to kind of see who works well together and what kind of rhythm they can build together. From the Cornell side, you got to be happy with your effort. Unforced errors really, really made this game not as close as the score would indicate. They get rid of some of those unforced errors. They can have a lot of confidence moving forward into the spring season.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is our tournament. So we would like to thank you all for joining us. Thanks to all the volunteers. Thanks especially to all the teams to come out making this possible. Thanks to our videographer, Maxine, and thanks to Tom. Yeah. Tom, any last words?
Yeah, we've got the tournament director, Modise, is going to go out and award the championship trophy to University of Vermont A here in a second. And yeah, this has been a phenomenal tournament, well run as always, and it's been a pleasure to call all of these games with you, Mike, and videographer, Max. Well done. It's been a lot of fun. Hope to do it again in the future.
Yeah, and as I texted Esther, all we need now for this fantastic Lobster Pot app is coffee order. That needs to be a button.
All right, thanks for watching, everyone.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.